Hey. So you guys want to talk about Bionicles? So when I was a kid, I was never really into playing with Lego bricks. And I think that the reason for that is that the things that Lego bricks are typically used to build were not things that interested me. See, in my experience growing up, there are two main kinds of boy between the ages of 4 and 10 when it comes to playing with toys. There's the kind that prefers playing with things, and there's the kind that prefers playing with people. That sounds very creepy. Characters. If you're a things kid, it means you like to play with weapons and vehicles and buildings. I like to refer to these kinds of kids as truck kids. Derogatory. I was not that kind of kid. I was a character-focused kid. I was into superheroes and action figures and anime. You know, the kind of kid that grows up to be a really edgy teenager and then grows up from that to make YouTube videos about the storyline of children's properties. Now, if you're a things kid, Lego has you set for life. There is no shortage of buildings and vehicles to play with in Lego, but if you're a character kid, But then, around 2001, somebody at Lego was like, hey, hang on a second. I bet that there is an entire demographic of kids who like the idea of building a thing by putting together a bunch of little parts, but don't like the things that you usually build out of Lego. And I bet that if we could somehow tap into that market, we could make a lot of money. And, they were right. So Lego created Bionicle, an original line of character-focused Legos made of their own unique parts that were not bricks, made for kids who didn't like trucks. And this was a really good idea, and it worked really well. But the thing about this idea is that it requires context. When you're selling vehicles and buildings to kids, there's really not much you need to do in the way of context. A fire truck puts out fires, and that's basically all they need to know. But if you're gonna make your own original characters, and you're expecting kids to engage with them, you need to provide your own original context also, because otherwise nobody's gonna care. Now, the context doesn't have to be anything crazy or ridiculous or complicated. You really just need to give a general idea of what's going on. So Lego went to a writer by the name of Greg Farshtey, and they said, okay, Farshtey, we need you to come up with a setting for our new line of character-focused Legos. Just something simple for the kids. Good versus evil. The big guys protect the little guys from the even bigger guys. Just have an outline on our desk by tomorrow, okay? And Greg Farshtey responded by creating a 100,000-year timeline, which would then go on to inform the next 10 real-life years of extremely intricate world building and storytelling. He went so far beyond what was expected, or frankly even asked of him, that it was eventually a problem. Because Bionicle ran from 2001 to 2010, which means that if you got on the Bionicle train in 2001, by 2010 you were kind of aging out of it. But if you wanted to get on the Bionicle train in 2010, you didn't have a chance in hell, dude. The lore was impenetrable at that point. Also, by the way, I'm pretty sure that Greg Farshtey actually was not unilaterally responsible for the entire Bionicle storyline. I'm not even sure he was on board right at the very beginning, but Greg Farshtey wrote the vast majority of everything Bionicle, and more importantly, I think it's just kind of funnier to act like he did all of this by himself, so that's what I'm gonna do. So Bionicle got canceled in 2010 because it had become too complicated to be a viable product, but a lot of people didn't even make it that far. I would say that the vast majority of people who played with Bionicles as kids did not collect them all or follow the storyline for all 10 years. They just kind of had the blue one. And honestly, I think that's kind of tragic, because the storyline of Bionicle is so insane and amazing and stupid that it is a crime for it not to be remembered. But luckily for the human race as a whole, I have no life. But luckily for the human race as a whole, I remember Bionicle. And I have now gone back through and read everything and watched everything and pulled my giant ridiculous crate of old Bionicles out of the shadow realm that it's been sitting in for the last 20 years so that I can share it with you in these videos. Now, one thing I want to note before we get into this is that the events of the Bionicle storyline are not in linear order, and I'm going to be sharing these things with you in release order. So in other words, you're going to hear about these things in the order that we heard about them and not the order that makes sense, because if I gave them to you in the order that makes sense, there is a possibility that you might understand what's happening. And if you understand what's happening for like most of Bionicle, you're not having the true Bionicle experience. Okay, with all that said, let's get right into it because we got a lot to cover. Part 1, the Mata Nui Era. So there's this this guy called the Great Spirit Mata Nui, and for all intents and purposes right now, Mata Nui is God. He is the creator lord of the universe, and he is the creator lord of the Matoran, the main residents of it, who kind of fall at an intersection point between children, hobbits, and the civilians in superhero movies. There are a lot of different kinds of things living in this universe, but the Matoran are the common folk, and they're also Mata Nui's chosen people. So he bestows upon them two gifts: the three virtues, unity, duty, and destiny, which is their moral code, and an island paradise for them to live on. And the Matoran name this island in honor of their creator, Mata Nui. So we've got Mata Nui the guy, and we've got Mata Nui the place, and I hope you're not confused yet because we're like 5 seconds in. For a little bit right at the beginning, the Matoran were called the Tahunga. I think what happened there is that Lego got sued by the Maori, because Tahunga is like a Maori word, and they were trying to copyright Maori words, which is not a super chill thing for them to be doing. I don't know anything about that, really, because that's not part of the lore, and I only know about Bionicle lore. Everything else in the world is a mystery to me, but I'm pretty sure that that did happen. Now, the Matoran on Mata Nui fall into 6 color-coded and elementally themed categories, each of which has its own village in its own region. The 6 elements are a recurring motif throughout all of Bionicle, and they are as follows: fire, water, earth, ice, air, and stone. Now, there's a couple of things I want to say about that. Thing number 1, if it's blue, it's female, and if it's any other color, it's male, except actually that stopped being true like 5 years in, and they didn't really make that clear. I was confused about that for a while. Thing number 2, air is green, and it's associated with jungle environments, but it is not jungle element or plant element. I feel like a lot of people thought that green Bionicles were jungle element because they are constantly shown with jungle imagery, and honestly it was really misleading, but they're not. They are air, but they do live in the jungle. Thing number 3, what is the difference between earth and stone? Aren't those just basically the exact same thing? That's a great question. Yes, they are the same thing. I mean, they're different in terms of like color and culture and the geography of their region, but in terms of like what is the element, what is the physical matter, it's the same thing. Honestly, they should have just wrapped these both into earth, but then made stone yellow and make it lightning, because that would have been cooler and looked better and not have been dumb. And they eventually did make stone yellow because that's a better color for a Bionicle, but whatever. So anyway, the Matoran are living it up on their island paradise, and everything is great and amazing and perfect until this guy shows up. Now, this guy is Makuta, and in case you couldn't tell from everything about him, this guy is bad news. Makuta is our main antagonist, the evil master of shadows, local vaguely eldritch demiurge, 4D chess god, and Power Rangers villain, and Mata Nui's brother. Now, Makuta is jealous of the love and worship that the Matoran give to Mata Nui and do not give to him, which, I mean, Mata Nui created them and gave them an island paradise to live on, whereas Makuta didn't do either of those things, and also is evil, and also is just kind of a dick. So in his jealousy, Makuta betrays Mata Nui and casts him into eternal slumber. And with Mata Nui in eternal slumber, Makuta is free to take over the island and start ruining the lives of the Matoran, which I'm sure is going to be great for getting him all the love that he wants. But Makuta is a very hands-off type of villain, so he does this by corrupting the local wildlife, which are called Rahi. Anything that we would call an animal, Bionicle calls a Rahi. There are a lot of Rahi, like a whole book that is nothing but Rahi. I have a couple here. This one is called a Nui Rama. It's kind of like a wasp or a dragonfly type situation. And this one's called a Tarakava, and it's described as a lizard, but it's got tank treads and rock'em sock'em robot arms, and I don't know how that qualifies it to be a lizard. This does not read as a lizard to me in any way. So Makuta uses his shadow powers to make the Rahi evil and aggressive, and they start attacking the Matoran and confining them to their villages. And the Matoran try to fight back. They form like little militias, but Matoran are weak and bad, and so that doesn't really work. So basically everything just sucks for the next 1,000 years. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So this is never really like explained, or to be honest, even said out loud, but all Bionicle characters are just kind of like immortal. Like, they can be killed, but they don't age. And also the timing and process by which Bionicles come into being is at best vague. So Every character in this story is absolute bare minimum 10,000 years old. And when I say that the Matoran are getting terrorized for 1,000 years, I'm not talking about like the Matoran species. I'm talking about the same 1,500 or so guys for 1,000 years. So everything is bad for a very long time, but this whole situation finally changes with the arrival of the Toa. Toa are the main characters for the majority of the franchise. They are elementally powered superheroes that exist to fight evil and protect the Matoran. They almost always operate in teams of 6 based around the 6 elements, and this team of Toa, well, at the moment they're just the Toa because they're the only Toa we know about, but later we would come to know them as the Toa Mata because they're the protectors of Mata Nui. Let me give you guys a quick rundown of the Toa. Tahu, Toa of Fire, leader, asshole, loud, domineering, combative, arrogant, would definitely describe himself as an alpha male. Kopaka, Toa of Ice, asshole, cold, rude, antisocial, arrogant, would definitely describe himself as a sigma male. Lewa, Toa of Air, dumbass, hyperactive, annoying, too stupid to live. Pohatu, Toa of Stone, dumbass, but in an endearing way this time. He's like a frat bro, but one of the actual cool and nice ones who will like offer to help you out at the gym. Onua, Toa of Earth, strong, silent type, patient, wise, has a good energy to him, but is pretty inarguably the least entertaining Toa. Gali, Toa of Water, girl. Like, I really wish there was more to it than that, but there really is. Like, okay, what do you think the qualities of the one female Toa are? Did you guess that she is the kind, nurturing, emotionally intelligent one who spends all of her time trying to mediate the fights between the hot-headed boys? Like, she's a good character and she's cool and she's one of my favorites, but like, Lego, I know you were making this for 6-year-old boys and the only woman they've ever interacted with is their mom, but you didn't have to just make Gali their mom, you know? Anyway, if it wasn't clear from those descriptions, I love the Toa Mata and their group dynamic is a lot of fun. So the Toa wash up on Mata Nui in these canisters. They have no memories except for their own names, and they kind of just wander around the island for a while until they make it to the villages where they meet the Turaga. The Turaga are the leaders and elders of the villages, and like everything else in Bionicle, there are 6 of them. Vakama, Nokama, Matau, Wenua, Onewa, and Nuju. Now I know what you're thinking. I just said only moments ago that Bionicles are immortal and don't age, so how can there be village elders? That's crazy. Well, guess what? It's kind of a spoiler, so I'm just not gonna tell you, actually. So the Toa meet with the Turaga, and the Turaga are like, okay, yeah, we knew you guys would be coming. It was written in the stars. It was prophesized. You really took your time. We could have used you at some point in the last 1,000 years, but whatever. You're here now. It's your job to free us from Makuta's tyranny, but you're not actually strong enough to do it yet, so you guys need to go out there, find each other, team up, and collect the masks. Alright, let's talk about masks. So masks, aka Kanohi, aka Kanohi masks, are Bionicle's eternal gimmick. Bionicle would introduce many gimmicks throughout the years, which I'll be keeping you notified of as they come up. But what's funny about Bionicle's gimmicks is that every time they come out with a new one, it is less relevant to the plot than the last one was, until eventually they hit a point where they're just like, oh, yeah, we found some rocket launchers in a cave, and that's just gonna be the gimmick now. But masks are Bionicle's first gimmick, and as such, they are critically important to the plot, to the point that basically every single arc of Bionicle has something to do with getting, finding, or transporting a mask. This is because every mask, of which there are about 1 billion, has its own unique superpower. So in our original lineup of the Toa, we've got stuff like the Mask of Strength, Speed, X-ray vision, water breathing, supplementary superpowers in addition to the normal elemental ones. Now, the practical reason for masks is that every Bionicle of the same generation has the same generic head, and it made more sense to have the masks be their faces and be able to just swap them out freely between any of them than to make a custom head for every Bionicle. And as a result of this, the majority of characters from the very beginning to the very end have a mask. And right now what needs to happen is that each of the Toa has to go around the island finding each of the other Toa's masks in their own color so that they can get those superpowers, and then once they do that, they get a gold mask that looks like their original mask, but it's gold, and it has the powers of all the masks, so they don't have to keep switching out what mask they're wearing. So they start with these, and then they gotta get these so that they can get these. You following me? Great. So the Toa do a bunch of stuff and fight a bunch of Rahi and get all the masks, and then finally they're powerful enough to go fight Makuta, so they head down to his underground lair. Unfortunately for the Toa, Makuta's lair is guarded by these two giant crabs called Manas, and there are 2 of these crabs and 6 Toa, and the Toa get bodied. The Toa can't do anything to these crabs. These are like Elden Ring crabs. So in order to stand any chance against these fearsome crabs, the Toa have to combine into 2 big Toa called Toa Kaida. And I have a rant about the Toa Kaida, which I am going to do now. So one thing that was actually super cool about Bionicle sets is that in the back of all the instruction manuals, they had a piece of the bonus instructions for a combiner set. So if you had all the pieces and all the instructions for the necessary sets, you could combine them all into this big thing. And that's a great idea, because not only does it incentivize you to buy all the sets, it introduces this mystery element of like, what is this thing that I can build if I have all these things? However, eventually LEGO would realize that what they should be doing with this is using the pieces of characters to build different characters. Like, you combine the pieces from these 3 people, but that character that you build is not a literal in-universe combination of those 3 people. It's just built with the same parts. But they hadn't figured that out yet. So at this point, they're just like, yeah, Toa confused. Actually, you know what? As a matter of fact, everything confused. And you can kind of tell that even at the time, they knew this was a stupid idea, because this is one of 2 times ever that the Toa do this. And I'd like to reiterate that they do it so that they can defeat 2 crabs, and it's still close. So the Toa defeat the crabs, and then they go and they fight like shadow doppelgangers of themselves, and then finally they pull up on Makuta, and he initially appears to them as a corrupted, rusted Matoran, but then the Toa are like, okay, no, like, actually fight us, come on. And he turns into like a shadow vortex, and then they all just blast him with their elemental powers, and that defeats him. Here's the thing though, Makuta is like a shapeshifter, and at the moment his real body looks either like this or like this. So he could have just come out like this and murdered the Toa. Now, the reason he didn't do that is ultimately it wouldn't have been conducive to his schemes, but that doesn't change the fact that he basically just gave up. I mean, he frames it in a very evil way, you know, he's all, ooh, foolish Toa, I am darkness, I'm going very Bane with this. I am darkness, I am nothingness, I have schemes you cannot even begin to fathom, you Power Rangers looking pieces of shit. And like, all of that is true, but I really feel like on this particular occasion, Makuta was just using that as an excuse to not have to do any work. I like to imagine that Makuta just kind of forgot what day the Toa were coming, and he was chilling in his lair on his shadow couch, watching the finale of like, whatever was on in 2001. Shows that ended in 2001. Ooh, Zaboomafoo? Yes, okay, yes. Alright, so Makuta was on his couch watching the season finale of Zaboomafoo, and the Toa busted in and he was like, oh, right, okay, yeah, fight my crabs. And they beat the crabs and he was like, oh my god, alright, fine. Fight my Shadow Toa. And they beat the Shadow Toa and he was like, oh my god. Okay, fine, look, I'm a Shadow Vortex. Woo, woo, woo. Oh no, oh, you blasted me with your elemental powers. Ah, ouch, oof, I'm sure defeated. Look how defeated I am. I'm done with the Rahi plan. Everybody can live in peace. I'm not gonna do that anymore. Can you leave? I do not have time for this. I need to find out what happens with this lemur. And the Toa are like, okay, well, that was a little bit suspiciously easy, but I guess we're really like that. Let's go back upstairs and tell everybody. So they head back up to the surface and tell everybody, and everybody celebrates. And then genuinely like a day later, the entire island suddenly comes under attack by these things called Bo. Okay, so listen, I don't want to say anything crazy or controversial or make any kind of hyperbolic statements, you know? But the Borok are the best thing. Like out of all of the things that are, were, or will be, the best one is the Borak. Look upon the face of God. I mean, listen, I know that, like, the times we live in now are troubled and that there are challenges to living in the 21st century. I get it. But if you died before 2002 and never got to witness the Borak, why did you even bother being alive? The Borak are so goddamn cool, dude. They've got these roly-poly ball forms. They've got this neck thing. And what I need you to understand is that this neck thing that I'm doing right now, this is the most satisfying thing in the entire world. Big Pharma is going to try to take this video down because they know that if the Borak neck thing becomes public knowledge and people find out that they can just do this, mental illness will be over. They won't sell any medication and they'll all go broke. The Borak are actually so good that when I was preparing to make this video and I went and got all my Bionicles from my mom's attic, I found my Borak and they were in Kaita form, which I will remind you, that's not a thing. That doesn't exist and it's stupid and it's dumb and I don't like it and it's stupid and it's dumb. So I deconstructed them and individually rebuilt every single one and had to scour the bottom of that stupid crate that I showed you earlier for the little tiny hand shields because they weren't on the right Borak, and then I had to find rubber bands that fit them so I could have them do the neck thing, but I did all of it because I value them over my own life. So anyway, what are the Borak? The Borak are a massive horde of giant robot bugs that emerge from beneath Mata Nui and start trying to destroy everything on the entire island. Now, I say robot because unlike most Bionicles, there is no bio component to the Borak. They are purely mechanical. This is probably a good time to mention that what exactly Bionicles are is something that's never really explained. They have inorganic armor made of this stuff called protodermis, and then on the inside, they're all fleshy and squishy. And they are mentioned as having organs and muscles, but never bones, which leads me to believe that they have an exoskeleton, which effectively makes them insects, and I hate that. But the Borak do not have any of that. They are just machines, and they actually wouldn't do anything if they weren't being piloted. But they are being piloted by these things called Krana. Krana look like little tiny masks, but they're actually alive. They are sentient, and they're part of this gigantic hive mind. Now, individual Borak are basically just mindless drones, but the Krana hive mind as a whole is fairly intelligent, and it has one primary directive. And that directive is to annihilate everything on the surface of Mata Nui. Like, all of it. Rivers, trees, mountains, villages, just flatten the entire island. And notably, the Borak don't work for Makuta in the way that the Rahi did. Makuta awakened them in order to be a dick and waste everybody's time, but they're not serving him. This whole destroy the island thing is just kind of something that they're programmed to do. Now, initially, the Borak are not really hostile to the residents of Mata Nui. They don't care about the Toa or the Matoran or fighting. They're just trying to destroy the island. This place is filthy. Get out of the way. But the residents of Mata Nui are not super jazzed about this whole destroying their home thing, so they start fighting back, and they actually do a pretty good job. The Toa and even the Matoran are able to take out a good number of Borak, partially because if you take the Krana out of a Borak, it's just instantly defeated, and anybody can do that, and partially because this one Matoran makes this weird little punchy robot called a Boxor that they drive around and use to punch Borak. But pretty quickly they start running into two problems. First of all, there's way too many Borak. Like, there are 6 types of Borak, but there are not 6 Borak. There are a million Borak. And it doesn't matter how many they take down because there's always more. Secondly, once the Borak realize that these people are actually going to be a major hindrance to their mission, they pivot their tactics to taking them out first. So they launch coordinated attacks on the villages, the most significant of which is when they mind control basically the entirety of the air village, because if a Krana gets onto somebody's face while they're not wearing a mask, it can basically add them to the swarm as another drone. So the whole air village gets mind controlled, and then Lewa gets mind controlled because Lewa's a huge idiot, and this is actually time number 1 out of like at least 3 that he gets brainwashed or mind controlled or something. Onua has to come and have like an I know you're in there somewhere fight with him, and then he saves him, and then they save the whole air village. But while Lewa is mind controlled by the Krana, he finds out that the Krana all get their orders from these 2 queens deep underground called the Barrag. And if the Toa can take out the Barrag, it'll shut down the entire Krana hive mind, disabling the Bohrok and saving the island. Now, I've seen some mixed opinions about this, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like the Barrag, because it's just like, okay, so the Bohrok are the best thing ever made. So you're like, yo, what, the Bohrok Queens? Bruh. I bet if I even look at the Bohrok Queens, the dopamine rush will just kill me on the spot. But also, that's exactly how I've always wanted to die. So bring them out. Let's see them. Show me the Bohrok Queens. So they bring them out, and they're just kind of like dragons. So the Toa find out where the Bohrok nest is, and they go down there to fight the Bohrok Queens. There's this really kind of strange plot cul-de-sac where they find effectively Iron Man armor down in the nest. They're like, oh, we're gonna use the Exo-Toa to, it's called Exo-Toa, by the way. We'll use the Exo-Toa to fight the Barrag, but then it turns out, like, immediately that while they're wearing the Exo-Toa, they can't use their elemental powers, which are just better. So they're like, oh, man, forget about the Exo-Toa. Take it off. We'll use our elemental. So, like, why'd this happen? So the Toa fight the Barrag with their elemental powers, but they're not able to hurt them because the Barrag have a symbiosis where they get more powerful the closer together they are, which doesn't really make any sense because, like, they're always together. So, like, what? But the Toa are eventually able to defeat them by combining their elemental powers, which is actually the only way that Toa are ever able to defeat major villains, and they really should just lead with that, but they never do. It's always like, oh, last resort, I guess we gotta combine our elemental powers, it's the only thing we've got left. And combining the elemental powers of all 6 Toa creates a thing called a Toa Seal, which is this giant crystalline prison made out of protodermis, which, remember, that's what Bionicles are made out of, but this is like a crystal made of it. It's what Toa use to indefinitely imprison bad guys because they're heroes and they're not supposed to kill people or dragons. So the Toa are victorious. They seal away the Barrag, but then the ground suddenly collapses beneath their feet and the Toa fall into tubes of this stuff called energized protodermis. And energized protodermis is this whole other thing that I'm not even gonna attempt to get into right now. It's so important, even though it so feels like it shouldn't be. But the short version is, it's an unstable mutagen tied to destiny. So depending on what your destiny is, if you're immersed in it, you either die on the spot or get transformed into something else. So the Toa obviously die on the spot, and that's the end of Bionicle. So I hope you enjoyed the video, subscribe for more content, but there won't be any more because that is the end of Bionicle. Now obviously the Toa don't die, the Toa get transformed into the Toa Nuva. So the Toa Nuva are not different people from the Toa Mata. These are the exact same guys, they just look different now. The Nuva transformation is a power-up. The Toa Nuva are much stronger than the Toa Mata ever were, except it's like the weirdest power-up in fictional history. Because in every single piece of media that I can think of, how big explosive transformative power-ups work is the heroes get them in order to contest a villain that was previously out of their league. But that's not what this is at all. The Toa just beat the villain pretty firmly within their league, and then they got the power up basically as a reward after they didn't need it anymore. And the other weird thing is that we're informed that this is a big, huge power-up, but it's not like the Toa are now untouchable in fights. As a matter of fact, their win-loss ratio post-transformation is so much worse than it was before the transformation. So, like, why did this actually happen at all if it isn't gonna affect the plot in any way? Well, again, that's a rhetorical question. I know why it happened. It's because they wanted to sell more toys. So they redesigned the Toa so that everybody would have to go and buy the Toa again, and then the excuse was, yeah, it's a power-up, the Toa are stronger, even though that's not true. It's not a power-up. It means nothing. The Toa Nuva, I think, are in general a design improvement on the Toa Mata. They are less iconic, but they're also less janky. Also, their masks are just terrible. The masks are a huge downgrade. One thing I will say for the Toa Nuva is that they are objectively much funnier than the old Toa, because they've got this, like, extreme sports theme going on, kind of. Like, Onua is now dual-wielding chainsaws that he can put on his feet to have chainsaw feet, and then he can rollerblade around underground on his chainsaw feet. And Tahu has two swords that combine into a lava surfboard. So it goes without saying that the Toa Nuva are a work of high art, because if they weren't, well, they wouldn't include a lava surfboard, now would they? Anyway, the Toa are now allegedly more powerful, and they waste not a second in letting this go directly to their heads. They're like, yeah, I mean, look, I know our only victories ever have come from working as a team, but I mean, come on. We're really powerful now, man. I don't think we gotta be doing any of that. So how about we all just go back to our own villages by ourselves. We'll help rebuild after the Borak attack. I'm sure everything will be fine. And after this, there's a little bit of downtime, during which we are introduced to the worst thing in the entire franchise. So during this downtime, Turaga Vakama, the elder of the Fire Village, approaches Tahu and gives him this mask called the Kanohi Vahi, the Mask of Time. And let me tell you something, I have a real bone to pick with the Mask of Time. So, I mean, first of all, the Mask of Time just looks stupid. Like, it exposes most of their weird Bionicle head, which is just never a good idea. But more importantly, so Vakama goes to Tahu, and he's like, listen, Tahu, this is the Mask of Time. It just dead-ass controls time. This is the most broken goddamn mask in the entire universe, and if you're not careful with it, you could literally just nuke the entire timeline and kill everyone. So you've really got to be cautious and smart about how you use it, Tahu, and not be a reckless dumbass with it, like you are with everything always. Actually, why am I giving this to you? And Tahu's like, okay, I'm sorry, Turaga. Where exactly did you get this thing from? And Vakama's like, well, you know, I didn't. What are we asking questions all of a sudden? Just take the fucking mask. And Tahu's like, alright, whatever, and he takes the mask. But here's the thing, okay? This is the introduction of the Mask of Time. Most powerful mask in the universe. Potentially apocalyptic weapon. Used with extreme care. Or you could just destroy everything. But here's the reality of the situation. The Mask of Time is worthless. Not one time in the entire franchise is the Mask of Time successfully used to accomplish anything. Oh, a lot of people want it and try and get it and try and use it for things, but they never succeed. So yeah, the Mask of Time, like, it doesn't really matter to the story, but it's gonna come up, and every time it does come up, I just want you to remember that it's terrible. So anyway, not long after all of this happens, these new silver Borak suddenly show up on Mata Nui called the Borak Kal, and they go to the villages and they steal the Nuva symbols. Now, the Nuva symbols are these things that showed up in the temples in the villages after the Toa became the Toa Nuva, and if they are not in the temples in the villages, the Toa don't have their elemental powers, which, first of all, is a straight-up downgrade for the Toa Nuva. The Toa Mata didn't have to deal with that bullshit. And secondly, is a thing that you would think would matter and would maybe, like, come up again at some point, but it doesn't, and it doesn't. It's never mentioned again ever after this arc, because okay, so listen. I've got this theory about the Borak Kal, and before I get into this, I should reiterate that I know nothing about the business or corporate side of Bionicle, so, like, this isn't real or true or based on any kind of evidence. I just made this up. This is not what happened. But also, simultaneously, this is what happened. This is exactly what happened. And if you try to tell me this is not what happened, I'll block you. Okay, so Lego made the Toa Mata, and the Toa Mata were really great, and everybody loved them, and they made a bunch of money. So Lego took that money, and they used it to make the Borak. And the Borak, as we have well established at this point, are the best thing ever made. So they made more money than exists in the universe. And Lego was like, awesome, now we can take this money and use it to revamp the Toa. So they blew every single Borak dollar on remaking the Toa into the Toa Nuva, and then the Toa Nuva were gonna ship out in like 5 minutes, and some intern at Lego was like, we don't have anybody for the Toa Nuva to fight, right? Like, our whole brand is based around character-focused play. Good versus evil, conflict, context, that's why people play with our toys. They kind of need villains to fight for this to work. We don't have any. Is that gonna be like a problem? And the executives at LEGO just fully panicked. They were just like, oh god, oh no, we did not think this through at all. We have no plan and no money. What are we gonna do? And then somebody else was like, oh, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We've got 2 minutes, take some of the Bow-Rock, take them out back, spray paint them silver, send them out. We're doing Bow-Rock again, bitch. And that's what the Bow-Rock Call are. They're just Bow-Rock again. And like, they're cool. I'm not gonna sit here and act like they're not cool, but they're cool because they're Bow-Rock. And they're actually pretenders to the Bow-Rock throne of best thing ever. And as such, they deserve neither my love nor my respect. So then LEGO went to Greg Farshtey and they were like, Farshtey, listen, we have no money. We need to stall for time while we recoup some of these Toa Nuva costs. We have these new Bow-Rock Call. Do you think you can just take these and like write a filler episode? Just buy us some time until we can get some of our money back and then we can advance the story after that? But can you help us out here? And Farshtey was like, okay. And he wrote a filler episode. So now we're in the filler episode. Welcome to the filler episode. Okay, so the Bow-Rock Call. The Bow-Rock Call are a Batman-level contingency plan created by the Barag to unseal them in case they ever got sealed. The Bow-Rock Call are kind of like Bow-Rock Spec Ops as opposed to the broader Bow-Rock Army. There are way less of them. There's only 6 instead of 6 types, but a million of them. But they are way stronger and they're also intelligent instead of just being mindless drones. And also, they have weird alternate elemental powers. Call that shit alt Bow-Rock, am I right? So Bow-Rock Team 6 here steals the Nuva symbols and then they start wandering around the island, and most of this arc is just that. A lot of these early Bionicle arcs are extremely lacking in substance, but in this case, this period of the Bow-Rock Call running around looking for the Barag is actually very important because it's really funny. Because the thing about the Bow-Rock Call is that they are completely non-hostile. They are not looking for a fight, and they're also not even trying to destroy anything. They're just trying to free the Barag, but obviously if they free the Barag, they're gonna unleash the entire Bow-Rock swarm again, so the Toa need to stop them. But what you need to understand about the Toa is that they came into this arc like, hell yeah, we're the Toa Nuva, brother. We're the strongest Toa there ever have been ever. Ain't no fucking way anybody's ever gonna beat us. Oh no, oh you guys took the Nuva symbols. Oh, whoa, I'm shook. Oh no, oh wow. Oh, sorry, am I supposed to be like caring about that? Because I do not need my elemental powers to fight 6 Bow-Rock. I literally just took out like 300 Bow-Rock last arc by myself before I got my power up. So yeah, you guys are about to get destroyed. And the Bow-Rock Call are just like, okay. I'm pretty sure I didn't ask. I don't remember asking. And then most of this arc is just different arrangements of Toa picking a fight with different arrangements of Bow-Rock Call and just getting completely embarrassed every single time. And the Bow-Rock Call don't give a shit. They just beat them up and then keep walking. The funniest part of all of this is when 3 of the Toa are like, all right, guys, I got this figured out. What we need to do is form a Toa Kaida. Because like they still won't have their elemental powers, but like, I don't know, man, Toa Kaida are pretty strong. Remember when we took out those 2 crabs? I don't know, that was pretty impressive. So they form a Toa Kaida and they attack the Bow-Rock Call, and the Bow-Rock Call are like, oh, yeah, we can also just form a Bow-Rock Kaida. So they do, and then they beat them up, and then they're like, okay, cool, and leave. And apparently this was sufficiently embarrassing that the Toa just gave up on ever trying to form a Toa Kaida ever again for the rest of their lives. So eventually the Bow-Rock Call find out where the Barag are, and I don't really know why they wouldn't just know that. And I don't even mean like, oh, they have like a tracking sense. They always know where the Barag are at all times, which they should have, but they don't even need that. The Barag are at their own house, and the Bow-Rock Call, who were created with the sole purpose of helping out the Barag in case they were ever in trouble, don't know where the Barag live. So that's insane, but they know now, so they go down there. And the Toa are like, okay, well, I mean, I don't really want to like go down there because I don't know why this would go differently than the last 10 times these guys have kicked our ass, but they're gonna unleash the Bow-Rock if we don't stop them, so I guess we gotta go try. So the Toa get down down there, and the Borak Call are right about to put the Nuva symbols into the Toa seal. The Toa seal was made from the elemental powers of all 6 Toa, so the Nuva symbols, which are also that, will undo the seal if they put them, well, it's not even in it's in this, like, cube that, you know what, they're gonna unseal the Barag and it's gonna be bad, okay? So Tahu steps up and he's like, alright, you know what, man? I didn't want to have to do this, but desperate times call for desperate measures, you know? You forced my hand. I'm breaking out the Mask of Time. So Tahu uses the power of the Mask of Time to freeze the Borak Call in time. And with the Borak Call frozen in time, the Toa have an open opportunity to just walk over and take out their Krana, and then it's over. They're defeated because they're Borak and they can't do anything without Krana. So alright, Tahu, coming in clutch with the Mask of Time, saving the day. Pretty slick, pretty good move, I gotta give it up. But Tahu, you fool, you've forgotten the most important thing in all of this, which is that the Mask of Time is fucking worthless, and it can't ever accomplish anything. So needless to say, this doesn't work. See, it turns out that the Borak Call are actually just, like, straight up cheating. They're out here using Game Shark, and right in the moment before they complete their mission, they just kind of, like, get an impenetrable force field for free. So it actually doesn't even matter that they're stopped in time, because the Toa can't touch them. So then Golly steps up, and she's like, okay, Tahu, listen, I don't know what the deal is with this mask that you have now, but what I do know is that it's garb. So your plan, we're gonna be done with that, because it was bad. We're gonna do my plan instead. And Golly's plan is for the Toa to channel their elemental powers into the Nuva symbols. This is going to bypass the force field, and since the Borak Call are holding the Nuva symbols, the power of the Toa is gonna get transferred directly into them. So they start to do this, and the Borak Call start absorbing the power, and they're like, yo, this is kind of sick, actually. We're getting so much power right now. I don't really think that we need the Borak Swarm. I'm pretty sure we can just destroy the whole island by ourselves. Let's just keep the Nuva symbols. We don't need to free the Barag. And the Barag are sitting there in the crystal listening to this like 2 feet away, and they're like, haha. Hey guys, how about we don't get distracted right now? You know, let's just go with the original plan. I mean, you're right here. All you gotta do is put the thing in the thing and let us out, and then we can destroy the island with the Borak Swarm. Just let us out. Please let us out. Please let us. And the Borak Call are like, nah, you know what? I'm actually not hearing that right now. So I'm thinking we just do what we want to do instead of what you're telling us to do. But, you know, we've got it under control. There's nothing to worry about, you know? Like, everything's gonna be fine. And then actual seconds later, all of them absorb too much power, can't control it, overload, and die to their own powers. And the Barag are just sitting there in the crystal like, God damn it. Why did we even make these? I hate these fucking guys. And then the Toa are just like, okay, nice. And they take the Nuva symbols and leave. And that's the end of the arc. So, like, just so we're all on the same page here, nothing of any consequence happened during this arc. The Toa are still the Toa Nuva, the Barag are still sealed, the Borak Call actually accomplished nothing. The Nuva symbols are straight up never mentioned again. You might think that this would be like a moment of character growth for the Toa, or that they might like learn something from getting their asses kicked by these Borak 10 times in a row, might do something to make them less stupid and arrogant and self-centered and stupid, but it really didn't. In the next arc, they're still on their exact same bullshit. The only thing in this arc that you can really even argue was important to the long-term storyline of Bionicle was the introduction of the Mask of Time, but maybe you see where I'm going with this. The Mask of Time sucks, and it did nothing, and it was introduced as completely useless, which, to be fair, is a good tone setter for it going forward, but I can't help but feel that wasn't the intention. So, like, the moral of the story is, this was filler. Now, the good news is that the filler did, in fact, do what it was supposed to do, that being buy Lego time, in which to get back some of that sweet Toa Nuva money. So now Lego is like, alright, you know what? Enough is enough. We've got our money, we can actually advance the story. Enough of this filler episode bullshit. Let's talk some real talk, okay? Bionicle the movie, Mask of Love. So there are these two Matoran named Jala and Takua, and both of these guys have actually been around since the very beginning. I haven't told you about them or any of the other many Matoran characters because nothing that they've done has really mattered that much, but it's about to. Both of them are Fire Matoran. Jala is captain of the Fire Village military, and Takua is the chronicler, which means he follows around the Toa and records what they do. Both of these guys are also stars of this Matoran sport called Koli. It's kind of like lacrosse. They play it at the beginning of the movie, they lose. It kind of matters, but it doesn't really matter. Also, Jala's name is spelled like this, but it's pronounced Jala for reasons that humanity really has yet to fully understand. So one day Takua is screwing around in the local volcano, as you do, and he finds this mask inside of a rock. And this mask is really crazy, it glows, it's gold, it's obviously a Toa mask, but it's not any of the ones we know about, so they take it to the Turaga. And the Turaga read the inscription on the mask, and they're like, okay, so listen. This is the Kanohi of Voki, the Mask of Light, and it belongs to the 7th Toa, the Toa of Light. Now, the Toa of Light is gonna be the one to actually, for real, defeat Makuta for good, because, you know, light, shadow, he's, you know. Now, whoever found this thing is now the Herald of the 7th Toa, which means it's your job to track this guy down, because we don't know where he is, we didn't even know he existed until just now, and bring him the mask. And the Herald is actually Takua, but Takua's like, what, come on, couldn't be me, I don't have responsibilities. Guys, the real Herald is Jala, so it's his job. It's not, I'm not the Herald. I guess people are like saying I'm the Herald. I'm not the Herald, so stop saying I'm the fucking Herald. And Jala's pretty mad about this because Takua's his best friend, but he already kind of thought Takua was an irresponsible moron. Jala told you not to be screwing around in that volcano, Takua, and now you're trying to pawn your destiny off onto him like an asshole. So Jala pretty much blackmails Takua into coming on this quest with him, although to be honest, quest is generous because they don't know what they're doing and they also don't know where they're going, so pretty much they just bumble around the island doing nothing. Now, meanwhile, Makuta catches wind of this whole 7th Toa Mask of Light situation, and he's like, yeah, you know what, I don't know about this one. Kind of feel like this is gonna become a problem for me. I might have to actually do something. Because the thing about Makuta is that he never does anything ever. I mean, alright, yes, he put Mata Nui to sleep, but that was 1,000 years ago, and ever since then, he just had random animals doing his bidding for him, and the only reason he stopped doing that was that the Toa came to his lair and beat up his crabs, and he was too lazy to fight them, so he just gave up on the whole plan. Then he awakened the Borok, but he wasn't running that. He wasn't in charge of that. That was the Barag. And then the Barakal straight up had nothing to do with him. That was like a weird Barag contingency plan. He didn't even watch the filler. But now things are getting a little bit too real. There's suddenly a Toa of Light on the table. Makuta's not about that, so he's gonna step in and take care of this himself. But when I say that he's gonna take care of this himself, I don't mean that he's gonna, like, take care of this himself. That's crazy. Makuta wouldn't do that. Instead, what he's gonna do is send out new goons that are, like, a little bit stronger than the last goons the Toa fought to handle this for him. So Makuta sends out the Rakshi, and, like, you gotta love the Rakshi, come on now. Rakshi are the quote-unquote sons of Makuta. This counts as handling things himself because the Rakshi are actually made of his own essence in the form of Krata, which are gross little worms that he pulls out of his body and then exposes to energized protodermis to turn them into suits of armor, the Rakshi, and then he puts another Krata in that to pilot it. So for those of you keeping score, this is now the 3rd consecutive antagonist that is 6 color-coded suits of armor controlled by a gross little organic thing that starts with Kra that LEGO made way too many of. Now, kind of like the Barakal, the Rakshi do not have the 6 standard elemental powers. They have their own elemental powers, except that in this case, the word elemental is being abused horribly. So like the red and the white ones have fear and anger respectively, and you're like, oh, alright, okay, so it's like emotion powers. That's kind of interesting. And then the black one has hunger, and you're like, okay, well that's not an emotion, but like, okay, sure. And then the green one has poison, and you're like, what? And then the blue and the brown one have disintegration and fragmentation, which first of all, are the same thing. Secondly, aren't even in the world of elements anymore. And then thirdly, okay, so there's just no theme. Alright, great. Cool. Awesome. Great. Now, I don't have any of the Rakshi, but I do know for a fact that I used to have all of the Rakshi. And the reason I know that is because something just fell on my foot and it really hurt. Ow. Lego tricked me into making this, and I resent them for it. Anyway, Makuta sends out the Rakshi to track down Jala and Takua and get the Mask of Light. They attack some of the villages, the Toa try and fight them off, but it doesn't go well because the Toa still somehow haven't figured out the whole only effective as a team thing. Especially Tahu, who just keeps trying to 1v1 these Rakshi. He gets got by the Poison Rakshi, and then he gets got by the Anger Rakshi. He starts going off and being like, "Fire has no friends," and attacking the other Toa, and then they have to do a purification ritual on him to stop him from dying and being a dickhead. But at this point, they're all just like, whatever, man, this is just normal Tahu behavior. Meanwhile, Makuta keeps calling up Takua on Shadow Skype and being like, "Takua, you fool, you will never be Herald of the Mask of Light, and if you keep trying to do this, I'm gonna kill everybody." Just being a dick, you know, just saying Makuta shit like he does. Takua's like, "Oh man, maybe this wasn't my destiny at all. Jala, you take the mask, you do it, I can't be involved in this." But then the Rakshi attack Takua, and he's like, "Oh man, they were never after the mask at all, they were after the Herald, and that's me." So he goes back to Jala, and the two of them wind up at this temple in the middle of the island, but then all the Rakshi show up, but then all the Toa show up, and they're all finally united, and there's this big fight, and the Toa win by combining their elemental powers. Who would have thought? I mean, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that that would work? But before they can take out the last Rakshi, it has Takua cornered and it's about to kill him, but Jala jumps in front of him and takes the hit and dies to save Takua. And Jala's sacrifice finally inspires Takua to stop dicking around and being a little bitch about everything. And he finally accepts his destiny and puts on the Mask of Light and is transformed by its power into Takanuva, the Toa of Light. So that's the resolution. Takua was the Toa of Light all along. This was not a journey to physically find the seventh Toa, but rather a journey for Takua to find himself. The real Bionicle, the movie Mask of Light, was the friends we made along the way. So Takanuva shoots a laser and blows up the last Rakshi, and then he's like, "Okay, I'm headed down to Makuta's lair. I'm gonna fight him one-on-one. I'm gonna finish this." And the other Toa are like, I feel like you might want to reconsider this plan, dude. Like, we just now finally figured out teamwork, and you're now gonna go and fight Makuta by yourself? And Takanuva's like, "That's exactly what I'm gonna do because I'm really angsty about Jala dying, and this is my destiny, and I'm the Toa of Light, and that's just the kind of shit I'm on." So Takanuva heads down to Makuta's lair on this vehicle that he makes out of the other Toa's weapons, and this thing is actually a scam. Because obviously, to tie in with the release of this movie, they released a physical Takanuva set, because all the kids who saw the movie are obviously gonna want to buy the Takanuva set. But then Lego was like, "Okay, well damn, we can only sell a Toa for like $10 though. And that's fine when there's 6 of them and the kids have to buy all of them. But if we're just releasing one and we know everybody is gonna buy it, $10? That's not really enough money. We're way too greedy for that shit. So let's unavoidably bundle Takanuva with this stupid thing, which by the way has no custom parts of its own whatsoever. So it costs us no money, but then we can bump up the price of this bundle set from $10 to like, I don't know, maybe $30. I mean, that's just good business if you think about it. Like, we're pretty good business people. That's just good business. So I'll tell you what, put this thing in the movie and have Takanuva ride it down to Makuta's lair and then literally immediately crash it into a wall and it explodes. And then we can include it in the Takanuva set and sell them for more money. We're so goddamn good at business. Fuck. So Takanuva rides this thing down to the lair and he's getting ready to fight Makuta, but it turns out that this water Matoran named Hali stowed away on the vehicle with him and somehow lived through it crashing into a wall and blowing up. I don't really know how that happened. Hali is like, "Takanuva, you're being a complete idiot right now, okay? Even if you are gonna 1v1 Makuta, which you shouldn't do, we should all be here to see you beat him, and then we should all reawaken Mata Nui together." And Takanuva agrees, so she goes back up to go get everybody, and she walks back up and then then everybody else walks back down. So clearly we didn't need the vehicle. So Takanuva pulls up to Makuta's lair and he's like, Makuta, you've been ruining everybody's lives for the last 1,000 years. Your boy just killed my best friend. Get your shady ass out here, and I swear to God, if I see one singular crab right now, I'm going to fucking kill you. And Makuta comes out and he's like, ooh, hey, woo, wow. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Takanuva. Hey, round of applause for Takanuva. Am I right, everybody? My man was a Matoran until 5 minutes ago, and then he put on a mask and took out one Rakshi, and now he thinks he can come up into my lair like he's all that, like he's that guy, and square up with me, Makuta, Master of Shadows. Dude, I'm just gonna kill you. Like, you do know that, right? Like, I feel bad. And then he's like, for your next great failure, a simple game of Cooley. Just remember how I said how they're professional Cooley players and they lost the Cooley match at the beginning of the movie, and I said it's not really important, but it kind of is? Well, this is why it kind of is. Makuta's bringing it full circle to be an asshole, which I find hilarious for two reasons. First of all, it implies that Makuta was watching the Cooley match either because he genuinely enjoys watching Matoran Cooley, or just so he could be a dick about it later. And then number two is just like, imagine that you're playing basketball with your friends one day and you get dunked on, and then later that day you find out that you are a superhero and your best friend gets murdered by a demon. So you go to confront Satan to get revenge and save the universe, and Satan is like, for your next great failure, a simple game of 2K. So Makuta makes an energy ball and they play Cooley with it, and there's a whole fight, and eventually Takanuva wins because he does this move that he tried to do at the beginning of the movie, and it didn't work then, but it does work now because of destiny. So Takanuva slams Makuta across the lair, but just then all the other Toa and Turaga and Matoran show up, and Makuta is like, they will not leave, and he caves in the ceiling so that they're all trapped down in the lair and can't go back up to Mata Nui. And this pisses Takanuva off, so he tackles Makuta into a pool of energized protodermis. Remember energized protodermis? It turned the Toa into the Toa Nuva, it turns Krata into Rakshi. You don't remember? Okay. And the energized protodermis fuses the two of them into one singular entity called Takuta Nuva. And I don't approve of that at all. I hate that very much. Get this away from me. I don't know how to explain this, but something about the word Takuta Nuva fills me with strong emotions, mostly rage, but also sadness. So my favorite character, Takuta Nuva, comes out of the pool and he's like, light has revealed the way of Mata Nui, the great spirit. We're gonna revive Mata Nui. We're gonna reawaken Mata Nui. Come on. So they go to the back of the lair, and there's this huge gate, and Takuta Nuva lifts it up, and everybody starts running through, and Hali runs past, and she has Jala's mask with her, and he's like, oh, yo, hang on. And he uses his weird light shadow powers to bring Jala back to life. But that's a lot of effort when you're also holding up a giant gate, so it falls on him, crushing him. But the mask of light comes flying out from under the gate, and then Takanuva is also brought back to life, basically just through the power of friendship. It's really not explained. So that's pretty much it. Happy ending. Jala's alive, Takanuva is victorious, the Toa are finally united, Makuta is crushed to death under a giant gate. It's time to go reawaken Mata Nui. There is just one minor snag in all of this though, which is of course that Mata Nui isn't down there. Instead, what they find down there is a massive underground cavern containing an ocean in the middle of which is another island, and everyone is very confused because they all thought that Mata Nui would just kind of be here and they would just poke him and he would wake up. They don't know what this place is. They don't know what's going on. And then the Turaga are like, yeah, okay, I kind of thought that this would happen. Okay, so here's the thing. We maybe, possibly, who knows? Who really could say? Might have been lying about some stuff. And the Toa are like, what do you mean? Like what? Well, pretty much just like the entire storyline of this franchise, I'd say is the main thing. It's kind of the only, pretty much just that. But like, alright, listen, we're going to that new island over there. So everybody start building boats. And while you do that, we'll explain. Okay, so first things first, the Matoran are not native to the island of Mata Nui. That whole story about the Great Spirit giving them the island, none of that was true. The Matoran are native to a place called Metru Nui, an island city in a cavern directly beneath Mata Nui. The island of Mata Nui is a refugee colony which the Matoran were forced to set up 1,000 years ago after their real home was rendered uninhabitable. And this era of Bionicle is about the circumstances and events leading to that. Now, Metru Nui is different from Mata Nui in many ways. I'm gonna tell you 3 of them. Number 1, all of Metru Nui, down to the very earth and water, is made of protodermis, which is the same stuff that Bionicles are made out of. So if you are wondering, why are all these cyborgs running around on a tropical island? Well, that's why. They're not from the tropical island, they're from the cyborg island. Number 2, Metru Nui is not isolated. Mata Nui was a singular rock floating in a nameless ocean. Metru Nui, on the other hand, is just one land in this massive underground archipelago, which wouldn't be named officially for a while, but for the sake of convenience, I'm going to tell you is called the Matoran universe, which is not to be confused with the Bionicle universe. The Bionicle universe is the setting of the intellectual property Bionicle. The Matoran universe is a place in that. Oh yeah, so just to be clear, the Great Spirit Mata Nui is not the creator of the Matoran or the Matoran universe. He's more like their guardian and custodian. The Matoran universe and everything in it, including the Matoran and including Mata Nui himself, were made by the Great Beings. They're kind of vaguely mentioned as the fundamental force of all creation, but it's just like a few offhand references. Don't worry about them, I'm just saying this for clarity. They aren't important. Yet. Number 3, Metru Nui itself is maybe the best example of that world-building level up I was talking about, because like Mata Nui, Metru Nui is broken up into 6 elementally themed regions with a different color Matoran living in each. But the regions of Mata Nui were pretty much the very first thing you think of when you think of an elementally themed region, whereas the districts of Metru Nui are not. So, like, Ga-Metru is not just the beach, it's the spiritual and academic center of the city. Ko-Metru isn't just icy mountaintops, it's organically grown crystal spires where Matorans study the stars to predict the future. Ta-Metru isn't just a volcano, it's the furnaces where Kanohi masks are forged. Le-Metru isn't just a jungle, it's the city's transit hub where they run the system of floating water slides that serve as the main form of public transportation. Ona-Metru is not just mines, it's the archives, a combination zoo, museum, anomaly containment facility, and endless warren of dark tunnels containing horrors undreamt of. Po-Metru isn't just a bunch of dudes carving rocks in a desert, it's okay, no, Po-Metru, it just is a bunch of dudes carving rocks in a desert. That one's still the same, but you get the point. Metru Nui is not just a setting for fights to happen. It is a well thought out, fully realized place. And until recently, and by recently I mean 1,000 years ago, because that's when we are, Metru Nui was pretty much the place to be. Like, it's peaceful, it's beautiful, it's protected by dozens of Toa, and it's all presided over by this venerable elder named Turaga Duma. The thing is, lately Metru Nui has been getting a little bit, dystopian. All those Toa that are supposed to be protecting the city, yeah, they've all been sent out one by one on missions to other lands, and none of them have come back. And with this deficit of Toa, Metru Nui's robot police force, the Vaki, have been stepping up to take their place, and the Vaki are a problem. Vaki are machines that cannot be understood or reasoned with, and were specifically programmed to have no emotions except for taking pleasure in hunting criminals, and that have weapons that do things like brainwash you to their cause so that you rat out your friends, or eliminate all your higher mental functions for a few hours, or hijack your senses for days without your knowledge so that they can spy on you and track down other dissidents. The Vaki are terrifying. Hashtag AVAB. I really wish that I still had my Vaki because they're really cool. They got these pincer mouths, they can flip around their heads and limbs to shift to a quadruped form, which really sells them as freaky machines. Unfortunately, I don't have them anymore, but what I do have is this thing, which is also super sick. This is a Vaki combiner set, and unlike in the Mata Nui Era, combiner sets are now actually things in the lore instead of stupid fusions. This one's called a Krahu. It's like an alternate model of Vaki with different abilities. There's also another one of those called a Krakua, and there's also another one of those called a Kralhi that's actually a predecessor to the Vaki, but it got retired because it was too dangerous. But then they all went rogue and ended up living in a cave with this Matoran that also went rogue after the government cracked down on his illegal sea monster research. Do you see what I mean about the world building level up? Do you understand? So the Toa are disappearing, the Vaki are getting more aggressive, and then on top of that, there's this evil plant called the Morbuzak that started spreading its vines all around the outskirts of the city, forcing Matoran in toward the center, and the ones that don't move fast enough are just vanishing. We have no idea where they went. And then on top of that, Turaga Duma recently ruled that all the sea gates leading into and out of Metru Nui are to be indefinitely closed for no clear reason. So basically things are not going great in Metru Nui. By the way, this is also all in addition to just the inherent existential horror of being a Matoran. Because as a Matoran, you are an immortal who lives a life with no birth or death or love or really change to speak of. You spend all your time working one job with very little opportunity for career advancement because everyone's immortal, so why wouldn't you have already hired the best people for a job after thousands of years? There's not a lot in the way of recreational activity, and most of what does exist is illegal and will get the Vaki on your ass, which you do not want. You don't really get paid, and even if you did get paid, there's really nothing you would spend the money on in the way of luxury goods. There's no such thing as a wealthy Matoran. Also, food doesn't exist, by the way. So basically, you spend your entire life stuck in one place, working one job to no reward without really any possibility of anything changing. But I think we're basically just meant to understand that Matoran have a different standard for what a good life is, and just having a job and doing it well is inherently fulfilling to them, and they don't experience existential despair over the nature of their immortality. But I just wanted to make it clear that by human standards, Matoran life is so bleak. So anyway, things are not looking good in Metru Nui, but there is one Toa left in the city, and his name is Toa Likon. And Toa Likon is the guy. Likon's a Toa of fire, and he's sort of like Tahu, but if instead of being a stupid dickhead, Tahu was the guy. You see, Likon's not just Metru Nui's last Toa, he's Metru Nui's best Toa. Universally beloved and admired by the Matoran, and a veteran war hero with thousands of years of experience. If you ask somebody who their favorite Toa is and they don't say Likon, it's because they're physically unattractive and possess low moral fiber, and they are threatened by Toa Likon. Or it could also be because their favorite Toa is that other guy, and I mean, like, yeah, but he's not around yet, so it's Likon. Now, Toa Likon is not about to get lured out of the city and covertly taken out like these other fraud-ass Toa. He knows there's something going down in Metru Nui, and he's got a plan. He infuses some of his Toa power into 6 rocks and goes around the city handing them out to 6 Matoran, one from each district. And the names of these Matoran are Nokama, Matau, Nuju, Wenua, Onewa, and Vakama. That sound familiar? It probably doesn't, because I only mentioned their names once in passing and you probably forgot, but these are the Mata Nui Era Turaga, or were them, or will be them. So Likon goes around handing out these stones, and the last Matoran he visits is Vakama, who is the fire Matoran of this group, the greatest mask maker in all of Metru Nui, and low-key, the main character of this era. So Likon shows up at Vakama's forge, and he's like, look, Vakama, something real shady is going down in Metru Nui. I'm gonna try and handle it, but you're my contingency plan. I need you to take this rock and save the heart of Metru Nui. And Vakama is like, dude, you know I make masks, right? But before Likon can explain any further, he's suddenly attacked by these 2 guys who have shown up to capture him. And these guys are called Nidhiki and Krakua. Nidhiki and Krakua work for an organization called the Dark Hunters, who are a group of shady mercenaries, and they're being paid to eliminate all the Toa in Metru Nui. That's the reason all the Toa are disappearing. These guys have taken them out. Okay, technically Nidhiki and Krakua actually didn't do that. They're only here for Likon and to do some other stuff in the city, and the rest of the Toa were taken out by this other Dark Hunter named Eliminator. Usually his job is like to get Dark Hunters who fit... Now, Nidhiki actually used to be a member of Leekon's Toa team. This dude used to be a Toa of Air. I realize he doesn't look like it. And he's pretty much just Loki. Like, he is the Weasley green brother of a legendary Giga Chad hero who tried to betray him for his own personal gain, but that didn't work out, and he ended up getting exiled and working for an evil overlord who went on to completely screw him over and then kill him. Except in Nidhiki's case, this whole process also involved a dominatrix turning him into a crab by shooting him with a Beyblade. More on that later. And then Krakua is a much less lore significant character. He's just this big dumb gorilla that the Dark Hunter management teams up with Nidhiki because they know that Nidhiki is a treacherous little bastard man who will betray them at the first chance he gets, and Krakua is canonically too stupid to be deceived, so he keeps him in line. So these two goons show up to capture Leekon, and Leekon obviously just puts the moves on them. They can't get him. He's Toa Leekon. But then Nidhiki grabs Vakama and he's like, look, Leekon, I'm gonna drop this Matoran in lava if you don't come with us. And Leekon's like, oh my god, fine. So they capture him and take him away. And Vakama would go on to have a complex about this for literally the next 1,000 years. So he's sitting in his forge basically having a panic attack because, like, that was their last and best Toa. These two Dark Hunters just took him. They're on the loose. The Morbuzak is still a problem. Metru Nui is screwed. But then, suddenly, Turaga Duma shows up. He's like the president of Metru Nui. And Vakama's like, oh, Turaga Duma, thank God you're here. Leekon just got taken away by these two Dark Hunters. The city's in real trouble. We gotta send for reinforcements. And Duma's like, oh, dang, man, that's crazy that happened. That's so nuts. I certainly don't know anything about that. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not involved. I'll take care of that, though. I'll get right on that. Don't worry. One thing I want to talk to you about, though. Where's the Mask of Time at? Yeah, that's right, it's back, and I know you were clamoring for the backstory of the Mask of Time, right? Oh, what's that, you weren't? No one was? That's too bad. Yeah, okay, so since Vakama is the greatest mask maker in Metru Nui, Turaga Duma has commissioned him to make the Mask of Time. I'm not really sure why Turaga Duma even thinks that's possible to do, but he really wants the Mask of Time. And Vakama's like, yeah, you know, I haven't really been able to do it yet, I've been trying, but you know. Meanwhile, our last Toa just got kidnapped by the Dark Hunters. I kind of feel like you're glossing over this. And Duma's like, yeah, no, for sure, I'll handle that, but, like, I need that mask. Like, I want that mask on my desk by 5. Make me that fucking mask. So Duma leaves and Vakama's like, okay, I don't know what the hell that was, but I'm listening to Leekon because Leekon's the guy and I need to do what he said. So Vakama takes the rock that Leekon gave him to the Great Temple in Ga-Metru and he meets up with the other 5 Matoran there and they all put their rocks into this, like, thing in the temple and a projection of Leekon comes out. And this projection of Leekon is like, okay guys, listen, the city is in major trouble and I'm not gonna be able to save it. That's the bad news. The good news is that these rocks that I gave you are Toa stones. They're about to transform all of you into Toa. Save the heart of Metru Nui. And through the power of the Toa stones, the 6 Matoran are transformed into the Toa Metru. What it takes to be a hero. So when it comes to the Toa Metru, who by the way are called the Toa Metru because they're the first Toa that are actually native to Metru Nui, there are really 2 things to discuss. There's the Toa Metru as characters, and there's the Toa Metru as toy designs. Let's start with the designs. It is my personal opinion, but I am correct, that the Toa Mata have only ever truly been surpassed as Toa designs one time, and it was not by these guys. Now, there are many things to like about the Toa Metru design, but there are many more things that I just want to complain about. I don't really like the Toa Metru. I don't like their masks. I don't like their weapons. I don't like their colors, which are darker and more desaturated to match the darker tone, but just don't look very good. I don't like that their shoulders are like 200 miles from the rest of their body, connected by these little itty-bitty tiny joints, so that if you look at them from more than like 5 feet away, they look like Rayman. I just find them generally awkward, and the most awkward is Leekon, because first of all, his mask looks stupid, and then secondly, his weapons are so comically gigantic that he has to hold his arms at this bizarre angle, or they're just fully behind it. Like, they really did my goat dirty on this one. But then on the other hand, we have the Toa Metru as characters, and as characters, I love the Toa Metru because they're awful. Because, like, so the Toa Mata, right? They had their quirks, they argued a lot, they were generally pretty stupid, but at the end of the day, they were all fundamentally heroes. Whereas the Toa Metru are just 6 random dudes off the street who have been transformed into superheroes, and they act like it. There's one part where Onewa, the Toa Metru of Stone, sums them all up very accurately, where he says Vakama is too much of a dreamer, and also has some other issues that we'll get into later. Nokama seems a little stuck on herself, but also is still the heart of the team and everybody else's babysitter, because she's still the only girl, and we're still on that stereotype grind. Matao is just straight up obnoxious and constantly engaging in clown-ass behavior. Nuju and Wanua are different flavors of massive nerd who are constantly arguing over whose fandom is more cringe. Spoiler alert, it's both of them. And then Onewa's main character trait is just being very mean. Just to everyone all the time. Also, all of the Toa Metru are to some degree racist. I mean, like, not really, but Matoran of different colors have a certain amount of, like, enmity and rivalry, and they're constantly making fun of each other. Vakama gets called slurs, like all the time. So all of that is very fun. The Toa Metru are very fun. So the Toa Metru are standing around being like, whoa, this is crazy, we're Toa, this is awesome, when suddenly Vakama has a vision. Now, Vakama has many visions throughout this whole era, and I'm pretty sure that they're never actually explained. My personal theory is that Greg Farshtey realized that with their only mentor figure missing in action, the Toa Metru would just have no idea what to do. So he was like, oh, shit, Vakama has a vision that tells them what to do. So in this vision, Vakama again sees Toa Licon, who again tells him to save the heart of Metru Nui, and to do that, the Toa will need to collect the 6 great discs. Which brings us to our first new gimmick alert. Shit. Where'd my disc go? Kanoka discs. Kanoka discs are discs of protodermis used in Metru Nui for sports, weapons, and technology. There is a lot of lore surrounding Kanoka discs. They all have a power and a power level and a district they were made in that determines their flight properties, and like airships use them. Disc launchers are very prevalent in the sets of this era. Krakua and Nidhiki have them, Vaki all have them. Vakama's weapon is literally just a disc launcher. Unfortunately, Vakama's disc launcher sucks. Fortunately, I have this disembodied Vaki head for some reason, and it has a disc launcher that works much better. So we're gonna test it out. Observe. That was very bad. Yeah. But the most important thing about discs is that they are the raw material used for mask making. Masks are made from discs. So when I said in the first video that Bionicle's gimmicks are all one step down in terms of relevance, well, this is a very direct step down. Oh, also the Toa find 6 discs in the temple that have their names and masks on them, and they're like, oh, this proves that we were actually destined to be Toa. Licon didn't just pick 6 randos, so, like, that's nice for them. So Vakama has this vision, and he's like, whoa, you guys, I just had this vision, we gotta go get the 6 great discs, which are like the strongest discs. They've got the highest power level. We need to get these discs to save the city, and then we'll give them to Turaga Duma to prove our worth as Toa. And the other Toa just met Vakama like 2 minutes ago, and now he's ranting about this vision and this mission that he thinks they have, and they're like, okay man, I mean, like, I guess that would prove our worth as Toa, so we will do that, but also I'll just take any excuse not to be near you, cause you're insane. So the Toa Metru split off to go get the great discs, and this leads into the next roughly 3 arcs of this era, which I would put all of under the heading, the Toa do a bunch of stuff. So, if I were gonna level 1 criticism at Bionicle as a whole, it would be that way too much of the story is just the Toa doing stuff. You know, it's stuff like, okay, so the Toa are looking for the great discs, but only these 6 Matoran know where the discs are, so they have to save the Matoran from Nidhiki and Krakua, and then they have to team up with the Matoran to get the discs, but the discs are in dangerous places, guarded by dangerous things. What are the Toa gonna do? Guess we have to have an action scene. And this isn't to say that any of this is, like, badly put together. together. Farshtey's in charge of the books now, so everything is pretty competently written, and there's some good one-liners and banter. There's a part where the Toa are talking to one of the Matoran, and they're like, okay, we gotta find the great disc that you know the location of, and the Matoran is like, ugh, everybody wants my disc, which I did not read correctly on my first try, let me tell you that. And some of the stuff that the Toa are doing is genuinely really cool stuff. There's a part where the Toa are trying to find one of the discs while being pursued by Vaki, and they don't know where the disc is, but the Vaki model that's after them is known for, instead of chasing criminals, just going to where the criminals will be. So they just act like they know where the disc is, and then when the Vaki go to cut them off, they follow the Vaki to the disc, and like, that's actually really clever. That's a cool thing. Or like, there's a part where they go on a side quest down into the tunnels beneath the archives, and they encounter all these crazy Rahi, and there's Rakshi down there, and there's this shapeshifter called the Krakua that tries to turn them against each other, but then they convince it to stand down because its plan to rule the surface is doomed to fail. Or like, there's a part where Godzilla busts out of the ground and starts destroying shit. It's called the Tatarak, but it's just it is Godzilla, and they have to collapse the ground beneath its feet and drop it down into the archives, and like, this just happens. This just happens in like one issue of a comic, and then it basically has no bearing on anything. And that's kind of the problem with all of this, is that it's all very interesting stuff, but it doesn't really have any impact on the overarching story of Bionicle, and although it may appear otherwise, I'm trying to give you the concise and focused version of this story, so I'm basically just gonna skip all this, which, by the way, the movie just blows past all of this in 10 seconds. I've already devoted way more time to all of this than the movie did. So, to extremely summarize, the Toa get the discs, they find out where the king root of the Morbazak is, which is like its core. They go there, they use the power of the discs to destroy it, and they win. They saved the city. When you're lost! So fresh off the defeat of the Morbazak, the Toa roll up to the Colosseum, which is like Duma's palace in the center of the city, and also a Colosseum. And the Toa stroll in there. They're like, hey, yo, what up? We just defeated the Morbazak. Check out these discs that we have. We're kind of the heroes of Metru Nui. Give it up, hey. And Turaga Duma takes one look at them, especially Vakama, who, let's remember, is supposed to be making him the Mask of Time. And he's like, oh wow, look at you guys coming in hot, thinking you're big time because you got some discs. Toa must prove themselves with deeds, not gifts. Get the fuck out of here. And the Toa are like, wait, no, but we totally did do a deed. We defeated the Morbazak. Did we not say that? I feel like we said that. We did a deed. We did a deed. And Doom was like, I don't listen to this. Hey, if you guys are such big deed doers, how about you do the deed of getting off my dick? But you can't even survive the stupid obstacle course I have in this Coliseum. And first of all the Toa are like, okay, well, thank you, Vakama, because this whole thing was his idea. He was the one that was like, guys, we gotta get the discs. That'll prove our worth as Toa. I had a vision. And then they went to extreme lengths to get these discs and almost died several times. And they show up and Duma's like, I don't care about discs. Do I look like a Blu-ray player? And then secondly, the Toa are now in complete disarray. So when Duma turns on the obstacle course that's in the Coliseum floor, it really messes them up. They do a really bad job at it. And Duma's like, these fake-ass Toa, they can't even do an obstacle course talking about, oh, we defeated the Morbazak, you guys. These are imposters. They are fraud. You know what? They're probably the ones that kidnapped Toa Likon. Vaki sees them, and literally as he's saying this, Nidhiki and Krakua walk out behind him, and Vakama is like, yo, no, it was not us, it was them, those extremely evil guys. One of them is a spider. That guy actually, you know that guy. He betrayed the city to the Dark Hunters, like, 100 years ago. Why are you, we're Toa, we beat the plant! And Duma's like, Vakama, I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing. Oh, wait a minute. I asked you to make me the Mask of Time. You could have just done that instead of becoming a fake Toa, but now you're going to jail. And obviously the Toa aren't just gonna let this happen, so they try to escape, but it doesn't go well. Mata, Nokama, and Vakama get away, but Nuju, Wanua, and Onewa all get captured and put in prison. So the three Toa that aren't in jail are trying to regroup and figure out what to do. Vakama starts screwing around with the great discs and discovers that he can fuse them into one mega disc. And Nokama is like, Vakama, stop screwing around with the discs. You're not a mask maker anymore. You are a Toa. We got guys in jail. We gotta bust them out to help us out here. And Vakama is busy having emotions because he led his team on this ridiculous wild goose chase and got half of them captured, and also is still salty about that time he got Lee-Kon captured. And he decides that their number one priority is finding Lee-Kon, because he's like, Lee-Kon told us to save the heart of Metru Nui. He's the heart of Metru Nui. He wants us to save him. If we get him out, he'll know what to do. He'll be able to fix this whole situation. Meanwhile, the three Toa that are in jail discover that there's this mysterious Turaga down there with them, and he starts giving them wisdom and teaching them how to not be assholes, and also how to use their mask powers. Oh yeah, that's another thing. During the first 3 arcs of this story, the Toa Metru totally exhausted all their elemental powers. So by the time of this arc, which is also the movie, they just don't have them anymore. They only have their mask powers, which they don't know how to use because they're brand new Toa. But the movie doesn't explain any of that because it just skips those arcs. So like, I'm watching the movie as a kid being like, why are they acting like they can't shoot a fireball right now when that would definitely solve their problems? So the 3 jail Toa discover their mask powers with the help of this Turaga and use them to bust out, and meanwhile the 3 not jail Toa also discover their mask powers during fights with Nidhiki and Krakua and a bunch of other stuff that they're doing, except for Vakama, who still doesn't have his because he sucks, and you already know that he adds that to his list of things to angst over. And then the 2 groups of Toa meet up, and the jail Toa are like, how did you know we were down here? And the not jail Toa are like, we didn't know you were down here. We were looking for Toa Lee-Kon, at which point this mysterious Turaga steps up and reveals that he is Lee-Kon. He is now Turaga Lee-Kon, because if you give your Toa power to 6 people, you don't get to be a Toa anymore. And Lee-Kon is like, oh, amazing, you guys are all here. So, did you save the heart of Metru Nui, like I told you to? And Vakama's like, well, we are rescuing you currently, so yeah. And Lee-Kon's like, dude, Vakama, what? I am not the heart of Metru Nui. Like, first of all, I'm not even from here. Secondly, I told you that before I got kidnapped, so I don't know how you think that works. Thirdly, why would I say it like that? If I wanted you to save me, I'd just say, come save me. The heart of Metru Nui is the people of Metru Nui. It's the Matoran, and while you guys have been looking for me, a useless old man, they are in serious trouble. We gotta go help them. And Vakama's like, oh god, oh, Lee-Kon, no, I failed you again. Oh no. And Lee-Kon's like, okay, shut up. I don't care about the emotional breakdown you're having right now. We gotta go save the Matoran. They're at the Coliseum. Let's go. And on their way back up, they encounter all these hollow metal spheres, and most of them are empty, but one of them, they open it up, and Turaga Duma is in there, comatose, and they're like, okay, hang on. If Turaga Duma is here, who's up there leading Metru Nui, and how long has that been happening? Clearly something very sinister is going down. We gotta get up there right now. So when the Toa get to the Coliseum, Duma has already had the Vaki load all the Matoran into these spheres. And the Toa pull up, and fake Duma is like, hey, look who decided to show up. You guys are so late. My plan is already locked down. And then he's like, oh yeah, I guess you guys probably figured out by now that I'm not Turaga Duma. I guess I don't need this disguise anymore. Takes off his mask, and it's Makuta. Uh-oh, folks, Makuta's back at it again. Now, I'm not even gonna bother trying to explain to you why Makuta is here and how he set this whole thing up. All you really need to know is that up until this point, Makuta being evil was a secret. This was back when he was still the brother of the Great Spirit, and now he's finally come out as evil. So Lee-Kon steps up and he's like, Makuta, you snake-ass motherfucker. You were sworn to protect the Matoran. What the hell is this? And Makuta's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what I was sworn to do, bro. And for your information, I'm gonna protect the Matoran. But as for what I'm doing, I'm really glad you asked me that, because I'm actually right in the middle of using my galaxy brain to pull off my biggest scheme yet. Okay, so check this out. You're gonna love this. I used the Morbizak, which I created, by the way, to force all the Matoran toward the center of the city so that I could use the Vaki to round them up and put them in these spheres, which will render them comatose. And while they're comatose, they'll lose all their memories. And once that happens, I'm gonna reawaken them and act like I saved them, and then they're all gonna worship me as the Great Spirit forever. And I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, oh, but Makuta, what about the actual Great Spirit? What about Mata Nui? Isn't that gonna be a problem? Well, guess what, bitch? I got a plan for that too. And the plan for that is that he's also gonna put Mata Nui to sleep. This is that thing where Makuta cast Mata Nui into eternal slumber. This is that. So Makuta puts Mata Nui to sleep, puts the Matoran to sleep, and triggers the Great Cataclysm, a universe-wide earthquake that basically destroys Metru Nui, destroys a ton of other stuff, and signals the beginning of Makuta's evil reign. So, if you'll permit me a quick digression here, I think now would be a good time to take a step back and point out the fact that the entire Metru Nui era is uncannily similar to the Star Wars prequels. Go ahead and stop me if any of this sounds familiar, okay? Bionicle's Metru Nui Era is a follow-up to the Mata Nui Era, a very successful and iconic, but ultimately quite simple story that takes the aesthetics of sci-fi, but has more the vibe of legendary fantasy about a group of heroes rising up to overthrow an evil regime. Now, the Metru Nui Era is a prequel to that follows the mentor characters from the original in their young lives as heroes themselves. It also massively expands the depth and breadth of the world building, doubles down on the sci-fi while pulling back on the fantasy, and generally takes a darker tone by focusing not on the fall of the evil regime, but its rise. But this is all pretty vague stuff, and I think the comparison only really starts to hit when we start talking about Makuta. I didn't really characterize him as such in my first video because I was trying to be funny, but Makuta in the Mata Nui Era was a sort of devil figure. He was this ancient sorcerer of dark magic whose motives and origins were largely a mystery to us. He worked almost entirely through surrogates. We heard about him and saw his influence long before we actually saw him, and he only deigned to actually fight the heroes himself at the very end of the story. And then there's Makuta in the prequels. Makuta in the prequels is an evil entity who masquerades as the kindly old leader of the city that is the seat of power in the universe. He uses this position of power to work with other evil forces, some of which he created himself, to engineer a conflict with the dual purpose of making the population more susceptible to his influence, while also spreading thin and killing many of the appointed guardians of the universe, while also justifying the creation of a mass-produced army that is supposed to protect the people, but ultimately is only loyal to him. All of which culminates in a single massive event in which he frames the remaining guardians for treason, purges his former allies, and uses his army to grab power and take control of the entire population. And although the plan doesn't go off without a hitch due to the few remaining guardians winning a fight that he really thought that they would lose, it does exactly what it needed to do, marking a universe-wide paradigm shift from the golden age defined by the presence of those guardians to the dark times defined by their absence, and setting the stage for all the evil stuff he would be doing in the originals. So, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Makuta just is Palpatine. Like, Star Wars. Get some original ideas. Stop ripping off Bionicle. Okay, if we're being serious, I'm really just kidding around here. Like, yeah, they're similar, yes, but it's not like it's a one-to-one thing. I mean, like, Palpatine's ultimate goal was to take over the whole galaxy using a giant planet-destroying superweapon. I mean, it's not like Makuta is gonna do that. Anyway, so the Torah are like, okay, well, we did a really bad job at saving the city. Metru Nui is completely screwed. Let's grab as many of these Matoran as we can, which is only like 6, but we'll come back for the rest later, and get the hell out of here. Meanwhile, Makuta turns into an evil tornado and absorbs Nidhiki, Krakua, and this bird that he's had around that I haven't told you about, and transforms into this thing, which, by the way, in the movie, looks like this. This looks like this. Maybe the biggest downgrade of all time. So the Toa Metru are sailing away toward the edge of Metru Nui's cavern, and Makuta flies over on his new wings, and he lands there, and he's like, no. You're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. And he starts raising pillars out of the ocean to attack them. It's like a whole action scene. Sidebar. Throughout all of this, Vakama has been working on the Mask of Time, and he's finally finished it. He couldn't do it before because he didn't have good enough discs, but with the great discs, he could fuse them all into the Disc of Time and then carve that into the Mask of Time, so now he has the Mask of Time, okay? And he's like, you guys, we're not gonna be able to escape from Makuta. I've got to go up there and fight him one-on-one. I've got the Mask of Time. I got this. So Vakama pulls up with the Mask of Time, and Makuta's like, ooh, Mask of Time? Damn. You know what, man? I knew you could do it. You were always a way better mask maker than you ever were a Toa. You know what? Give me that and join me and we can rule the galaxy as father and son. How about that? And Vakama's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. And Makuda's like, yeah, that wasn't really like a question. Give me the Mask of Time or I'll kill you for it. So Makuda shoots out a shadow hand to grab him and Vakama tries to use the Mask of Time to stop him. And obviously that doesn't work because, like, it's the Mask of Time. It can't work. But here's the thing. In the Mata Nui Era, when Tahu tried to use the Mask of Time, the reason that it didn't work is because the Bo-Rak-Kal had a counter for it. They were like, yeah, we are stopped in time, but we've got a force field so you can't get to us. But we are stopped in time. But when Vakama tries to use the Mask of Time, straight up it just doesn't work. Like, Makuda has no counter for it. He has no way around it. It just doesn't work. He just isn't stopped. Which for me raises the question of why, when Vakama was giving Tahu the Mask of Time, was he acting like it was this super dangerous thing? Because this is the only time that Vakama ever actually uses the Mask of Time, and it doesn't do anything. Like, Makuda is actually about to kill Vakama, and the only reason that he doesn't is Lee-Kon jumps in from, like, outside reality. I have no idea where he came from. I don't even know how he got to where they were fighting. He jumps in and takes the hit for Vakama. And the Mask of Time gets knocked off Vakama's face and goes flying, and Makuda goes after it, and Vakama is cradling Lee-Kon as he's dying, and he's like, oh my god, I failed you again. How does this keep happening? And even after all of this, on his deathbed, Lee-Kon is still like, no, I am proud to have called you brother. You are a true Toa. Like, god damn, bro. We did not deserve Toa Lee-Kon. Even in death, this man is so goated. And this last inspiration from Lee-Kon finally gives Vakama the confidence to unlock his mask power, which is invisibility, which is an incredibly lame power for the climax of this era to hinge on, but they had already established that that was what Turaga Vakama's mask does, and they can't change it now. So Vakama turns invisible and sneaks up on Makuda, who has just picked up the Mask of Time, and he's like, ah, yes, at last, the Mask of Time, because it turns out that what he wanted the Mask of Time for was to use it to accelerate time, so that the whole Matoran losing their memories and then reawakening them with him as their god thing would happen in like a few days instead of knowing Bionicle probably like 50,000 years. But Vakama shoots a disc because you gotta keep that gimmick relevant. The gimmick has to be in the final battle, and knocks the mask out of Makuda's hand and into the sea. And Makuda is pissed off and hits him with one of the hardest lines in all Bionicle. He's like, without the Mask of Time, it will take a lifetime to realize both our destinies. Only yours will be brief. And he starts shooting off more shadow hands, and Vakama turns invisible and dodges them. By the way, we learned not long after this fight that Makuda actually has the powers of every type of Rakshi, of which there are like 50? And yet, despite having all these options, Makuda's only strategy in this fight is to shoot out a shadow hand to grab Vakama, and then if it doesn't hit Vakama, still do grab whatever it does hit and pull it directly into his own face. And it's mostly smaller rocks, so Makuda just smashes them, but then Vakama stands in front of a really big rock and taunts him and then dodges, and Makuda just grabs this rock and takes himself out. And you know, they act like, oh man, Vakama outsmarted this more powerful opponent. He tricked him. He won the mind game. That's not what happened. Makuda just fumbled the bag, like really bad, like damn. And Makuda's all smashed up and he's like, dude, Vakama, Toa Lee-Kon couldn't even beat me. You think you can do it alone? You're out of your mind. And all the other Toa roll up and they're like, but he's not alone. Power of unity. I don't know. And they combine their powers, because remember, that's the only way you can ever defeat a major villain in Bionicle, and trap Makuda in a giant crystal Toa seal. So Makuda is defeated, and the Toa Metru have finally truly proven themselves as Toa. The thing is, the Great Cataclysm still, like, happened. That's not stricken from the record just because they beat Makuda. All the Matoran are in comas, and Metru Nui is wrecked. So the Toa are like, okay, we need to find the Matoran a new home, so let's go and do that, and then we'll come back and we'll rescue them. So the Toa go on this voyage through some sea caves, a bunch of stuff happens, none of it really matters, and eventually they arrive on the surface at the island of Mata Nui. So the Toa get to Mata Nui and they're like, what the hell is going on here? Why isn't everything made out of protodermis? Why is the water blue? Why are there trees? What is a tree? So the Toa Metru start looking around and exploring and figuring out where they're gonna build the villages. There's a lot of that annoying meta humor that shows up a lot in prequels during this time, or really that shows up a lot in anything that's that's set in the past, where the joke is it's the past and the characters don't know about what happens in the future, but you do. Like one of the Toa is like, well, Mata, if Matoran can't get around in shoots, I guess they're just gonna have to start swinging from vines. And then Mata is like, yeah, right, that'll be the day. The Toa go down into one of Makuta's lairs, because Makuta would just be setting up lairs anywhere, I guess. And there's an evil plant down there called the Karzani that's like a predecessor to that other evil plant, the Morbuzak, that Makuta made, but it was too willful and arrogant and had its own ideas, so he locked it in a cave to die. And one of the Toa gets poisoned down in the lair, and it's like, hey, Toa, I don't know why I'm doing this voice for the Karzani. You know what? I like it, though. That's how he talks now. I'll get you the cure for that poison if you go and get me some energized protodermis. Remember energized protodermis? You probably still don't. So the Toa have to go and get energized protodermis from an entity made of energized protodermis called the energized protodermis entity. And they bring it back and the Karzani is like, yes, with this I can become even stronger and the expiration date that Makuta put on my life will no longer be a problem for me. And it pours it on itself and it just disintegrates and dies because like 50% of the time that's what energized protodermis does, and it still has the gall to be like, cruel twist of fate, Makuta's final deception against me. And it's like, no, dude, you bet your life on a coin toss and you lost. That's really on you, man. Anyway, Karzani dies and the Toa go back to what they were doing. They're getting ready to return to Metru Nui. But during all of this, three overarching things start happening. First of all, the Toa start noticing that a bunch of Rahi are coming up to Mata Nui from Metru Nui, seemingly having been driven out by something. And they also speculate that since most of the Rahi on Metru Nui were not native to the city, they were probably also driven there by the same something. Secondly, Vakama starts doing a lot of that thing. You know that thing that characters start to do sometimes, especially leaders that have failed, where they start being really snippy and domineering with their friends and having Anakin tendencies and saying shit like, I don't need any help, I can handle this myself. We don't have time to think about the lives of our friends, we gotta prioritize the mission. Well, I'm the leader and I say that's what we're doing, unless you want to fight me about it. Yeah, Vakama starts doing a lot of that thing, and like, I understand why, because like his mentor did sacrifice himself to save him twice, and his home got destroyed, and he has to find a new home, and the new home kind of sucks, and all the Matoran are in comas, and they basically didn't rescue like any of them, and the Great Spirit is asleep, and the entire universe got wrecked, and it's basically entirely his fault. So like, it makes sense why he's not doing great emotionally, but nonetheless, a lot of that thing. And then thirdly, in modern times, because remember, this has all been a flashback to 1,000 years ago, the Chiraga start acting really weird and cryptic, like there's some dark secret coming up that they're hesitant to reveal. Like Nuju goes to Vakama and he's like, look man, the next part of the story that we're about to tell, it's very cringe. We were acting very cringe at the time. Maybe we just don't tell the Toa Nuva this part and act like it just didn't happen. You know what I mean? And Vakama's like, no, even though it's true that we were acting very cringe at the time, we still have to tell them the truth because we said we would and it's the right thing to do. So basically there's a lot of ominous stuff going on and a lot of build up towards something very bad about to happen as we go into the next arc, The Great Rescue. So the Toa arrive in Metru Nui and things are bad. The earthquake caused by the Great Cataclysm has totally destroyed the city. The Vaki, Metru Nui's robot cops, were mostly destroyed, but the ones that are still around are corrupted and now think the best way to maintain order is just kill everything. But most problematically for the Toa, Metru Nui has been invaded by the Visorak. The Visorak are spiders. I mean, that's basically all there is to say about them, so let's move on. No, okay, I'm kidding. Look, so Makuta does not work alone. He runs an organization called the Brotherhood of Makuta, and the Brotherhood has many members, a ton of resources, and several armies at its disposal. And one of those armies is the Visorak Horde. And Makuta telepathically summoned them to Metru Nui after he got stuck in the Toa Seal in order to stop the Toa from doing what they're here to do. Now, as a set, I actually kind of love the Visorak. I think they're really cool. I think their colors look great. They've got these closing pincers, and most of the rubber bands in mine broke because, you know, they're 20 years old. I'm actually shocked that any of them still work. This one still works, but most of those back there I had to twist tie their pincers open or else they'd look dumb. The Visorak are also as good an opportunity as any for me to introduce our new gimmick alert for 2005. Ratuka Spinners. Ratuka Spinners are created by Ratuka launchers, which are biological or mechanical weapons. Actually, I guess they're all mechanical because we're talking about, like, cyborgs. They're either part of your body or not, which shoot out a wheel of energy that does something different for everyone who has one, from making fire, causing dehydration, paralysis, mutation. Ratuka Spinners can basically do anything. In terms of plot relevance, Ratuka Spinners are like, kind of important. Everybody in this era uses one as their primary weapon, and the effects of some Ratuka Spinners factor into the backstory of some characters, but for the most part, it's just like, hey, this year everybody's gonna shoot a wheel. Now, in terms of functionality as a gimmick, Ratuka Spinners are like probably the best one Bionicle ever had. If you've ever shot a Beyblade or even used one of those like spinny hand propeller, I'm not explaining this well, I'll put a picture of one of those, then you understand the basic inherent appeal of firing a Ratuka Spinner. There are, however, two issues with them. One is the ripcord. See, in order to fire a Ratuka Spinner, you have to pull out this ripcord, and that means that the ripcord has to be incorporated into the design of the set, and that doesn't always work well. For the Visorak, it works okay. You can see it more clearly from the bottom. See, it's coming out here and here, but it looks fine. But for some other things, it does not look fine, and I'll show you when we get to that. Now, the other issue with Ratuka Spinners, and probably the more pressing one, I'm actually just gonna demonstrate this one. Watch this. So I sort of saw where that went, but it doesn't matter because I'm never going to find it. See, Ratuka Spinners have this amazing property where once you fire them one time, they exit reality, which was actually a very shrewd business decision on Lego's part because they sold extra boxes of Ratuka Spinners knowing the kids would get a taste of the power of shooting a spinner, and then they'd exit reality into the fucking back rooms and you'd need to go out and get more. So anyway, the Toa Metru show up in Metru Nui, and it's overrun with Visorak. They're everywhere. They've got their webs set up. There's hundreds, if not thousands of them. So at this point, seeing that these spiders have taken over the entire city, the reasonable course of action would be for the Toa to lay low, figure out a plan, take things slowly, something to that effect. But unfortunately, they're being led by Vakama, the Toa fire and main character of this era, and Vakama has other plans. See, I mentioned at the end of the last episode that Vakama has been engaging in a lot of that thing due to his resentment and sadness and anger over his many failures. But before, Vakama's that thing took the form of him being kind of brusque and mean and maybe a little bit cruel with his teammates, whereas now he's evolved into just being a straight up idiot. He's in a huge rush, he's ignoring everything that Lee Khan tried to teach him, he's treating his teammates like children. At this point, pretty much nobody on the team respects him, especially Onewa and Matau, who are actively trying to undermine his leadership, which is reasonable because it's bad. And he sees the horrible situation that Metru Nui is in and the Visorak all over the place, and he's like, I don't care about any of this at all. We're going straight to the Coliseum to free the Matoran, and then we're gonna leave. I've never been afraid of a spider once in my life. And then within actual seconds of showing up at the Coliseum, they get ambushed by Visorak, taken out, and then strung up in web cocoons from its tallest spire to be dropped to their deaths. So they're hanging up there about to die, and everyone is taking this opportunity to be like, Vakama, you stupid motherfucker. And Vakama gives this non-answer. He's like, well, what I've learned from this is that I can never change, and no matter what I do, I am who I am. And as they're hanging up there having this conversation, the leaders of the Visorak arrive to watch their deaths. Now, the Visorak have two leaders, both of which are not themselves Visorak. They're like people. Both of these leaders characters are servants of the Brotherhood of Makuta and have been vying for Makuta's favor for hundreds of years. The first one is the Visorak King, Sidorak. Sidorak is kind of a weak, incompetent, arrogant, pompous dumbass, but he's still a better warrior than like a Toa, and he's also a pretty good tactician, meaning that he's good at the only tactic he knows, which is take 1,000 Visorak and just steamroll over everything in his way. The only reason he's king of the Visorak is that he stole credit for a major victory from the other leader of the Visorak, their viceroy, Rudaka. Okay. Listen, Rudaka here is actually a very good character. She's this backstabbing, duplicitous, sociopathic monster who is constantly manipulating everyone around her. She despises Sidorak for stealing what was meant to be her throne and has been plotting against him for years, and she's now trying to break Makuta out of his prison to gain his favor and take control of the Visorak. But I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you guys, none of this actually matters, because Rudaka's legacy is and always will be that she is the Bionicle with tits. Like, there's really no getting around this, right? She has breasts, straight up, and also heels and hair and sort of like hips and thighs and an hourglass thing going. Like, Lego, you guys have no chill at all. Come on, man. I see Rudaka as sort of a Lola Bunny or Rouge the Bat kind of situation, where they took one non-human female character in a kid's franchise and they were like, okay, she's gonna be the sexy one. And like, why? Because what gets me about this is a design like this doesn't just like happen. It's not just like, oh, whoops, we gave the Bionicle titties. Somebody has to design this and then a lot of other people have to sign off on it before it actually gets made. This was extremely intentional. Like, are you trying to turn people into furries? Or, I mean, she doesn't have fur, so I don't know what, like mechies? Let's go with that, mechies. Are you trying to turn people into mechies? Because let me tell you something. This had extremely predictable results. Like, I didn't make this image, okay? This is not me memeing. Somebody else made this. I hope, ironically. Rudaka actually brings me quite neatly to something else that I've been meaning to talk about for a while now, which is the love retcon. So, at some point, I think probably around 2006, Bionicle head writer and Daedric Prince of Madness Greg Farshtey came out and publicly said that love, like the emotion, doesn't exist in Bionicle. And this actually is impossible. Let me explain what I mean by that. Exhibit A, Sidorak and Rudaka. We are told multiple times that Sidorak is interested in marrying Rudaka. He wants to make her his queen. And if you listen to Greg Farshtey and the Bionicle propaganda machine, they will tell you that a marriage in Bionicle is purely a diplomatic union. Sidorak just wants power. He wants to marry Rudaka because he wants a foothold in her land and influence with her people. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's constantly simping for her. That's incidental. The thing is that this raises a lot of questions about what the term marriage actually means in Bionicle. Because if we're assuming that there is no sexual or romantic component to it, and it's purely diplomatic, how is it different from just an alliance? Like, Sidorak and Rudaka are the co-leaders of the Visorak Horde. They have been working and living together for hundreds of years. How would marriage be any different? Is it that it's permanent? Because everyone is immortal, so I think it would sort of be assumed that no alliance is ever permanent. Is it just that Sidorak is male and Rudaka is female? Is any long-term political alliance between a male and female Bionicle considered a marriage? Because then, again, I would wonder, how is that different from what they already have? Like, is it just about the strength of the alliance? Because then I wonder, okay, is there gay marriage in Bionicle? Like, if Rudaka was male and Sidorak wanted the exact same kind of alliance with him, would that still be a marriage, or does that not count? And then that raises the question of, like, okay, so then what even is gender in Bionicle? Because they have no biological sex, and gender identity doesn't really seem to mean anything to them, so it's all just arbitrary. Why do they even have pronouns, it just raises way too many questions, which I feel like could be much more easily answered by just saying, yeah, it's an alliance, and also Sidorak wants those robo-titties. Okay, alright, so that was Exhibit A. Exhibit B, Matau and Nokama. When I mentioned in the last episode that Matau, the Toa Metru of air, was extremely obnoxious, a huge part of that is that he is constantly hitting on Nokama, the Toa Metru of water. Here's him saying he wants to hold her hand. Here's him saying he wants to take a romantic cruise with her. Here's him saying he wishes they will one day be much more than just close friends. So, like, that, it's pretty blatant, man. Now, at this point, I think it's reasonable to be like, okay, here's what happened. Greg Farshtey said that Bionicles don't feel love, but what he meant was that Bionicles are asexual, but not aromantic. It's just that it was 2006, so neither those terms nor that distinction really existed. So he said they don't feel love, but clearly they do feel romantic love, it's just that they don't bang, and that's what he meant. So everything is fine, it actually is consistent, it isn't a retcon, we're all good. Okay, well, first of all, here's him explicitly saying that that isn't what he meant, and they actually are also aromantic, but clearly we can't trust anything this man says, so maybe it is still the asexual thing, and I want it to be that. I want to just leave it alone and have it be that and move on. But there's this one thing. So this is gonna make more sense in a minute, but a major part of this arc is the Toa struggling to control violent impulses and emotions, and there's a part where Nokama is talking to Matau, and in reference to these emotions, she says she's been having trouble controlling certain urges lately. And Matau replies to that, so these urges, do any of them happen to involve me? And please explain to me the non-sexual context of this line. Like, actually, genuinely, please explain to me how Matau asking Nokama if any of her animalistic urges involve him is a non-sexual comment. I would love to know. So basically what I'm saying is that Greg Farshtey lied. Like, that thing he said about love wasn't true. I think what happened was he made Rudaka and then, you know, immediately realized what he had done and tried to overcorrect, and he was like, oh no, man, that Bionicle doesn't have tits. As a matter of fact, Bionicles don't even feel love, and just kind of hoped that we wouldn't notice the massive in-text contradictions that he wrote. But I noticed, Farshtey. I see through your lies and deception, and I will expose them to the world and prove once and for all time that Bionicles do fuck. So anyway, I was talking about something before that happened. The Toa are about to fall to their deaths, right? Yeah, yes, right. So what happened? So the Toa Metru are hanging in these cocoons from the top of the Coliseum, and Sidorak is like, alright, yeah, just drop them to their deaths, I don't give a shit. And Rudaka is like, whoa, 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 hey, come on, this is a perfect opportunity to torture them first, because she's crazy, and also she wants to collect their elemental powers to use to free Makuta. And Sidorak is like, anything for you, babe. So they leave them up there, and if you're in there for long enough, they start to inject you with this stuff called Hordika venom, which is mutagenic. So as the Toa hang up there, they're injected with this venom, and it transforms them into the Toa Hordika. So the Toa Metru to Toa Hordika transformation is similar in some ways to the Toa Mata to Toa Nuva transformation, but the Toa Nuva transformation was an upgrade, a power-up, allegedly, whereas the Toa Hordika transformation is at best a lateral move, and more realistically, a pretty severe downgrade. See, the defining factor of the Hordika transformation is that it makes the Toa part Rahi, part animal, and this comes with many problems. The Toa can't use their mask powers anymore because animals can't do that. Their elemental powers are now exclusively tied to their Ratuka spinners, which they don't really know how to use. And then most importantly, this transformation also corrupts their minds. They all now have an animal side to them, and they have to struggle to control bestial instincts. They're kind of like furries. They're furries, okay? They're furries. Now, in terms of design, the Toa Hordika are, ugly. Okay, now, granted, they are supposed to be. They're genetically malformed animal Toa abominations, but there's a difference between ugly and appealing and just not nice to look at. They're just very weird in every aspect. Their arms are mismatched. They've got one arm that's really long, and then their left arm is incredibly short and at this bizarre angle. Like, this is the closest it can can get to their body. It just makes them very obnoxious to pose and to, for example, line up next to each other in a very limited space. They've got these huge, flat, chunky feet, this weird chest plate, easily the worst integration of the Ratuka ripcord. You can see it just juts out from under their head. It's very awkward. I do not like how it looks. Honestly, I don't even really think this reads as an animal person. I think it just reads as unappealing. And I wouldn't complain so much, except that 2 years after the Toa Hordika, Bionicle would come out with another set of twisted, mutant, ugly animal people, except they actually look fantastic, so I know they could do better than this. So anyway, the process of transforming into the Toa Hordika causes the Toa to break out of their cocoons and begin to fall to their deaths. But before they hit the ground, they are rescued by these little flying weirdos that come in to save them. And these guys are called the Rahaga. Now, the Rahaga, okay, strap yourself in for this one. So in concept, the Rahaga are to the Toa Hordika what Turaga are to regular Toa. Hence the name, Rahaga, Rahi Turaga, right? So they are older, more experienced animal people who have made peace with their inner beast and aren't tempted by their instincts anymore and are able to advise the Toa on all their new issues. Now, in terms of lore, the Rahaga were formerly the Toa Haga, these extremely badass Praetorian Guard Toa that for some reason LEGO only ever made 2 of, despite the fact that they're like the coolest Toa they've ever made. Now, you may well say to that, but Noah, that's sort of hypocritical, isn't it? This is basically the exact same build as the Toa Metru, and you said you didn't like that. Well, first of all, motherfucker, I will point out that the additional armor pieces, the gold and silver accents, the much better masks and color schemes, and the spears are all massive improvements on the Toa Metru design. And secondly, Beyblade Shield. It doesn't really work, but it is cool. Anyway, the Toa Haga once worked for the Brotherhood of Makuta as Makuta's bodyguards. Obviously, Makuta doesn't really need bodyguards, but he's above fighting, like, random animals that accost him, so he had a Toa team to do that. And they discovered that Makuta was evil and was plotting the whole Metru Nui takeover, so they launched a raid against the Brotherhood, during which they actually kinda defeated him and stole a bunch of the Brotherhood shit. But then Rudaka got them with her mutation Ratuka spinner and turned them into the Rahaga, which is what Sidorak claimed credit for. He was like, that was my idea to turn them into Rahaga, even though Rudaka actually did it, but it was my idea, so he got command of the Visorak. And the Rahaga have been kind of following around the Visorak for probably like, I don't know, 1,000 years, trying to basically mitigate their damage and stop them wherever they can. So the Rahaga rescue the Toa Hordika and explain the situation. They're like, okay, you guys are now animal people, you're gonna be wrestling with your extreme edginess for the rest of this arc, and eventually these bestial instincts are just gonna completely take you over and you're just gonna become animals. And the only way for you to stop that from happening is if you track down this special, like, legendary Pokemon Rahi called Kitangu that has the ability to neutralize all poisons. So if you find him, he can turn you back into the Toa Metru. And the Toa Hordika, who are already operating at maximum edginess, are like, we didn't come here to go on some goddamn Rahi scavenger hunt. We're here to free the Matoran. That takes priority. If we find Kitangu while we're doing that, whatever. So the Toa split up, each accompanied by a Rahaga, to go off and do the necessary preparations for getting the Matoran and taking them back to Mata Nui. All the while pursued by Sidorak and the Visorak, who still want them dead. And this leads into another extended period of everybody's favorite thing, the Toa doing a bunch of stuff. Spider-Man does whatever. This time around, the stuff the Toa are doing mostly focuses around getting parts for airships. They're gonna take the Matoran back to Mata Nui by airship, and also finding the Mask of Light. Remember the Mask of Light? They gotta find that and take it to Mata Nui so that all that Mask of Light stuff can happen in like 1,000 years. It's on Metru Nui because the Rahaga brought it there and hid it there after they stole it from the Brotherhood of Makuta, after they stole it from heaven. That's not a joke, that actually did happen. But all of this is actually pretty tedious. I'm just gonna hit you with a few highlights. First of all, what you should know is that throughout this entire process, the Toa Hordika are just being dicks, just to everybody, to each other, to the Rahaga, to Vakama, especially to Vakama, because again, this entire thing is Vakama's fault. And Vakama's being the biggest dick of all. He's just completely giving himself over to his animal side and going around being like, if they think being the leader is so easy, let them try it. They're not my friends anymore. They don't respect me. I'm supposed to be the leader. They don't respect me. I'm the edgiest man in the world. And the Rahaga that's traveling with him just spends the entire time being like, dude, can you fucking relax? Oh, speaking of interactions between Rahaga and Toa, this isn't important right now, but I have to plant this seed. So there's a part where Nuju, the Toa of Ice, is traveling with one of the Rahaga, and that Rahaga teaches him the language of birds and other flying Rahi. And at the time, Nuju was like, when am I ever gonna use this? But then later on, when he is a Turaga in the Mata Nui Era, he actually exclusively talks in that language, and he's got this Matoran interpreter named Matoro, who goes around with him everywhere, including to like all the Turaga meetings. Again, this doesn't matter right now, but later it's going to matter pretty much as much as it's possible for anything to ever matter. So yeah, I'm just planting that seed right now. Now you know. And then lastly, Rudaka enlists the help of the Krakua, which I mentioned very briefly in the last episode, to go on some errands for her. But then the Krakua actually ends up working with the Toa and has this really cool little mini character arc where, like, while the Toa are struggling with the beast within them, she, a beast, finds some Toa within her and ends up sacrificing herself during this super sick kaiju battle between Godzilla and this giant Viscerax scorpion, and all three of them end up getting sent to the Shadow Realm. It's a long story, I'm not gonna explain it, but before that, when she's still working for Rudaka, she plants some evidence and leads the Toa to some discoveries that reveal a very disturbing truth for them. Alright, so let me walk you through this one. So I mentioned briefly in the last episode that when the Toa Metru first became Toa, they found discs in the temple that had their names and faces on them, and they took this as a sign that they were destined to be Toa and that Likon didn't just pick 6 random people. However, they find out now that those discs were actually doctored. They didn't originally have their names and faces on them. They had the names and faces of 6 other Matoran. But what's even worse than that is that they find Likon's diary, in which he reveals that he knew which 6 Matoran were supposed to be Toa, but at the last second he was like, yeah, I know they found the Great Discs, and that's maybe like a sign from the Great Spirit, but it feels too obvious. In my heart, I feel like these 6 other Matoran should be Toa. I woke up today just kind of feeling them. I'm gonna make them the Toa. However, the reason that Likon woke up with their names in his head is that Makuta telepathically implanted them there. See, Makuta read the stars and found out who was supposed to be Toa, and he was like, okay, well, I can't let that happen. So he picked the 6 Matoran who were the biggest dumbass dickhead idiots he could think of, and he tricked Likon into picking them. So not only were the Toa never meant to be Toa, they were chosen as Toa by Makuta because they would make terrible Toa. And to put it mildly, this is bad for morale. So most of the Toa are like, alright, well, this sucks. This is definitely a bummer, but like, we are Toa now, there's nobody else around to do this for us, so we might as well just do our best. But Vakama is like, I'm way too edgy for this to be happening right now. I'm leaving, I'm going off on my own. And within 5 minutes of him going off on his own, he's captured by the Viscerac and taken to Spider Jail. And while he's in Spider Jail, who should show up but Rudaka, who is there to basically seduce him. She shows up and she's like, I have an offer for you, Vakama. What could be the harm in listening? It's so uncomfortable. I hate this. I hate what they do with this character. Why are you trying to turn people into mechies, Lego? Oh, side note, I didn't really know where to say this, so I'm just gonna say it now. Apparently, the voice actress who plays Rudaka in the movie also voices a character in My Little Pony. I am not up on my My Little Pony lore, but seemingly this character is called Queen Chrysalis and appears to be the Dark Queen of an insect horde, which is insane typecasting. So Rudaka wants to use Vakama in a play to overthrow Siderac. So she's like, look, Vakama, your team does not respect you. As a matter of fact, they kind of hate you. And moreover, you really think that you and your 5 furry friends are going to be able to defeat me and my 1,000 spiders? It's not going to happen, man. Your best chance of surviving and getting what you want is actually to join me. And if you do that, I will make you field commander of the Viscerac Horde. And let me tell you something, the Viscerac, they know loyalty and they know obedience. So at this point, Vakama's that thing level has hit critical mass. And he's like, all right, you know what? You're right. My team doesn't respect me. I'm sick of this shit. I want to order around some spiders. I'm giving into the beast inside. I'm just straight up evil now. And his first task as evil Vakama is to go and capture the Rahaga. So he goes to the Great Temple where the Rahaga are looking for directions on how to find Kitangu, and he captures 5 of them, all of them except for their leader, who needs to deliver the message of what he has done to lure the Toa to the Colosseum because Rudaka wants them for her plans also. So the Toa hear about this and they're like, oh, that's not good. Vakama's evil now? Shit. You know what? Maybe we were being kind of hard on him, actually. They weren't, but they say that. And they're like, okay, we gotta go rescue the Rahaga and redeem Vakama, but first we should really find Kitangu. We have directions to where to find him now, so they set off to find Kitangu. Meanwhile, Vakama rolls up to the Colosseum with the captured Rahaga to present them to Sidorak as a token of his loyalty, and I just want you to imagine this scene as if you're Sidorak, okay? So you're Sidorak, you're sitting in your throne room, and Rudaka comes in with this Toa. Rudaka, let's remember, a woman whose throne you stole, who you've been sexually harassing for hundreds of years, who basically openly hates you, and who is a well-known duplicitous psychopath. She comes in and she's like, hey, Sidorak, this is Vakama. No, don't worry, I'm not actually gonna do that. Hey, Sidorak, this is Vakama. He is a red dumbass who is somehow stupider, weaker, and easier to manipulate than you are. I've been spending some personal time with him lately, and I think he'd do really well in our organization. I'd like to bring him in and give him your job. And Sidorak hears this, and he's just like, sounds good to me. And he instates Vakama as commander of the Viserak Horde. He's like, yes, Vakama, you should lead my army, but definitely don't cuck me with Rudaka. That wouldn't be very chill at all. Meanwhile, the other Toa and the leader of the Rahaga follow this path to this weird cave where they do, in fact, find Kitangu. And they're like, oh, okay, hell yeah, we kind of thought you might be a myth, but we came all this way and we found you. Turn us back into the Toa Metru now. And Kitangu's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But the Rahaga leader is like, oh, well, what Kitangu means is that all along you are actually not supposed to be trying to turn back into Toa Metru. You are supposed to be mastering the beast inside and using your Hordika powers to fulfill your destiny. He's not gonna do it, okay? Get fucked. But even though Kitangu won't change them back, he does agree to come with them and help them lay siege to the Colosseum, which leads us into the final battle of this arc. So the Toa pull up to the Colosseum and they're like, Vakama, you goddamn idiot. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get down here, help us fight the Viserak. And Vakama's like, yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen, bro. You guys could've respected me when you had the chance, but now it's too late. I'm a spider guy now. So a huge battle breaks out. Most of the Toa engage with the Viserak, while Mata, the Toa of Air, who was sort of the main one criticizing Vakama before, goes up to fight him one-on-one. Meanwhile, Rudaka and Sidorak are distracted by Kitangu, who is climbing up the side of the tower to come kick their asses. So they start shooting at him while he's trying to climb. Sidorak takes a bunch of shots, but Kitangu dodges them all, and then Rudaka's like, oh my god, you're so incompetent, and takes one shot and knocks him off the building, and he falls like 1,000 feet. And Sidorak is like, oh, hell yeah, nice shot. Okay, he's probably dead. And Rudaka's like, whoa, what? No. Let's go down there, both of us, you and me, let's both go down there and make sure he's dead. Unless you're like some kind of beta male loser who is never getting a piece of these robo titties, and goddamn Simparak is like, oh yeah, no, let's go down there, let's fuck him up. So they go down there, and lo and behold, Kitangu is still alive, and Sidorak is like, the final blow is yours. And Rudaka's like, actually, what if you do it? And she starts walking away, and Sidorak is like, what? No, I can't beat him alone. And Rudaka's like, yeah. And Sidorak is like, wait, hang on, Rudaka, no. And then Kitangu comes up behind him. And Kitangu just smashes Sidorak and straight up kills him. Meanwhile, Mata and Vakama are having an actually pretty sick fight. And Mata is like, look, Vakama, I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have said all that mean stuff to you. even though you definitely deserved all of it. We need you and you need us. We're only powerful together. We've got a job to do. We need to free the Matoran. Please stop being evil. And this works. Vakama goes back to being good, and he's like, okay, Matau, come with me. I've got a plan. So meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Rudaka and the Horde have the Toa and the Rahaga cornered. And she's like, all right, look, you guys are pretty much done. I could kill you right now, but I need your elemental powers for my schemes, so gimme them. And Vakama comes up still pretending to be evil, and he's like, yeah, and I also brought the Toa of Air, so now you have all of them. Take their powers, Rudaka, yeah. And the Toa do the classic, like, oh yeah, if you want our powers so much, you can have them. And they all shoot an elemental Ratuka spinner at Rudaka, and Rudaka just eats them all to the face, and she's like, I don't care about this at all. You think you can hurt me? Do you not see the size of my tits? See, Rudaka has read the Bionicle strategy guide, and she knows that the only way to defeat a major villain is for all 6 Toa to combine their powers, and without Vakama, they can't do that. So she's like, you guys are nothing without your unity. What, you can't, like, and then Vakama's like, actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. I'm back to being good, and I'm gonna shoot you also. And Rudaka is like, Vakama, be for real right now, okay? You're surrounded by 1,000 spiders. Even if you do take me out, you're never getting out of here alive. And Vakama is like, oh yeah, well guess what, dumbass? You made me commander of the Viscerak. And he's like, yeah, so attention Viscerak Horde, as your commander, I'm ordering you to just, like, leave. Like, just get off of Metru Nui. We're done here. Go home. And the Viscerak all just saw Rudaka get Sidorak killed, and all already thought she was crazy because she orders them to jump off skyscrapers and shit. And so they're just like, okay, yeah, sure, why not? And they all just leave. And Rudaka's like, traitors! And Vakama's like, you can't betray someone you're enslaved to, dumbass. That's what makes me a leader and not a tyrant like you, dumbass. And then he hits Rudaka with his Ratuka spinner, which does take her out. However, she's been carrying around a piece of Makuta's prison this entire time, and as established in the first episode, the powers of all 6 Toa can also undo a Toa seal. And hitting this shard of Makuta's prison with all of their elemental powers by proxy also undoes the seal on Makuta. And a giant shadow hand comes out of the ground and drags Rudaka away. So Rudaka is defeated, but she also escapes. And with that, the Toa Hordika are victorious. The Viscerak are gone, Rudaka is gone, Sidorak is dead, they have saved Metru Nui. So, having conquered their inner beast, they ask Kitangu to turn them back into the Toa Metru, which he does, and so the newly reinstated Toa Metru gather up all the Matoran, load them onto the airships they built, bid farewell to the Rahaga and Kitangu, and set off for the island of Mata Nui. And that's the end of the Metru Nui Era. Or it would be, but there's sort of an epilogue. We really should talk about Vakama's stupid fucking side quest for the Mask of Time. So basically, as the Toa are flying out of Metru Nui, Vakama is like, oh yeah, by the way guys, I know you forgot, and by you, I assume he's talking directly to the audience, but during my fight with Makuta, I knocked the Mask of Time out of his hand and into the ocean, and it's probably still down there. Now, if anybody ever finds out it's down there and gets it and it falls into the wrong hands, that could be catastrophically terrible, allegedly. So you guys go on, get the Matoran to safety. I'm going down there on a solo mission. I'm gonna find the Mask of Time. I'm gonna get it back. So Vakama goes off to find the Mask of Time, and shockingly quickly, for the fact that he's searching for a mask in the whole ocean, he pretty much immediately finds it, but almost drowns in the process. And as Vakama is lying on the beach trying not to die, the Mask of Time is suddenly taken from him by this thing, which is called Vaporak. Vaporak is a creature created by the Brotherhood of Makuta and then sold off to the Dark Hunters for training. Remember the Dark Hunters? They're that, like, shady mercenary group that Makuta hired to help in his plans. Doesn't matter. Vaporak was created in order to track down the Mask of Time in case it ever came into existence. He's basically completely irrelevant to the lore, but, like, look how cool he is, man. This thing is badass. Now, speaking of the Dark Hunters, meanwhile, in their base in a far-off land, the leader of the Dark Hunters, the Shadowed One, is mad. Yes, his name is the Shadowed One, not to be confused with Makuta, the Master of Shadows. This guy doesn't have shadow powers, actually. He's just called the Shadowed One. For for fun. Now, the Shadowed One is mad because he sent 2 Dark Hunters, Nidhiki and Krakua, remember them, to help out Makuta in Metru Nui with his old take over the city scheme, and they never came back. They are missing in action because Makuta ate them to turn into Big Makuta, but the Shadowed One doesn't know that. He thinks it was probably Toa that took them out, and he's real pissed off about it. This kind of seems to me like a bad way to run a mercenary organization, but the Shadowed One takes the loss of his people extremely personally, not because he actually cares about them, but because it's a challenge to his power and he's a little bit insecure about his power. So the Shadowed One and his half-ghost Danny Phantom-ass Lieutenant Sentrak head to Metru Nui to find whoever took out Nidhiki and Krakua and kill them. Meanwhile, Vakama wakes up from almost dying, and initially what seems to have happened is that somebody used the Mask of Time to change the past and create a bad future where Vakama and the other Toa Metru are still Matoran. But then it turns out that none of that actually happened. All of this is just an illusion that Makuta created, because immediately after being freed, Makuta started going after the Mask of Time again. I don't even know why he wants it at this point, and he tried to trick Vakama into telling him where the Mask of Time was with this illusion, but Vakama saw through that, so now he's like, alright, whatever, I guess I'll just beat this information out of you. Where's the Mask of Time at? And Vakama's like, look man, I don't have the Mask of Time, okay? It got taken from me by this big weird time dude. And Makuta's like, oh, shit. Okay, yeah, that'll be Vaporak. God damn it. Okay. Well, he probably took that to the Shadowed One, and the Shadowed One probably has his stupid Danny Phantom with him. That's a lot of guys for me to fight by myself. Alright, tell you what, Vakama, you're helping me get the Mask of Time back. So Makuta and Vakama call a truce until they can retrieve the Mask of Time, and this is by far my favorite part of this arc, because we've never really gotten to, hang out with Makuta. Every time we've seen Makuta up until this point, he has either been in his lair monologuing or directly fighting the Toa. We've never seen him in his downtime, and we've never seen him casually interact with anybody, and it's fantastic. Makuta's just this arrogant, conceited monster, completely convinced that he is the best guy in the entire universe and should be ruling it, and that nobody around him has anything on him mentally or physically, and for the most part, is right. And the best part is his dynamic with Vakama, where basically Vakama is like, you're the worst guy I've ever met. You ruined everything. You destroyed my home. You ruined my life. I hate you so much, I would kill you on the spot if I wasn't bound by Toa law. And Makuta's like, okay, first of all, I'd like to see you fucking try. And then secondly, oh man, that'd be really heartbreaking if it wasn't coming from an inferior life form. And just throughout this whole thing, they have amazing banter. I'm gonna put some of it up on screen, and I really recommend that you pause and read it because I genuinely think it's very funny. So a bunch of actually very cool fights happen, but I'm summarizing, and eventually it ends up as a standoff between Makuta, Vakama, and the Shadowed One, who at this point is in Metru Nui and has the Mask of Time. And the Shadowed One is like, I'm claiming this mask for the Dark Hunters. We'll be unstoppable. And I'm also gonna kill this Toa because he killed my men and I'm taking revenge. And Makuta's like, I'm not really so sure about that Mask of Time part. I'm pretty sure that mask is mine. But tell you what, yeah, that Toa definitely did kill your guys. It was him. Go ahead and kill him, and then we'll discuss the mask like grown men. What do you say? And Vakama looks at the Shadowed One. He looks at Makuta, who, again, ate the Shadowed One's men, and is literally standing there actively made out of their body parts. Looks back at the Shadowed One, and he's just like, bro, what? So Vakama points out the very obvious fact that Makuta was the one that killed those guys, not him. And the Shadowed One is like, this is unacceptable. This means war between the Brotherhood and the Dark Hunters. And Makuta's like, okay, yeah, bet. Whoever wins gets the mask. And while they're going, Vakama actually manages to snatch the Mask of Time and flee. And in Vakama's flight, he eventually ends up in the ruins of his old forge, where he encounters none other than Karzani. Remember Karzani? It was that evil plant that I mentioned at the end of the last episode. It tried to get the Toa to bring it energized protodermis so that it would live, but then it died. Ah, yes, I actually hitched a ride with you guys from Mata Nui to here. And when I was submerged in the silver sea of Metru Nui, a small part of me began to grow, and now it has grown into a new Karzani. I am reborn. And it explains all this, hoping for some kind of big response from Vakama, but Vakama has been through so much shit in the past, month. He's just totally over it. He barely even knows who this guy is. He's just like, okay, okay, good for you. And what's that got to do with me? And Karzani's like, oh, I'll tell you what it's got to do with you, Vakama. I've got a very important secret to share with you. And then it reveals to him and to us my second favorite plot twist in all of Bionicle. This twist that I'm about to share with you, I love it so much because it's such a Bionicle plot twist. It barely makes any sense. It's extremely complicated, and it kind of ruins the themes of this entire era. So let me walk you through this. We know that Makuta looked at the stars and found out who was supposed to be the Toa Metru, and then implanted the wrong names in Likon's mind, and Likon made the wrong people Toa. But what we didn't know is that the stars lied to Makuta. Mata Nui himself knew that Makuta was going to pull this shit, so he changed the stars to give Makuta the wrong names and then implanted the right names into Makuta's head so that Makuta would implant those names into Likon's head, thinking they were the wrong names, but they actually were the right names all along, and Likon did make the right people Toa because Mata Nui knew that the only way to make sure that the right people became Toa was to trick Makuta into making it happen himself, which completely ruins the themes of this era. Because the whole point of this era was that these are unlikely heroes. They don't get along. They don't know how to be Toa. They can't follow a leader or work together. And eventually they find out that they were never even meant to be Toa. But they are the ones that are here, the ones with the power and the responsibility to do what needs to be done, so they will do it because that is what heroes do. And even though they came from an unlikely place, they are heroes. Except fuck all of that, because they were meant to be the Toa Metru all along, so all of this was just destiny. So Karzani explains all this, and Vakama is like, oh, good, I guess. And then Makuta shows up, and Makuta just kills Karzani immediately. So glad Karzani came back. Makuta's like, okay, Vakama, I feel like we've been here before, but, give me the mask or I'll kill you. And Vakama's like, not so fast, Makuta, you piece of shit. You take one more step toward me, I'm gonna smash the Mask of Time with a hammer, which will destroy the entire timeline. And guess what, loser? All your schemes rely on the existence of linear time to pull off, and I'm legitimately crazy, bro. I will destroy all of time just to stop you from getting your way, so I guess you better back off, bozo. And Makuta's like, alright, fine. What do you want? And Vakama's like, I want you to leave us and the Matoran alone. And Makuta's like, absolutely the fuck not. I'm giving you 1 year to get acclimated to the new island, and then you'll hear from me again, I'll tell you that much. So Vakama, victorious and with the knowledge that he truly was meant to be a Toa, even though that kind of ruins everything, returns to Mata Nui with the rest of the Toa Metru, where they sacrifice their Toa powers and transform into Turaga in order to reawaken the Matoran and start a new life on their new island and await the day where new heroes would come and save them once and for all from Makuta's tyranny, which brings us right back around to the start of the Mata Nui Era. 1,000 years after the events of the Metru Nui Era, the Toa Mata wash up on the island of Mata Nui. The Toa Mata became the Toa Nuva, attained a 7th member in the form of Taka Nuva, the Toa of Light, defeated Makuta, and opened the way back to Metru Nui. Now they, the Turaga, and the Matoran have returned to Metru Nui to reclaim their homeland and get it repaired and functioning properly, which for unclear reasons is critical to the reawakening of the Great Spirit. I should also note before we start that 2006 is the year where Bionicle's story starts to do something that I'm going to refer to as fractalize. You know how when you look at a fractal, you're like, oh, well, that's just an image. But then if you look closer, you realize that any given part of it is a endlessly repeating recursive loop that descends into an infinity of madness. Yeah. So Bionicle starts to fractalize. So everything is going great. Everybody is back on Metru Nui, fixing the place up and getting used to the change of scenery, when Turaga Duma, the real Turaga Duma, not the one that was actually Makuta in disguise, calls the Toa Nuva into a special meeting with him and the other Turaga, in which he reveals that there is one tiny snag in the whole reawakening the Great Spirit thing, which is that being in a coma for 1,000 years is controversially not great for somebody's health, and therefore the Great Spirit Mata Nui is not just asleep, he is also dying, and reawakening him isn't really going to help much if he is dead. Furthermore, since Mata Nui is custodian of the universe, if he dies, basically the entire Matoran universe and everybody in it dies with him. So basically, this is not good. But fortunately, there is a way out. A failsafe put in place by the great beings 100,000 years ago for precisely this type of situation. The Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life, which has the power to restore Mata Nui to full health. The Mask of Life, by the way, is not to be confused with the Mask of Light, which is also a very important plot device mask that sounds almost exactly the same. Now, unfortunately, the Mask of Life is hidden on Voya Nui, the world's worst island. Voya Nui was formerly part of a landmass called the Southern Continent, but it broke off during the Great Cataclysm and floated up to the surface. So like the island of Mata Nui, it is actually in the ocean and not in the Matoran universe, but unlike the island of Mata Nui, Voya Nui sucks. It's just this awful barren rock with an active volcano in the middle. The Matoran that live there are super weird and messed up. Their only Turaga died in the Great Cataclysm, and they have no Toa to protect them. So basically, it's just the worst. It's just the worst place. But the Mask of Life is hidden somewhere on Voya Nui. So the Toa Nuva, minus Taka Nuva, who has to stay behind to protect Metru Nui, are dispatched to retrieve it. Thing is, they've got some competition.
Yo, Paraka. Yo, Paraka. The gang on the loose, nothing you can do, nothing's coming back.
Okay, so these guys are called the Paraka. And the Paraka are maybe my favorite characters in all of Bionicle for a host of reasons. First and foremost, the marketing. So there was this song in the Paraka commercials aptly titled The Paraka Rap, which I really invite you to go and look up and listen to for yourself because, oh man, nothing better has ever been made.
Paraka on the street, it's time, take Taka. The gang is on the loose and in your school locker. At your home too, in your friend's room, nothing you can do. The gang is on the loose.
Oof. Bars, am I right? You know, man, the gang really do be on the loose, and if I'm being totally honest, there's nothing you can do. Now, in terms of their place in the story, the Paraka are something that it's actually kind of shocking that we haven't gotten yet, which is a proper villain team. I mean, Bionicle has had villains, clearly, and it's also had groups of color-coded antagonists, but those antagonists have never really been characters in their own right. The Vaki, the Viscera, the Rakshi, the Borak, hallowed be thy name. All of those have just been armies of generic goons for the Toa to just blow through. The closest thing we've gotten to an actual villain team is the Borak Kal, and the Borak Kal were all just sort of the same generically evil, vaguely arrogant guy, and also, frankly, fuck the Borak Kal. But we've never had a true Psycho Rangers or Powerpuff Boys. That's not what they're called. What are they called? I don't remember what they're called, but we've never had them until the Paraka, who are all their own individual characters with their own names and personalities. What's fun about the Paraka's personalities is that all of them are kind of a subversion of the usual stereotypes associated with their element. So like Hakan, the fire one, is actually a cold and calculating backstabber. Thok, the ice one, is kind of a social manipulator. Avak, the stone one, is sort of a tinkerer, inventor, and arguably the smartest among them. Redak, or Raydak, or Rydok, or however the hell you say that, the Earth one, is basically just a big idiot brick who likes to break stuff. Vizok, the water one, is probably the dumbest and most aggressive out of any of them, which has to do with the fact that he's one half of... yeah, we'll come back to Vizok later, actually. And then Zoktan, the air one, is this ice-cold demon who's also their leader and one of the most knowledgeable people in the entire universe because of this thing that he found that I'm not gonna get into, and is also made of bees. I understand that nothing about this guy visually represents that he is made of bees, but he is. Zoktan is also definitely the best example of the commercials mischaracterizing the Paraka, because in the commercials, Zoktan is like posing in front of a mirror with a shiny tooth, and Zoktan would not be caught fucking dead posing in front of a mirror with a shiny tooth. But all of these disparate personalities are united by two common traits. One is that these guys are like evil. Quote Radak, I kill Toa for fun. Quote Zocton, no my enemy, you do not die so easily. There are still agonies that you have yet to taste. The other common thread that links all the Paraka is that these guys all universally hate each other. They are working together due to happenstance, convenience, and the fact that nobody else will. But any of them will backstab, abandon, or actively try to kill any of the other ones at a moment's notice for no reason at all. And it is endlessly entertaining. Now, the Paraka are actually tied into the broader lore of Bionicle in a lot of weird, subtle ways. Thousands of years ago, they were all independently scouted to join the Dark Hunters, by which I mean forced to join the Dark Hunters. And I want to give you guys just a brief glimpse into the world that I am sparing you from. I'm gonna give you just a quick history of the Makoki Stone. So the Makoki Stone doesn't matter at all. It's a MacGuffin that the Toa Mata had to get in 2001 to open a door. But Bionicle is fractalizing. So let me tell you about the deep lore of the Makoki Stone. So thousands of years ago, the Makoki Stone was stolen by Vizak and Hakan from a tower guarded by a bunch of Toa on the night that that tower was raided. The only survivor of that raid was Toa Likon, who at the time was a rookie Toa. He was told to take the Makoki Stone and flee, but it had already been stolen. Then Vizak and Hakan, in addition to the other Paraka, were recruited to the Dark Hunters, partially because they did such a good job stealing the Makoki Stone. They were then sent to release a giant Rahi called the Kanohi Dragon from under Metru Nui in order to pressure Turaga Duma into letting the Dark Hunters set up a base on Metru Nui for protection. This led to Metru Nui bringing in a team of Toa to protect them, led by Likon and also including Nidhiki. This team of Toa eventually defeated the Kanohi Dragon, and then Rudaka showed up and took it to her homeland. This led to all-out war between Metru Nui and the Dark Hunters, a war which ended when Toa Nidhiki made a deal with a Dark Hunter named Lariska, in which he would sell out the city in return for being able to rule over. But Likon found out about this deal, so Hakan made a parallel deal with Likon in which he would return the Makoki Stone and take Nidhiki to join the Dark Hunters in exchange for the lives of all the Dark Hunters when they lost the war. Everything went down as planned, but then later the Dark Hunters stole the Makoki Stone back, split it into 6 pieces, and auctioned off the pieces. All 6 were bought by the Brotherhood of Makuta, but then the Brotherhood lost the Makoki Stone to the Toahaga when they did their raid on the Brotherhood, took them to Metru Nui, and used them to hide the Mask of Light there, later to be found by the Toahaga, and then brought the Makoki Stone to Mahri Nui so that the Toa Mata could use it for their famous raid. Now, does any of this actually matter? No, not really, but I just wanted to give you an idea of how merciful I am being to you in editing down these videos. Anyway, that's all Paraka backstory. Years after all of that, in the modern age, they hear a rumor that the Makuta of Metru Nui is dead at the hands of a Toa of Light. So Zocton, recognizing the fact that this would leave a power vacuum, decided that they should break off as their own independent organization, the Paraka.
Paraka.
So they defected from the Dark Hunters and traveled to Makuta's lair to see if there was any juicy loot there that they could use to kickstart their status as a major player in the world. There they found Makuta's corpse, except it wasn't exactly a corpse, it was just his empty armor. There was no organics in it. And they speculated that since the Brotherhood of Makuta is so ancient, its members have evolved to the point where they aren't flesh and metal, they're just energy inhabiting a metal shell. So Makuta's body was destroyed in his battle with Takanuva, but his energy is nowhere to be found. And then suddenly, while they're looting the lair, they all just kind of like find out about the Mask of Life. Like, they don't find a thing that tells them about the Mask of Life. It's just like 1 second they're stealing stuff, and then the next second all of them simultaneously are like, there is a Mask of Life, it's on Voya Nui, if we get it, we will become the dominant power in the universe and we can rule everything. We need to get there right now, and we need to get the Mask of Life. How did they come by this knowledge? I don't know. That's so weird. I wonder if it has something to do with Makuta. So they find 6 Toa canisters inside Makuta's lair, and they get in and use the Toa canisters to travel all the way up to Voya Nui, and they get there before the Toa Nuva do. So they're the first ones on the scene looking for the mask, and I will tell you in just a moment about how they plan to get the mask, but first, there is one other thing about the Paraka that I feel like, okay, alright, look. So, I don't want to do this. I don't want to have to come for the Paraka in the way that I'm about to. And I don't know if what I'm about to say is, common knowledge in the Bionicle community, and we've all tacitly agreed that we just shouldn't talk about it, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it, so I'm gonna say it because my voice cracked, because somebody has to, but you can't get mad at me about this, okay? This isn't my fault. I didn't do this. So, the word Paraka in universe is a slur. Pretty explicitly, that's what it is. It's a word that you do not call people. It's really bad. And thousands of years in the past, when these guys were getting recruited to the Dark Hunters, the Dark Hunter recruiting them referred to them as Paraka, as like an insult. But then the Paraka kind of took a liking to the term and they started calling themselves that. You might say that they reclaimed that slur. And it's just like, once you know that, you start to pick up on some other things, like how they have a rap song and how they're referred to in all the marketing as a gang, and how they're the first Bionicle set that has something that can be fairly unambiguously called a gun, and how they come from an island that was colonized and exploited by the Brotherhood of Makuta, and the residents of that island are routinely referred to as savages and barbarians, and that Zocton was a slave, and you know, that's all I have to say about that. Yup, that sure is an interesting list of qualities for your heinous, unforgivable villains to have. Doesn't really affect how much I like them because it's sort of a meta thing, doesn't have much to do with the story, but I just wanted everybody to know about that. Let's move on. So the Paraka show up on Voya Nui, and by the way, yeah, I am very uncomfortable calling them that after all we just talked about, but like, that's what they're called. There's nothing else for me to call them, Yo-Yo Paraka. And their plan is to find the Mask of Life by enlisting the help and labor of the local Matoran by pretending to be Toa that have come to save them from all their problems. And that doesn't really work, but does work a lot better than it should have, given that they look like this. Most of the Matoran actually do end up buying into it, at least for a little bit, and the Paraka put them to work draining the lava out of the volcano, but there are 6 Matoran that do not buy into it, and they find out that the Paraka are evil, which is very easy to do, and form a Matoran resistance. We spent a lot of time with these guys, but I'm really gonna gloss over them because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care about Matoran or parts of the story where we're solely focused on Matoran. I kind of put them in the category of like the Mary Jane missions in the Spider-Man game, where I'm like, okay, I get it, I understand why we're doing this and what we're going for, but let me be Spider-Man, you know what I'm saying? Let me read about Toa. So unrest grows within the Matoran population because like these guys said they were Toa and all they've done is abuse the Matoran, but by the time they're ready to rebel, the Paraka have already come up with our new gimmick alert for 2006, Zammer Spheres. Zammer Spheres are these little green orbs that can be shot out of special Zammer launchers. I love these as a gimmick. They're badass. Watch this. Oh shit, I just hit my ring light. Oh shit. Zammer Spheres are fun because they are the Bionicle gimmick most capable of doing actual physical damage to a real-life human being. You know, you get somebody in the eye or the throat with one of these things, you can probably take them out. Or you could also just do the classic and be a small child and eat one because, like, oh my god, the choking hazard with these. This literally looks exactly like a small grape, except that if you eat it, you immediately die. Now, apart from being very deadly real-life weapons, Zammer Spheres in Bionicle are little bits of crystal that go intangible on impact. So you can fill them up with basically any substance and then shoot them at somebody, it'll phase into them and inject them with it. The Paraka fill their Zammer Spheres with this stuff called antidermis, which is this dark green smoke of unclear nature and origin, and Zocton was super insistent about building this giant vat in which it seemed to just spontaneously accumulate, and also it seems to maybe have some sort of like intelligence to it, like it's alive, and it only started showing up after they went to Makuta's lair. Isn't it crazy how all this weird stuff started happening after they went to Makuta's lair? I wonder if Makuta's involved. Anyway, if you hit somebody with an antidermis Zammer Sphere, it basically dominates their mind. So the Paraka hit all the Matoran with these spheres in order to mind control them into continuing their work, except for the 6 members of the Matoran resistance who are able to escape. And right about now is when the Toa Nuva finally show up. Their canisters wash up on Voya Nui, and they engage the Paraka in battle on the beach, and this fight goes really badly for them, mostly because this dude is broken. The best part of this fight is when Lewa is fighting Radak, and he's like, you should probably surrender. We defeated the Rakshi, not realizing that that is like the weakest flex that anyone has ever made? Because Rakshi are a season 1 villain and we're on season 3. So saying to the Paraka we defeated the Rakshi is like rolling up to the Elite Four and being like, yeah, I once took out like a level 20 Raticate on Route 101. So anyway, the Toa Nuva lose this fight bad, and Zocton orders them to be executed by being thrown into the volcano. Now, whilst all of this is happening, back on Metru Nui, there is unrest, because the Toa Nuva are gone, the Turaga are not telling anyone why, and there's been no word from them. So Jala takes it upon himself to go talk to them. You guys remember Jala? He was the deuterogenist of the Mask of Light movie, Takua's best friend, false herald of the mask. He goes to talk to the Turaga, and the Turaga are still trying to like protect the Matoran's feelings, I guess, so they don't tell him anything. So Jala's like, alright, nobody in the city is doing any work until we get some answers. So then Nokama goes to him in secret and explains like, yeah, Mata Nui dying, Mask of Life, we sent the Toa, but we haven't heard from them. So Jala decides to organize a rescue party, knowing full well that they probably are just all gonna die, but also that they're the last hope of the universe. Now the rescue party consists of Jala, Takanuva, and 5 other Matoran, one from each village. All of these Matoran are people that we know to some degree. Most of them were major characters in like baby era Bionicle, like before the Toa Mata even showed up, or like right after when they were fighting Rahi and looking for masks, like that era. To be honest, I imagine that a lot of hardcore Bionicle fans are mad at me for not going into that era in more depth, because for a lot of OG Bionicle fans, their first exposure to Bionicle was the Mata Nui online game, which is basically what it sounds like. It's this flash game that was set in that very early era where you play as Matoran. I personally never really cared for the Mata Nui online game. I was more about the books, and as previously established, Matoran just don't really do it for me in general, so I didn't really care about that era, so that's why I never talked about it. But these are all guys that we know from that era. So again, the rescue party is Takanuva, Toa of Light, Jala, captain of the Fire Village military, Kongu, captain of the Air Village military, Hali, the new chronicler now that Takua is a Toa, Nuparu, an inventor, Hyuki, or possibly Huki, but I prefer Hyuki, so I'm gonna say Hyuki, a sports star, and Matoro, interpreter to Turaga Nuju. Remember how I mentioned him in the last episode? I was like, I gotta plant this seed about how Nuju only talks in bird language and he has this interpreter named Matoro. Now the seed is germinating, baby. Matoro's on the quest. So the rescue party sets out towards Voya Nui, taking a land route instead of Toa canisters. They go through some spooky stuff on their way. There's this tunnel that consumes all light that they have to pass through, and they can only get through by all joining hands, and they all go through, and Matoro is the last out, and he comes out and he sees everyone out there, but he's still holding somebody's hand in the dark, and he turns to see them, and they just like let go of his hand and disappear, and it's like, ooh, who was that? What was that? What was up with that, man? And then after that, they get to this invisible barrier that Takanuva can't go through, but the Matoran all walk through it just fine, but then when they try and go back, they can't. So they are now forcibly cut off from Takanuva. They have to continue on their own, which makes sense and is important for the story, but I'm really upset by the way that Bionicle continuously screws over Takanuva. Like, Mask of Light set up Takanuva to be super important. It really seemed like he was gonna take over leadership of the Toa and be like the main character, White Ranger style. But I guess that Bionicle head writer and a High King of the Unseelie Courts, Greg Farshtey, just hates Takanuva and didn't want that to happen, so Takanuva never gets to contribute. He doesn't come with the Toa Nuva to Voya Nui. He doesn't come with the Matoran to Voya Nui. He doesn't actually do anything until 2008, and then even then, the stuff he's doing is like sus. Anyway, Takanuva gets shafted by the narrative again, and the Matoran rescue party continue on their own. And as the Matoran continue on their journey, they eventually end up in a place called Karzani, which is this horrifying hell realm. It's full of these broken, soulless Matoran, and it's also the native home of the Monas crabs, which if you've seen my first video, that's how you know this place is fucked up. Now, those among you who have been paying close attention may be like, hang on a second, Karzani, wasn't that the name of that plant from the Metru Nui Era that told Vakama that insane plot twist? You're telling me there are 2 different things called Karzani? And to that I say, no, you idiot. There are 3 different things called Karzani. There is the evil plant, there is the location, and there is the ruler of the location. Karzani, who, and let's be real here, is Satan. Like, what do you even want me to say? This is the devil. Now, Karzani is this unbelievably ancient entity. He's so old that he doesn't even know who Mata Nui is, and he exists as one part of a pair with his brother Artaka, who also has his own realm named after him for bonus confusion. Karzani and Artaka are both sort of like afterlife myths for the Matoran. The idea is that good Matoran who did good work go to Artaka to work in the light for all eternity, whereas bad Matoran who did bad work or are defective or lazy go to Karzani for repairs. Again, Matoran life is really bleak. Thing is that Karzani kind of sucked ass at his job and couldn't actually repair anything, so he basically just butchered all these Matoran and sent them off so he wouldn't have to be reminded of his failures. And then eventually he just gave up on repairing Matoran entirely and just kept them all in his hell realm. And then he stopped getting sent Matoran because everybody noticed that nobody was coming back from Karzani. So he is delighted at these new arrivals. He uses his mask, which lets him show you visions of like bad futures to break their spirits and put them to work. But then they find this hidden chamber containing 6 Toa canisters and this ancient Matoran who gives them all this weird, confusing exposition. Then Karzani shows up to stop them, but Matoro tricks him into using his own mask to show himself visions of Mata Nui and Mata Nui's death. And while he's reeling from that, the Matoran all climb into these Toa canisters and escape, headed for Voya Nui. Meanwhile, back on Voya Nui, the Toa Nuva are able to very narrowly escape execution by Volcano. They then have a brief scuffle with the Matoran resistance because they really don't trust people that claim to be Toa at this point, and then end up joining forces with them. While this is happening, we find out that there are 2 other major players in this conflict already on Voya Nui, and their names are Axon and Brutaka. Axon and Brutaka are guardians of the Mask of Life placed on Voya Nui by an organization called the Order of Mata Nui. If you think of Toa in general as Superman, the Order of Mata Nui is like Batman. They are this powerful clandestine organization that almost nobody even knows exists, and they do the dirty work in the shadows so that the Toa can maintain their image as these shining heroic exemplars of the 3 virtues and protectors of the Matoran. Now, design-wise, both of these guys are so fucking sick. I especially like Brutaka. The gold, the claws, the twin blade, like, come on, man. Axon is also dope. I love the axe. I love the fully articulated hands. That's really cool. My only issue with Axon is, like, he's so short. Like, look how short he is in comparison to Brutaka. It's bizarre because Axon is also constantly described as this, like, hulking berserker, and, like, he's broad, but he's so short. Why is he so short? Anyway, Axon and Brutaka have been on this island for a really long time, doing nothing but guarding the Mask of Life, and also definitely having sex. Like, the way it's written, they are for sure romantically involved, or at least were. And I don't care what you say, Farshtey, if you didn't want them to be romantically involved, you shouldn't have written them like they were for sure fucking. Now, even after all this time, Axon is still a true believer in the cause, but Brutaka was kind of always a dickhead, actually. He has this mask that can open up dimensional gateways, which is something that you should really commit to memory because it's going to be really important later, and he's the one responsible for teleporting the Tatarak to Metru Nui. Like, one day he was just bored at his job and decided he was gonna drop Godzilla into the middle of a population center, like as a meme. Like, cause it was funny. But ever since the Great Cataclysm, he's gotten way worse. He now believes that Mata Nui has abandoned the universe, their mission is over, and he now wants the power of the Mask of Life for himself. And to that end, he is working with the Paraka, or more accurately working with Zocton, because Zocton is bribing him with antidermis. For some reason that is never explored, absorbing antidermis makes Brutaka stronger. I think it might be just because he's evil. But then Hakan finds out about Brutaka, and he's like, look, Brutaka, I'll give you all the antidermis if you help me kill Zocton. And then meanwhile, Avak and Thok find out that the Mask of Life isn't even in the volcano where they thought it was, it's in this other place, and they're like, okay, now we know that, we're also gonna kill Zocton? The Paraka are just a mess. They're all backstabbing and trying to kill each other, and right as they're in the middle of a fight, the Toa Nuva and the Matoran resistance kick down the door, and they're like, alright, round 2, bitch, let's go. And Zocton turns to Brutaka, and he's like, look, man, we are in no shape to win this fight right now. If you take these guys out, I swear to God, I will give you all of the antidermis. Just help me out this one time. And Brutaka's like, okay, that sounds fair. And in one hit, nearly kills all the Toa Nuva and the Matoran, because Brutaka is like nuts. Order of Mata Nui members are broken. So that's pretty much game over for the Toa Nuva. The Paraka kind of loosely reassemble. They all hated each other anyway, so this whole debacle really didn't change much. And basically, it's looking like all hope is lost. But right at this moment, the Toa canisters containing the Matoran rescue party arrive on Voya Nui from Karzani. And as they do, a bolt of lightning descends from the red star, which is, I'm not gonna explain to you right now, it is a celestial body of importance in the night sky above Mata Nui. We're avoiding the fractal, we're not talking about the fractal. And this lightning imbues the Matoran with the power they will need to complete their mission and fulfill their destiny, transforming them into the Toa in Naika. So with the Toa in Naika, we are once again gonna start with the marketing, because the marketing for the Toa in Naika is one of the funniest things that has ever happened. Quick disclaimer, everything I'm about to say is actually real. This is real stuff. See, in 2006, alt-rock band the All-American Rejects were sailing to a concert on their private yacht when they were shipwrecked on the island of Voya Nui and subsequently kidnapped by the Paraka. Luckily, the Toa in Naika are on the scene, and they're gonna rescue the All-American Rejects, and you can help by going to freetheband.com and joining the sweepstakes. Just watch this.
The evil Paraka have captured the band. They're forcing them to play private concerts. But I've just received a text. The Anika have begun a furious battle to free the band. They need your help.
Join the Anika for the safe return of the All-American Rejects.
Thanks, Anika!
You know, 2006, it really was one of the years of all time. So yeah, basically in the marketing for the Toa and Naika, the All-American Rejects are cast in the in-story role of the Toa Nuva, which is really weird, but it did result in a great commercial. And now every time anyone plays the song Move Along by the All-American Rejects, I'm like, these motherfuckers don't even know what they're doing right now. They don't understand the broader context of this song. This is not about overcoming adversity or moving on from a breakup. I actually have no idea what this song is actually supposed to be about, but it doesn't matter. This isn't about those things. This is about saving the All-American Rejects from the Paraka, you son of a bitch. I think my favorite part about this whole thing is just the image of Lego contacting the All-American Rejects, like, at the height of their fame. And they were like, we would like to center the marketing campaign for our new Lego sets around you guys getting kidnapped by the Paraka. And the All-American Rejects are like, yes! Yes! Fuck yeah! Yes! Anyway, marketing aside, the Toa and Naika are weird. The fact that they were created by this red star lightning surface failsafe thing means that they are not normal Toa. They are infused with lightning. Like, they have their elemental powers, but their elemental powers have lightning in them, which makes sense for, like, water. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, water with lightning in it. Makes less sense for Earth. I don't really know what lightning-infused Earth means. By the way, the word Inaika is in reference to them being weird lightning star Toa and has nothing to do with the fact that they're looking for the Kanohi Ignaika, the Mask of Life. That's based on the word, like, ignition. It's unrelated. I cannot fathom why they did this. Like, what? Like, what? Why would you name... What? The Toa and Naika's lightning infusion also makes them immune to the effects of antidermis somehow. It also makes their faces these radiantly glowing voids, and then their masks are like alive, which was never really explained. I think maybe they were going somewhere with that, but they had to scrap it, probably because people didn't really like the Toa and Naika, which brings me very neatly to their designs. Now, when it comes to the design of the Toa and Naika, you know, here's what I'll say for them, okay? they tried. Now, okay, that isn't entirely as facetious and dickish as it sounds, because I do genuinely see and appreciate an effort to push the boundaries of what a Toa can be and look like in the Toa Inika. And to be fair, there are things about them that I like. The multi-shot semi-automatic Zamra launcher is of course awesome. I really like the colors on the Toa Inika. I think the gold and gunmetal and silver accents look great. The white on Hali is awesome. It kind of gives her like a breaking waves look. And I appreciate that they finally realized that brown isn't a very exciting color for a Bionicle, and have now made the brown one more like orange-yellow. I think that's a great step. Also, while I'm generally kind of ambivalent about their weapons, I do appreciate that they've got these cool like light-up lightsaber bits, which, by the way, this thing still works. You probably can't see it that well, but it's flashing red. This Bionicle is 18 years old. This thing can vote. Whatever they're using to power the Toa Inika lightsabers, they should be powering the entire planet. But then on the other hand, we have the things that I don't like about the Toa Inika, which is everything else about the Toa Inika. The Toa Inika's proportions are so fucked up. Why are their limbs so long? Why are they so weirdly lanky? Why are their legs like this? What's wrong with their knees? Why is their armor so rattly? Why is it not held on right? Why are they taller than Axon? It does not make any sense for them to be taller than Axon. But then by far the worst thing about the Toa Inika is their faces. Their faces aren't really faces. They're these featureless green things, which is supposed to reflect how their faces glow, and then their masks are these sort of hollow shells that just kind of pop on. But the thing is that they look terrible. The only one that even kind of looks good is Matoran, and it's because they didn't try and give him a mouth. The mouths are really what I mean, Jala just generally looks awful. Like, this mask is a travesty, but it's the mouths. Like, the mouths are really, I don't like the mouths. So yeah, unfortunately, the Toa Inika designs suck. They're like the worst Toa. I think everybody kind of agrees on that. But going back to the story, one thing that I do like about the Toa Inika is their personalities. See, kind of like the Paraka, I see in the Toa Inika an effort to subvert the usual elemental stereotypes. I mean, like, Hyuki, the Toa of Stone, there isn't really an effort there. He's a lot like Pohatu, but let's look at Jala, for example. Jala is the Toa of Fire, and like all Toa of Fire before him, he is kind of the de facto leader of his team, but he has seen the mistakes that Tahu and Vakama made, and is actively out to not make those mistakes. Similarly, Kongu is aware that the Toa of Air is usually the silly one, so he willingly steps into a kind of comic relief position, knowing that this is a pretty intense situation, and that somebody has to bring some levity. Then we've got Nuparu, the Toa of Earth, who is a hyperactive tinkerer whose mask literally lets him fly. Hali, Toa of Water, who is kind of a fucking savage, to be honest. And finally, Matoran, Toa of Ice, who is one of the kindest and most empathetic characters in all of Bionicle. So final verdict on the Toa Inika: design bad, everything else good, marketing amazing.
Thanks, Inika!
So the Toa Inika show up on Voya Nui, and they do a little bit of screwing around where they're like, whoa, what's going on? What's up with our powers and lightning and mask powers and shitty designs? And then pretty quickly they link up with the Matoran resistance, who were able to escape from the Paraka because the Paraka entrusted Brutaka with disposing of them, and Brutaka saw them about to be eaten by a snake and was like, I'm not gonna let that happen. And then he's like, oh, but why do I even care? They're just Matoran and I'm evil. He's having like redemption arc flags. Like, we're not there yet. He's still evil, but the flags are there. So the Toa Inika get Zamra launchers that the Matoran resistance stole from the Paraka, except these ones are loaded with spheres containing energized protodermis, which counteracts the effects of the antidermis when you shoot somebody with it. Turns out there's a pool of energized protodermis on Voya Nui, and Velika found it and loaded these spheres with it, and we're not gonna talk about why Velika knew it was there and why he knew it would do this. We're not doing the fractal, we're not gonna talk about Velika. So the Toa start going around shooting Matoran with these spheres and freeing them from subjugation by the Paraka. Meanwhile, the Paraka are working on yet another goddamn scheme. Hakan goes to the the others, and he's like, listen guys, Zocton's been working with Brutaka. He's gonna screw us all over and get us killed so that they can have the Mask of Life. So they make a special Zammer Sphere that will steal Brutaka's power, because he's like crazy powerful, and transfer it to them. While they're doing that, the Toa and Nika finish freeing the Matoran, and they're like, you guys go look for the Toa Nuva, we're gonna fight the Paraka. So they roll up to the Paraka's lair and engage them and Brutaka in combat, and it goes shockingly well for the fact that Brutaka by himself took out the entire Toa Nuva team in one hit. The Toa and Nika are just really weird and hard to fight and hard to deal with. So this fight goes really well for them and they basically win, but then at the last second, Hakan sees Brutaka and he shoots him with the special Zammer Sphere. But Fox sees him doing this from across the room and he's like, oh hell no, dude. So he runs over, grabs Hakan, so when the sphere hits Brutaka, the two of them get the power, it gets split 50-50. So Brutaka is now out of the game and Hakan and Thok are crazy powerful, so they blow everybody up and go to get the Mask of Life themselves. When the Toa and Nika and the rest of the Paraka recover from that, they decide that they're best served by forming an alliance, so the Paraka create another Zammer Sphere that'll undo what the first Zammer Sphere did. Meanwhile, Axon shows up and talks to the Toa, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna stay here and guard Brutaka, because if you guys succeed and he gets his powers back, somebody has to stop him from just going over to where you guys are and killing all of you, so that'll be me. Also, here's yet another Zammer Sphere that does something else, and you will need it to help you get the Mask of Life. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Hakan and Thok have their new Brutaka powers for like maybe 5 minutes before they start immediately trying to kill each other. And in their fight, they blow up this huge section of the ground, which reveals a staircase leading down into the depths of Voya Nui, where lies the Mask of Life. So they're fighting, and then the other Paraka and the Toa and Nika show up, and they join the fight, and it becomes this insane brawl that's actually pretty cool. And then Hakan and Thok are like, alright, neither of us are gonna be able to take all these guys by ourselves. We'll blast them one more time, and then we can kill each other. So they team up and unleash this big blast that knocks everybody out, but at the same moment, Hyuki shoots the Zammer Sphere, and it returns their powers to Brutaka, which also knocks them out. So everybody's knocked out. And the first one to wake up is Zocton, and he gathers up all the Paraka, and he's like, alright, look guys, this shit needs to stop. There have been 6 double crosses in the last day. Can we work as a team for 5 minutes, get the Mask of Life, and then we can do whatever. We can all kill each other. I don't care. Let's just get the mask. So the Paraka are once again a cohesive team, or as close to that as they ever are, and they head down the staircase. And then soon after that, the Toa and Nika wake up, and they're like, okay, the Paraka are gone. They definitely went down these stairs. We gotta follow them. We gotta make damn sure they do not get the mask. So they begin their final descent toward the Mask of Life.
'Cause we're Paraka.
So Team Paraka and Team Nika take 2 different routes to get down to the Mask of Life and end up encountering different obstacles. The Paraka first encounter an area that manifests the greatest fear of anyone who enters it, and for the Paraka, their greatest fear is Urnak, a legendary boogeyman from their culture, who is fucking crazy. Like, look at this, man. He's got skulls on his Zammer launcher. Quote Urnak, alive you can fill the air with the music of your screams, dead you are just silent meat. So that's Urnak. Then the Paraka encounter like a prisoner's dilemma room where they're all trapped in a cylinder with a switch, and it's like, if you all hit the switch at the same time, you will all be released, but if only one of you hits the switch, that one will go free and the rest will drop into this pit and drown. And obviously, since they're the Paraka, one of them is immediately like, oh hell yeah man, hit the switch, and then, you know, it was a trick. They all fall into this water. They manage to escape, but they are exposed to the water beneath Voya Nui, and this water has certain properties that it will matter later that they were exposed to it. Meanwhile, the Toa and Nika encounter their own obstacles. The first one I want to talk about is this dude, Umbra. He's fun because he has roller skates, except that in Bionicle canon, wheels don't exist. So these are described as like little gears on the sides of his feet, which I just find delightful. And then the other thing of note about Umbra is that he has the ability to turn into a laser. So he turns into a laser and he's flying all around the room at the speed of light, and the Toa are like, we need to slow this guy down. And then one of them is like, where's a mask of time when you need one? And I almost had a fucking aneurysm when I read that. Then the Toa enter the Chamber of Death, in which they are all sealed in, and this voice is like, none of you are getting out of here until one of you volunteers to die. And immediately, Matoro steps up. He's like, look guys, it has to be me. I am not a warrior or a athlete or even a chronicler. I'm just a translator, and I'm not even that anymore because now I'm a Toa. I'm not gonna be able to save the universe with my fists or my wits, but maybe I can do it with my sacrifice. So Motoro's sacrifice is accepted and he is obliterated, but then seconds later he reforms completely fine because the point wasn't actually to die, the point was to have the selflessness and willpower to be willing to die. So the Toa Inika and the Paraka both reach the bottom of the stairs, they have a little scuffle, which the Paraka win, and the Paraka end up going first into the Chamber of the Mask of Life. Meanwhile, while this is happening, Axon is fighting Brutaka, and Brutaka is initially winning this fight because Axon is still trying to redeem his boyfriend, but then eventually Axon is like, alright, you know what, I don't think this is gonna actually happen. He enters rage mode, and Brutaka's like, oh shit, I can't beat him while he's in rage mode, so he tries to absorb all the antidermis to get stronger, but Axon shatters the vat, and it all dissipates into the atmosphere. Then Brutaka tries to use his mask to open a portal to the Shadow Realm and trap Axon in that, and that doesn't work either, although it does release Krakua and the Tatarak from the Shadow Realm. You remember them? They were in the Metru... And Axon manages to blast Brutaka with energy and win the fight. But within seconds of him winning, this dude called Botar suddenly teleports into the room. And I have a real issue with Botar, and I will tell you why. So Botar is also a member of the Order of Mata Nui, just like Axon and Brutaka, but his job is that whenever anyone commits crimes against Mata Nui, he is supposed to teleport in, grab them, and then teleport them to a place called the Pit, which is like special Supermax Mata Nui jail. The issue is that Botar only ever shows up after the fight is already over. Botar never actually fights anybody. He only does what he's doing here, which is show up and be like, okay, I'm taking this guy to the pit. And usually what happens, because this happens a few times, is whoever won the fight is like, okay, no, come on, Botar. I need to either redeem this guy or like interrogate him. You can't just take him off to the pit. And Botar is like, oh yeah? Well, that means you're violating the law of Mata Nui too. I'll take you to the pit too, bitch. Let's go. And nobody ever tries to call him on this. Nobody is ever like, you know what, Botar? I kind of don't think that you can. I actually think that you can't do that. I mean, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Makuta literally destroyed Metru Nui and cast Mata Nui into eternal slumber. That has to constitute a crime against the Great Spirit, and Botar has had 1,000 years to do something about that and hasn't done dick. Look, like, I'm sorry to all the Botar fans out there. When I was a kid, I thought he was super cool, mostly because he looks like this, and also because he's framed in the narrative as if he's super cool and strong and badass. But no, this man is a fraud. This is the biggest fraud in all of Bionicle. Anyway, Botar wants to take Brutaka to the pit, and Axon doesn't have the balls to call him on it. So he's like, alright, fine, you can do that, but this is not a permanent arrangement. I'll get him out one day. And Botar's like, I'm Botar. Now, meanwhile, back underground, the Paraka enter the Chamber of the Mask of Life, where they encounter its final guardian.
The vicious spider is ruthless master.
So, let's have the Vizon conversation. Now, Vizon here, in addition to being like top 5 craziest Bionicle sets, dude has a tattered cape, is the 7th Paraka. And when I say that, you should be like, what do you mean, the 7th Paraka? There's no 7th Paraka. There were 6 Paraka when they joined the Dark Hunters, 6 of them when they defected, and 6 of them when they arrived on Voya Nui. Well, okay, so the thing, I'm putting this down. This is insane. I am pretty sure that at some point the plan changed with Vizon. Like, there was clearly always an intent to have a 7th Paraka and have him be the final boss of this era, but I'm pretty sure that, like, who and what he is changed somewhere along the line. Cause, like, the first reference to Vizon is in this book about the Dark Hunters written from the perspective of their leader, the Shadowed One, where he's talking about the Paraka, and he's like, recently, 7 Dark Hunters defected, and I'm gonna hunt them down. 6 of them are detailed here. The 7th had his entry torn out and burned, and it's like, oh damn, who is this guy? This guy was bad news. But like, that isn't true. Vizon was never a Dark Hunter, and also like, the Shadowed One cannot possibly know that he even exists. So I think the plan had to have changed, and also I think the plan had to have changed because the origin that we do get for Vizon is so insane that I cannot believe it wasn't made up on the fly. Okay, so look, remember how I said that Vizok, the blue Paraka, is the dumbest and most aggressive out of all of them? Well, that was not always the case. He used to be a lot more intelligent and cunning and calculating. But then, when they all went to Makuta's lair, they found this thing called the Spear of Fusion, which is what it sounds like. It's a spear, it shoots a beam that can fuse two things together. But it can also be used in reverse, where it shoots one thing and splits it into two. And one of the other Paraka shot Vizok with this spear in reverse, splitting him into two entities. Vizok, who kept all the power and aggression, and Vizon, who got all the intelligence and cunning. Now that doesn't really make any sense because that's not really like a defusion. Like, you'd think if Vizok got split into two entities, one of the two resulting entities wouldn't just still be Vizok. This is really more like an extraction than a defusion, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is that Vizon was in Makuta's lair with the other Paraka when they all suddenly got the idea to go after the Mask of Life. So Vizon immediately betrayed all of them because of course he did, and then through methods that kind of are explained, but I do not buy, was able to find his own Toa canister, get to Voya Nui way before the rest of them, completely avoid notice by the Matoran, get into the staircase without blowing open the entrance, and make it all the way down to the Mask of Life by himself. Unfortunately, the Mask of Life is like extravagantly cursed. Not even the great beings could touch it, and they made it. So when Vizon went to grab it, it fused itself to the back of his head, fused him to a giant spider called Fanart, and made them both into its guardian, which gave us the immortal line,
Vizon's got the mask, but Fenrak's got the teeth, and they're hungry for battle.
There's also a revelation here that this is why the Paraka were sent for the Mask of Life. It's because it's cursed, and whoever sent them here thought they were expendable and wanted them to tank the curse instead of themselves. I wonder who could have done that. I wonder who sent them to get the Mask of Life. Now, as we covered, Vizon design-wise is completely unhinged. Character-wise, he's a lot of fun. He's described often as insane, but he's insane in the way that, like, the Joker is insane, where there's no underlying psychosis. He's just evil and quippy, but it does make him very entertaining. So the Paraka show up and they're like, Vizon, you son of a bitch. I knew we'd find you down here. All right, what's it gonna take for you to give us the mask, man? And Vizon's like, kill Vizok. I don't want to be refused to him ever. And the Paraka are like, okay. And they try to kill Vizok, and Vizok's like, yeah, you goddamn idiots. He's not gonna give us the mask. It's fused to his head. And Vizon's like, okay, all right, you got me. It's fused to the back of my, yeah, all right. You guys are not getting this mask. It's straight up not happening. So Vizon fights the Paraka, and, like, he destroys them. They lose really bad. And then the Toa and Naika roll it. It's really glossed over in the books, but I love the idea of this moment of them coming into this room and seeing a 7th Paraka riding a giant spider and just being like, who the fuck is this guy? So the Toa and Naika fight Vizon and Fanart, and it's a difficult fight because they can absorb kinetic energy to get stronger, but they manage to force them back into the lava. There's lava in this room, by the way. But then the Mask of Life is like, nah, my guardians ain't going down that easy, and evolves Fanart into this insane thing called the Karda Dragon. This thing has the ability to shoot an infinite laser, and it has like a Dragon Ball Z beam clash with the Toa. And the Toa can't possibly win because, again, infinite laser. But then Jala runs over to Kongu, who has a mask of telepathy, and he's like, listen, man, I need you to share the Mask of Life's thoughts, because the Mask of Life is itself alive, with Vizon. So Kongu does this, and in this moment, both he and Vizon learn two things. One is that the Mask of Life hates Vizon. Like, of course it does. He's a creepy little gremlin monster man, but, like, he didn't know that, I guess. And two, much more importantly, the Mask of Life has chosen a new bearer. And who is that bearer but Matoro? See, the Mask of Life has actually had its eye on Matoro for for some time. Because here's what you gotta remember. Motoro spent 1,000 years knowing about Metru Nui and all the Turaga's other secrets from sitting in on their meetings and told no one. He is well acquainted with responsibility and bearing burdens. Then later on, when the Matoran rescue party was going through that scary dark tunnel and Motoro like took somebody's hand and then it wasn't any of them and they disappeared, that was the Mask of Life testing him from afar to see if he would lend his help even in a scary and confusing situation. And of course he passed that test, and then all of this was really clinched by him being willing to sacrifice himself in the Chamber of Death. So it has chosen Matoran. And Vizon has a complete meltdown about this, where he's like, no, I'm the bearer of the Mask of Life. No one is gonna have it, it's mine. And this affords the Toa a chance to nail him with the Zammer Sphere that Axon gave them, which freezes him in stasis. So now they have an open opportunity to go get the Mask of Life off of his head. And Kongu's like, let Motoro get the mask, actually. And everybody's like, why? And he's like, just let the Motoro get the mask, okay? So Motoro grabs the mask, and it just comes off instantly, and he holds it with no ill effects, because he's the chosen one. So the Toa and Nika seem to have won. They have the Mask of Life. But then the Paraka all get up, and they're like, we've been awake for like 20 minutes. We were just waiting for you to defeat Vizon for us. Now, we're gonna take the mask. But before that can happen, Cardus wakes up and shoots a beam at them and knocks the mask out of Motoro's hand. But the mask, instead of dropping to the ground, suddenly starts to fly away, and the Toa and Nika go after it, and the Paraka go after them, leaving Vizon behind and also breaking the Spear of Fusion on their way out. So the Toa and Nika chase the mask across the entire island until it dives into the ocean. And Hali goes in after it, but she isn't able to catch it, and the water pressure gets too intense and she starts drowning. But then she's suddenly saved by this Matoran who is swimming up from below. And he carries her up to the shore, says something about an underwater city that needs help, and then promptly dies. So the Toa and Nika are like, okay, well, the mask just flew into the ocean. What do we do now? But then Axon rolls up, accompanied by Botar, who is carrying Brutaka, and by the Toa Nuva, who were saved from the Paraka's imprisonment by the Matoran resistance #FreeTheBand.
Thanks, Nika!
So everybody meets up on the beach and they formulate a new plan. The Toa and Nika are gonna go down into the depths beneath Voya Nui to look for the Mask of Life. Meanwhile, the Toa Nuva, who are destined to awaken Mata Nui, not save his life, which is why they failed to get the Mask of Life here, receive a list of instructions from Botar that they need to carry out in order to achieve that goal. And Axon is gonna show the Toa and Nika a secret way down into the depths and then stay on Voya Nui to look after the Matoran. By the way, while this is happening, the Paraka are watching from like a bush and they see 12 Toa and Axon and Botar, and they're like, okay, well, we still do need the Mask of Life because otherwise the Shadowed One is gonna kill us, but maybe we shouldn't attack right now. Let's bide our time. Let's wait and see. So with the plan in place, the Toa Nuva depart and the Toa and Nika begin their journey down into the depths. But before we get into that, there are two things that I want to note. Thing number one, 2007 is the last year where I personally collected Bionicles as a kid, so my collection this year is not complete. I'm literally missing one of the Toa from this year. Please don't talk to me about it, okay? It's very embarrassing. And I thought about spending like $2,000 on eBay completing my collection for these videos, and then I was like, no, I'm not, no. And then the other thing about 2007 is that this is the year where Bionicle's method of storytelling changed a little bit. See, until now, as long as you read the Bionicle books, you got the full story of Bionicle, except for some very non-essential things that happen in, like, comics and stuff. But now, Bionicle introduces the concept of web serials. And what web serials are is, a mistake. Web serials are exclusively online and not physically published short stories, which to my understanding were released like blog posts over the course of many weeks, and then some of them weren't actually released as like text, they were released as podcast episodes, and by podcast episodes I mean extremely dry and terrible readings of short stories.
Chapter 2. Tahu and Kopaka dragged a protesting Takanuva to the Colosseum.
I think what web serials actually are is just parts of the books that Bionicle head writer and bearer of the curse, Greg Farshtey, wrote. And then the editors at LEGO were like, yeah, these are books for 8-year-olds. They can't be like 300 pages long. And Greg Farshtey was like, oh, well, that's fine. I'll just put them all online. But he was wrong. It's not fine. It's fucked up. Now, in the ocean off the coast of Voya Nui, unbeknownst to its residents, is the underwater city of Mahri Nui. Mahri Nui was once a part of Voya Nui. That's why Voya Nui has this weird shape. It's because there was more land there. But it broke off at some point and fell down into the ocean. This incident, by the way, is not to be confused with the Great Cataclysm in which Voya Nui itself broke off from the Matoran universe and floated up to the surface of the ocean. This is another thing unrelated in which Mahri Nui broke off from Voya Nui. I realize this is all kind of high concept, so I'm going to visually break it down for you, okay? So we've got the Matoran universe, which is a big dome. The ceiling of the big dome is also the floor of the ocean. In the Matoran universe is a landmass called the Southern Continent. There's a big earthquake, a piece of the Southern Continent breaks off, smashes through the roof of the Matoran universe, and floats up to the surface of the ocean. Then, later, a piece of that breaks off, floats halfway down, and becomes Mahri Nui. So on the surface, there's Voya Nui, then halfway down, there's Mahri Nui, then there's the seafloor, where there's a big hole that's the exact same size and shape as Voya Nui. Then if you go through that hole, you're in the Matoran universe above the Southern Continent, which also has a hole that's the same shape as Voya Nui, because that's where Voya Nui was actually sitting. Now, I think it's very likely that you still have no idea what the fuck I'm saying, but I did make an earnest effort to explain it. So now if you don't get it, I can just be like, well, I tried, you're dumb for not getting it. Now, most of the Matoran that were on Mahri Nui actually survived its sinking because it landed on a field of airweed, which is seaweed that makes air, which made a big bubble around the city, and the Matoran have been able to continue harvesting it, so they live in this bubble and they don't drown. But they're also stuck down there because if they try and swim back up to the surface, they're either gonna run out of air or die of depressurization. So Mahri Nui is actually somehow an even worse place to live than Voya Nui, because first of all, at least on Voya Nui you could breathe, and then secondly, the Matoran have to be really careful when they're harvesting the air they need to live, because below Mahri Nui is the dark water, and the dark water is the territory of the Baraki. So, the Baraki, let's have a little bit of a history lesson. 95,000 years ago, when the Matoran universe was still young, and by still young, I mean about the same age as recorded human history, things were chaotic, because really the only authority around was the Great Spirit Mata Nui, and he was too busy, like, running the universe to bring any actual kind of social order to it. So he chose 6 warlords that formed a coalition called the League of Six Kingdoms, and these 6 warlords were called the Baraki, and they brought order to the universe in the name of Mata Nui. And that was the status quo for like, 15,000 years. But then the Baraki were like, hey, hang on a second. We already run like the whole universe. Why don't we just fully conquer it and overthrow Mata Nui and become gods? So they started amassing armies and laying plans in order to do that. But then on the night before they would have started their campaign, they were ambushed by the forces of the Brotherhood of Makuta, led by our boy Makuta, the Makuta of Metru Nui, our Makuta. Because remember, Makuta is actually a species. Everyone in the Brotherhood is a Makuta. At this point in the timeline, the Brotherhood is not evil. They're still serving the interests of the Great Spirit, which is why they're here dealing with the Baraki. And also, Makuta is not the leader of the Brotherhood. He's second in command, but he is leading this army. So the armies of the Brotherhood destroy the armies of the Baraki, and then Makuta captures them and is like, okay, I'm just gonna kill you guys now. But then, who should show up but everyone's favorite guy, Botar, prisoner transport for the Order of Mata Nui and teleporting asshole. And Botar is here to do his normal Botar thing, i.e. be a dick and contribute nothing. So he busts into the room like Kramer, and he's like, hey, what up, Makuta? It's me, your favorite guy, Botar, here to take these guys to the pit. And Makuta's like, what the, who are you? What? No, what? No. And Botar's like, ha ha ha, ka-chow, and then teleports them away. And this is a very important moment in the history of the Bionicle universe, because this is the start of Makuda's turn to evil. He realized two things in this moment. Thing number one is that nobody puts any respect on the Brotherhood of Makuda's name, like, at all. See, the Brotherhood of Makuda were not originally warriors, they were originally scientists. When the Great Beings made them, their job was to create Rahi. Most of the animals in the Matoran universe were made by the Brotherhood of Makuda. But then over time, as Mata Nui's attention turned toward the running of the universe, the Brotherhood started taking on more and more responsibility, and now they're literally stopping a coup to overthrow God. And yet, despite this, nobody really likes the Brotherhood. Everybody thinks that they're shady, which they are in multiple senses of the word. And then Makuda is now finding out that there's people like Botar out there who are apparently above his pay grade. And then on top of that, all of the love and worship of the Matoran is reserved for the Great Spirit Mata Nui, who doesn't do anything, whereas they have none for Makuda, who just saved the universe. So he starts getting real resentful about this at this point. And then the second thing he realizes is like, okay, wait, hang on a second. These guys just tried to overthrow Mata Nui and I stopped them. So if I try to overthrow Mata Nui, well, I mean, I'm not gonna stop me. So this was the start of Makuda's turn to evil. Now, as for the Baraki, they got taken to the pit. And they spent the next 80,000 years or so rotting in a cell until Makuda finally executed his plan to overthrow Mata Nui and caused the Great Cataclysm. And during the Great Cataclysm, when Voya Nui burst out through the ceiling of the Matoran universe, the pit was breached. And most of the prisoners of the pit died either in the earthquake or in the attempt at a jailbreak, but the Baraki did not. The Baraki made it out. Now, the bad news for them is, so I've been referring to the Matoran universe as underground caverns, but they're really only underground in relation to the island of Mata Nui, which is like right above Metru Nui. Most of the Matoran universe is more accurately described as underwater. So anybody that escaped from the pit escaped into the bottom of the ocean. Now, the good news for the Baraki is that when the pit was breached, it released this stuff into the water called pit mutagen, which is a mutagen from the pit, and if you're exposed to it, it turns you into a water breather. So the Baraki didn't just instantly die at the bottom of the ocean. But the bad news, again, is that pit mutagen doesn't make you amphibious, it makes you aquatic. So they didn't really so much escape from the pit as the pit got bigger. So the Baraki, who are now hideous mutants, have been trapped at the bottom of the ocean for 1,000 years, ruling over armies of fish, and also a city fell on them at one point, so they aren't really jazzed on life at the moment. Now, speaking of hideous mutants, I want to take a second to talk about the designs of the Baraki, because at the risk of committing heresy against my perfect angel children, the Bo-Rock, 2007 is my favorite year of Bionicle designs, and the Baraki are a big part of that. Each of the Baraki is based on a different sea creature, which they are named after in a rather on-the-nose manner. Kalma's a squid, Karapar's a crab, Alex an eel, Mantax is a manta ray, Takedox is kind of generically undersea arthropods, and their leader and local actual crazy person, Prydak, is a shark. And I love how this is brought across in their designs, because the Baraki look like a team. They look like they're all of the same kind, but at the same time, they look radically different, and you can tell at a glance what animal they're supposed to be. This is why I was so down on the Toa Hordeika, by the way. It's because you clearly can make a Bionicle look like an animal person, and they just didn't. Personality-wise, the Baraki aren't quite as entertaining as our last villain team, the Paraka.
Paraka.
But they do feel like much more of a legitimate threat. Like, the Baraki are not bumbling morons who've been tricked into going after the Mask of Life. They are disgraced mutant warlords with a vendetta against all who walk the land. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to the commercial for the Baraki, which is excellent and really sells the menace of them. It also contains a song that somehow apparently is not Bring Me to Life by Evanescence, despite the fact that it clearly has to be Bring Me to Life by Evanescence. However, in the interest of fairness, I should probably say that the Baraki do introduce us to the worst gimmick in Bionicle, squid launchers. 2007 is really the year when Bionicle's gimmicks stopped having anything to do with anything. Squid launchers, so Kalma found a bunch of little vampiric squid in a cave, and he was like, these would be good to shoot at people. So he made squid launchers, and then gave all the Baraki squid launchers, and that's it. That's what squid launchers are. But the lore is not the issue here. The issue issue is the functionality. So the premise here is that squid launchers work like shooting a rubber band. You build up elastic tension and then release it. The issue is that if you build up enough tension to actually shoot it, it just pops out. But if you don't build up enough to fire it, it just gets stuck in the launcher. So these don't work. Like, I can't get it to work. I saw a video on YouTube of a guy getting it to work, but I think that guy might have been a wizard. So this is the undersea status quo. The Baraki rule over the dark water, and above it, the Matoran cling to life on Mahri Nui. But that all changes when the Mask of Life comes floating down from the surface. Now, the Mask of Life gets picked up by this Matoran named Kyrex, which is the most Bionicle name ever. But very quickly, it becomes apparent that the pit mutagen is affecting the mask. So it's starting to deteriorate and just using its power wildly on everything around it. It starts making all the plants around Kyrex grow to the point that they almost kill her, but she gets saved by this other Matoran named Dexter, and he's like, what's the deal with this mask? And Kyrex is like, I don't know, but you should have it, here you go, and then swims away, making her the smartest character in Bionicle. So Dexter is like, well, I mean, it's kind of an interesting trinket. It's not like I can use it, I'm just a Matoran, so I guess I'll just take it with me while I go hunting, and he goes hunting. But meanwhile, the Baraki saw the Mask of Life come drifting down toward Mahri Nui, and since they're the Baraki and they've been around, they're like, yo, that's the Mask of Life, dog. That is our ticket out of here. That's the thing that's gonna be able to transform us back into air breathers and let us go and conquer the surface. We need that mask. So each of the Baraki starts working on getting the mask in their own way. Prydak captures these 4 Matoran and imprisons them in a cave, and he's like, all right, where's the mask at? And Dexter didn't tell anybody about the mask, so they're like, what mask? And Prydak's like, okay, bet, and grabs one of them and just throws them to his sharks, which, if you've read the web serials, you know that Matoran actually got rescued. We'll get to that later, but I didn't read the web serials as a kid because I didn't know they existed. So as far as I was aware, that Matoran got ripped apart by sharks, which is brutal. Brutaka shows up for a minute because remember, Botar took Brutaka to the pit, and this is the pit. And Botar, okay, so Botar is just a huge idiot and hasn't realized in the last 1,000 years that the pit is now at the bottom of the ocean because he only teleports there for like a nanosecond, like not even long enough to get wet, which I don't think is real science and also is stupid. So Brutaka is now also a mutant water breather, and he meets up with the Baraki, and he's like, okay, I'm running this shit now. You guys are gonna help me get the Mask of Life. And the Baraki are like, oh yeah, for sure, we will do that. And then like 5 minutes later, one of Kalma's giant squids drags Brutaka away. And again, if you've read the web serials, you know that Brutaka escapes from this and goes on to become a very important character. But if you didn't read the web serials, then this is the last you ever see of Brutaka. He is dragged off by a squid, and that's it. He's out of the story. Meanwhile, Alec leads an army of eels against Mahri Nui to like destroy it and get the mask, and then Takedox hears about this and he's like, no, you're gonna destroy the mask, you goddamn idiot. So he sends Karapar to stop him, and then Karapar is like, okay, Matoran of Mahri Nui, that attack is over, but I've occupied the airfields with my army of crabs. If you guys don't hand over the mask soon, you're all gonna run out of air and drown. And the Matoran are like, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't have a mask, because Dexter is still off hunting. By the way, Dexter is still off hunting, but he's noticed that he is unable to kill anything because the Mask of Life keeps bringing everything back to life. And he's like, huh, that's kind of sus. I think I should probably just destroy this mask. But when he tries to destroy it, the Mask of Life turns one of the eels into like a gigantic hell eel, and it starts wrecking everything and almost destroys Mahri Nui, and everything is chaos. But then the eel is distracted by the sounds of combat coming from the cord. The cord is effectively a stone tunnel that connects the top of Mahri Nui to the bottom of Voya Nui, and the reason that there are sounds of combat coming from it is that the cord is the route that the Toa and Nika are using to get down to Mahri Nui. Remember them? They're actually gonna show up now. Now, as for who the Toa are fighting, that's kind of complicated, because, okay, so I was rereading the Bionicle books to refresh my memory about the story, and while I do that, I always have the Bionicle wiki open in another window. And there was this line in the wiki where it said that while they were sending the cord, some stuff happened. They like run into Vizon again. He followed them down there and they have a scrap with him. And like Matoran gets possessed for a minute and they have to deal with that. And I was like, hang on, I don't think any of this happened. None of this was in the books. None of this was in the comics. When does this happen? So I checked the footnote on the wiki and it was like Bionicle updated encyclopedia. So I checked the Bionicle updated encyclopedia and sure enough, it does say in there that these things happen. But as far as I've been able to discern, it only says it there. Like, that doesn't actually happen in the story anywhere. So unless I'm mistaken and I missed something somewhere, Bionicle is now getting things wrong about itself. Hey guys, Editor Noah here. So I don't usually do this, but it turns out that I did miss something, and it's such an insane something that I felt that I actually needed to come in and explain it with my own voice. So basically, the events that I was just talking about, the fight with Vizon and Matoran getting possessed and stuff, those did happen, but they happened in an unreleased book. Like, this era was originally supposed to have 4 books, and then Lego was like, nah, we're not gonna do that, and they cut one of them. And then I guess Farshtey was like salty about that. He was like pissed that Lego canceled the book or something. So he was like, man, fuck Lego. I'm putting this stuff in the encyclopedia anyway, which I think makes these things canon. Like, they're in the encyclopedia, they're on the wiki, so I think they like count, but they don't actually happen because the thing in which they happen wasn't released. Utterly psychotic power move by Farshtey, and I just thought you should know. Okay, yeah, back to the video. Anyway, what the Toa actually definitely are doing in the court is fighting Zyglak, which are like, they're like the bastard children of the great beings created as an unintentional byproduct of the process that makes Matoran. It doesn't matter. You don't care. But the Toa and Nika are fighting the Zyglak, and that attracts the attention of the giant eel, which wraps around the cord and starts squeezing it, and it starts to crack, and water is pouring in. The Toa are definitely gonna drown. But right as this is happening, the Baraki have finally cornered Dekar with the mask, and Prydak like slaps him out of the way, and he's like, ah, the mask of life at last. This will allow us to conquer, you know, whatever Prydak says. And he reaches out and grabs the mask of life, and as he does, in one last ditch attempt to defend itself, it lets off this enormous flash of light, and that light strikes the Toa and Nika and transforms them into the Toa Mahri. Okay, so first of all, at this point, I feel like Toa don't even have the right to act surprised if they get transformed into some other kind of Toa, because this has literally happened to everyone. But putting that aside, the Toa Mahri are my favorite Toa designs, which kind of makes it even more embarrassing that I'm missing one of them. They're just so cool, dude. Their masks, their colors, the way they're built, the way that the water theming is like clearly present, but also not so present that it overwhelms the design and makes them look stupid. Jala has a cute little crab that he mounts a minigun on, which is his consolation prize for being a Toa of fire at the bottom of the ocean, which sucks for him. I know that some people don't like Matoran because he's kind of weird and hunchbacked, but I actually love him. I think this is a better design for him than his Toa and Nika version because it makes him appear more humble, which is perfect for his character. The cinematic commercial for the Toa Mahri is one of the coolest things that's ever been made. It's better than all the Bionicle movies put together. It gives me chills. Go watch it. The Toa Mahri bring in 2007's second new gimmick alert. That's right, we now have more than one per year. Kordak blasters, which, like, I know I said that Ratuka spinners are the best Bionicle gimmick, but I think actually Kordak blasters might be the best Bionicle gimmick. They're so satisfying to use. Like, check this shit out. Ba, 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 ba. You may notice, by the way, that Kongu has 2, whereas everybody else has 1, and that's due to a goddamn iconic moment in which they find the blasters, and Kongu picks up 2 of them, and everybody else is like, what are you doing? And he's like, 2 hands. Kongu actually has another iconic moment also where he clowns on Hali, because Hali has these big, like, fin wings, and he's like, yo, what's up with that? And she's like, I don't know, man. We all got mutated. You look different, too. And he's like, yeah, dodged the fins thing, though. I don't actually know why he's clowning on Hali, though, because Hali is so sick. The wings are sick. Hali is, like, my favorite one out of all of them. The one problem with Hali is, so you see these, like, like lime green bits on her. So there's like a meme in the Bionicle community that the lime joints are extremely fragile and always break. And I was always like, these people are stupid. That never happened to me. And then I took her out of storage, and yeah, I don't know if you can see, but her hand is broken, and now she can't hold her Kordak blaster. The meme is real, and the lime joints are bad. One thing that I will say is kind of weird about the Toa Mahri from like a story perspective is that the Toa in Nika were very unusual Toa. They had like the living masks and the lightning infusion, and all of that is just gone. This transformation makes them into much more standard Toa, which is weird, but also it's good because the Toa and Nika were sus and the Toa Mahri are awesome. In conclusion, the Toa Mahri are the best Toa. 2007 has the sickest designs, and I kind of can't believe that I don't have Hyuki. Like, what the fuck, man? How did I not collect all the Toa Mahri? What the fuck? So anyway, back to the story. The Toa Mahri are aquatic Toa. They can breathe water, but not air, and they are immune to pit mutagen. So they're released out of the cord into the ocean, and they have to fight this giant eel, which they actually deal with extremely quickly, and then they see Mahri Nui, and they're like, okay, let's go down there and link up with the Matoran and ask them about the Mask of Life. So the Toa swim up to Mahri Nui, and they're like, yo, what's up, local Matoran? We're here looking for the Mask of Life. And the Matoran are like, Jesus Christ, would you fucking fish people stop asking us about the Mask of Life? We don't know anything about the Mask of Life. And the Toa are like, no, you guys, you don't understand. We're Toa, we're here to help. And the Matoran are like, oh, you guys are Toa? Oh, okay. Yeah, where have you been, huh? Where were you guys? Where was Gondor when Mahri Nui fell, huh? Alright, fine. If you guys are Toa, then prove it. 5 of you go liberate the airfields from the crab army, and 1 of you stay here as collateral. So Matoro stays behind, and the rest of them go off to the airfields where they run into the Baraki, who I will remind you now have the Mask of Life. And the Baraki are like, oh, disgraced Toa, huh? So what'd you guys do? What are you in for? And Hali steps up and starts talking big shit and being like, we're not in the business of telling our goddamn life story to every fish guy that crosses our path. And the Baraki are like, yeah, we're not just fish people, we're kind of the Baraki, and we're gonna use the Mask of Life to reclaim the surface. And Hali's like, oh, Baraki? More like Barakshi, way I'm about to pick my teeth with you motherfucker. And the Baraki are like, alright, you guys are really rude, but you're also not a threat to us because we have armies. Come with us, we're gonna put you in squid jail. And the Toa are like, okay, I mean, what? We're just gonna break out anyway, so whatever. And they go with the Baraki. Meanwhile, Matoro is chilling at Mahri Nui, and then the Mahri Nui Matoran are like, we just saw your friends swim off with the Baraki. We're gonna kill you. And Matoro's like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna leave. So he swims off, but then he gets attacked and captured by this guy who's called Hydraxon. Now, Hydraxon was a member of the Order of Mata Nui and the jailer of the pit. And I say was because Hydraxon is dead. He died in the jailbreak during the Great Cataclysm. So this is not actually Hydraxon. This is Dekar, the Matoran that had the Mask of Life. That same pulse of light that hit the Toa and Nika and turned them into the Toa Mahri, it also hit him and it transformed him into a copy of Hydraxon, which is actually extremely dark and tragic because this innocent Matoran's entire identity was just erased so he could be transformed into a soulless copy of a long dead guy, rotely going about his old duty with no understanding of the fact that he's dead. It's really dark. It's very dark. Now, Hydraxon should be really cool. The issue with Hydraxon is that the very first line that he says, like, he captures Matoro, and this is his introduction, his, like, first one-liner, is he's like, welcome to the pit, runner. You have the right to remain jailed. Which is such a fucking stupid line that I actually am incapable of saying it without laughing, and it completely ruins Hydraxon. So Hydraxon drags Matoro off to the pit, like the actual prison part of it, and throws him in a cell, and he's like, alright, I'm gonna go look for more runners. You can probably escape from here, but I wouldn't recommend it because this place is being guarded by this giant robot called Maxilos and his hound Spinax. Maxilos has to be one of the most unreasonably badass sets in all of Bionicle. Like, look at that. Look at this weapon. Look at the shoulder-mounted Kordak. Look at the face pauldrons. And then Spinax is also good. The issue with Spinax is that we're at the bottom of the ocean, and this is a dog, which is not a very hydrodynamic creature, and I feel like this really wasn't accounted for at all. Like, when Maxilos is swimming, does he just, like, drag Spinax along on this chain? Oh, shit. So Hydraxon leaves Matoro with Maxilos, and the second he leaves, this robot starts acting super weird. Because, like, this is a robot. It isn't supposed to be sentient, but it starts, like, talking to Motoro and using all these weird powers. And it's like, oh, Motoro, everyone thought that I was dead, but you knew better, didn't you? And Motoro's like, no, you've got to be fucking kidding me. No shot is this happening right now. And Maxilos is like, yeah, you know what it is, bitch. Guess who's back, baby? Somehow Makuta has returned. I mean, I literally told you guys that Makuta is just Palpatine. Here he is, returning halfway through the sequels. Star Wars is still ripping off of Bionicle 15 years later, except in this, it's actually good because there is an explanation. So you guys may have missed my extremely subtle foreshadowing in the last video, but antidermis, the stuff that the Paraka were putting in their Xammer spheres, that is Makuta. Because remember how I said that members of the Brotherhood are not biomechanical anymore, they're just energy in a metal shell? So Makuta's energy survived the destruction of his body in his battle with Takanuva, and it was lingering in his lair when the Paraka showed up, and he psychically influenced them to go after the Mask of Life, and went with them to Voya Nui and was chilling in their vat and subtly helping them out. But then Voya Nui was kind of a complete debacle, and the things he wanted to happen there didn't really happen at all, so he's now come down to Mahri Nui and inhabited the body of this Maxilos robot to handle things personally. So Motoro's like, oh my god, dude. Okay, look, if you're here to kill me, just do it. And Makuta's like, I'm not here to kill you, idiots. I'm here to help. I mean, I don't really know why you would think I want Mata Nui dead. Like, if Mata Nui dies, so does everything in the universe, probably including me. And even if it doesn't include me, everything will be dead, so there's nothing for me to rule over. So yeah, I want you guys to succeed here. I'm on your side. Oh, but I should mention that I can kill you very easily, and if you tell any of the other Toa about me, I will kill them. So Makuta helps Motoro escape from the pit, and then all the other Toa escape from Baraki jail, and nobody really asks any questions about this huge, scary robot and his little doggy that are now following around Motoro. Everyone's just like, whatever, dude, works for me. Meanwhile, the Baraki are having a meeting, and they're like, okay, the Mask of Life is falling apart because of the pit mutagen. Eventually, it'll just completely dissolve, and we're gonna bathe in the energy that's released by that and be restored to our former selves. But then they're like, okay, that is a good plan, but who's gonna hold on to the mask while we wait for that to happen? And Pridak's like, I'll hold it, and the rest of them are like, no, the fuck you won't. So for safekeeping, they decide to give the mask to this guy, Nocturne. I love the design of Nocturne. I think he looks super cool with his blue and green, very deep sea. He's a on-again, off-again lieutenant of Elec and a former prisoner of the pit, and he's kind of a neutral party in all of this, so they're like, okay, we'll just give the mask to him, which is a huge mistake because Nocturne is an idiot, and he has the mask for all of like 5 minutes before he's like, I'm bored, and blunders off with it. So the Baraki start freaking out because they can't find the mask. They think that the Toa have it, the Toa think that they have it, then the Baraki realize the Toa don't have it, so each Baraki thinks that a different Baraki stole it, so that starts like a Baraki civil war that the Toa help instigate. It's a classic the Toa doing a bunch of stuff. Like, a lot of things happen, but none of it matters. The only thing of real significance that happens during this is that Makuta and Motoro are teamed up and doing a lot of stuff together. And just like when Makuta and Vakama teamed up during that Mask of Time side quest, anytime that Makuta and a Toa get to like hang out and interact casually, it is a highlight of the series. The dynamic this time around is a little bit different though, because Makuta and Vakama were very much like unwilling allies who both hate each other, where Makuta's like, you're an inferior life form, and Vakama's like, oh yeah, then how can we beat your ass, idiot? And Makuta's like, cause I let you, dumbass. The dynamic between Makuta and Motoro though is a lot more like grim and messed up. Basically, Makuta just follows him around, criticizing every decision he makes and emotionally gaslighting him, being like, damn man, you're like evil and a bad Toa. Like, there's a part where Motoro gets into a fight with Prydak, and Prydak sends an army of sharks at him, and Motoro uses his mask power, which can raise zombies from the dead, to summon an army of zombie sharks, which is badass. And he sends them at Prydak's army, and Makuta's there, and he's like, damn, dude, that's like some shit I would do. And then later on, Makuta just like casually drops that in order for the Mask of Life to be used to save Mata Nui's life, it has to be in the heart of the universe, which is below the southern continent, which is the landmass that Voya Nui was a part of. And for this to work, the heart of the universe needs to have its roof back on it, which is Voya Nui. So Voya Nui has to return to the Matoran universe. Again, please consult this chart for a very vague understanding of how this all works. Point is, to complete their mission, the Toa Mahri are gonna have to blow up the cord and drop Voya Nui back down into the Matoran universe, smashing through Mahri Nui on its way, which is going to kill all of the Matoran on both landmasses. And Makuda's like, rejoice, Toa! Your name will go down in history right next to mine as the greatest killer of Matoran. So he's being a real dick, and he's clearly trying to manipulate Matoro into doing something to prove that he's not evil, and we'll see what that is later. Now, the other thing that happens during this part of the story is the events of the web serials. So I would like to welcome you to Web Serial Hell. Okay, so listen, I know I said earlier that the web serials are like a problem, but I didn't fully express the degree to which the web serials are a problem. Let me explain. So there were 3 web serials that take place during this era. 4 if you count the one that's a flashback, but that's a flashback, so if we don't count it. And all 3 of these web serials take place simultaneously with each other and with the books. The web serial experience is you're reading one web serial, and it's like chapter 5 ends with, and then Makuda faced off against an army of crabs. And chapter 6 starts with the army of crabs defeated, Makuda went on to do this other thing. And you're like, whoa, wait, what about the battle with the army of crabs? Did we just skip that? And the answer is no, we didn't skip that. That is in like chapter 4 of a different web serial. And in that fight has no beginning or end because they are in the first web serial, and you just have to like know that it's like that, which I didn't because I didn't read the web serial. But now I have subjected myself to the web serials so that you don't have to, and I'm just gonna give you a brief rundown of the major events of each one. Web serial number 1, the Gali Nuva blog. So you may recall from the ending of my last video that while the Toa Mahri went down into the ocean to get the mask and save Mata Nui's life, the Toa Nuva, the original heroes of this story, went to carry out a list of tasks that'll be essential for the reawakening of Mata Nui, assuming that the Toa Mahri are able to save him. Task number 1. Bring back the Borak, baby! Oh yeah, and also like probably do some other stuff, I don't know. So if you recall from my very first video, the mission of the Borak was never actually to hurt anybody. They only started fighting people once people started fighting them. Their mission was to clean the island of Mata Nui, wipe out everything on it, which it turns out is essential to the reawakening of the Great Spirit. Don't ask me why or how, we'll get into it later, all you need to know is that it is. So basically the Borak were actually just doing their very important job and were never evil at all, and the Toa were in the wrong, and the Borak never did anything wrong, and they're perfect, and I love them. So the Toa Nuva go back up to the island of Mata Nui and into the Borak nest, and they unseal the Borak queens, and the Borak queens are like, well, look who's come crawling back. And the Toa Nuva are like, alright, whatever, I don't want to hear it. Can you just destroy the island? And the Borak are like, yeah, we're gonna destroy the island, because we do our job, okay? Get the fuck out of here. And then the Toa Nuva have to do a bunch of other stuff. They have to find this thing called the Staff of Artaka, which is on Zia, which is Rudaka's homeland. So the Toa Nuva are looking for the staff and negotiating with Rudaka for its location, and then the Rahaga show up, and they're like, okay, we'll handle this whole Tatarak situation, but you, Rudaka, have got to mutate us back into the Toa Haga, so they're back to being the Toa Haga. But then the Toa Nuva lose the Staff of Artaka to this member of the Brotherhood of Makuda named Ikarax, and they follow Ikarax to Karzani, remember Matoran Hell, and Ikarax beats them all up, but then Gali destroys Karzani with a tsunami, and then they lose the Staff of Artaka anyway. So then the Toa Nuva are like, okay, well, I guess that one's a lost cause, so we'll do all the other things on this list. And then after they do all of that, the Toa Nuva get teleported to Daxia, which is the base of the Order of Mata Nui, and the Order is like, good job, you did everything on the list. And the Toa are like, but we didn't get the Staff of Artaka. And they're like, oh, we already have the Staff of Artaka here because of Web Serial 2, Into the Darkness. Actually, in order to tell you about Into the Darkness, I kind of have to tell you about Web Serial 1 1.5, The Many Deaths of Toa 2 yet, but I'll keep this quick. So back in the day, thousands of years ago on Metru Nui, there was a Toa of water on Leekon's team named Tuyet, and she was in possession of this thing called the Nui Stone, which is a rock where if a Toa has it, it supercharges their elemental powers. They become like a mega Toa. And Tuyet was crazy, she killed a bunch of Matoran, and then she tried to use the Nui Stone in a bid to take over the universe, but Leekon stopped her and blew it up in her face because he's the guy, and then she got taken to the pit by Botar and died during the jailbreak. Anyway, now into the darkness. So in the present day, Makuta drags Matoro down into the ruins of the pit, where they find the body of Toa Tuyet. And Makuta's like, I need you to use your mask of reviving zombies to bring her back so that I can take the shards of the Nui Stone from her body and use them to reforge it so that if there's ever like an evil Toa that I can get on my side, I can supercharge them. And this entire situation is bullshit on multiple levels. But right now, Matoro does revive Tuyet, and he and Tuyet and Makuta swim off. And the best moment in this story, and actually the best moment in any of the web serials, is Hali sees Matoro swimming along with a demon robot and a zombie Toa, and she comes up and is like, hey man, what's going on? Like, what's good with you? And Matoro's like, oh, yo, what's up, Hali? Nothing much. You know, we're just chilling. We're all good. Get the fuck out of here. So Makuta's gonna use the Staff of Artaka to repair the Nui Stone. The staff got stolen from the Toa Nuva by Icarax. He brought it to him at the bottom of the ocean somehow. But then Brutaka shows up. He escaped from squid jail off screen, and he grabs the staff and he's like, Botar! And Botar teleports in and takes it and teleports away. Also, it specifically says that Botar gives Brutaka like a nod of recognition that even though he's a criminal, he's doing a good thing here. But the thing about that is I'm pretty sure that being there long enough to nod at Brutaka is the longest that Botar has ever been in the pit. And after this, he stops teleporting people to the pit. So I'm assuming that this is the moment where he realized the pit was flooded. So I'm imagining him teleporting in and being like, Brutaka, although you are a criminal and your actions are unforgivable, I recognize the nobility of why am I wet? So Makuta is pissed about this and he fights Brutaka, and Brutaka has his entire game figured out. He's like, look man, I know you don't actually want the Mask of Life because you had plenty of opportunities to get it and you didn't take them. You just want to be here and make sure that it's used on your terms. And by the way, I saw Hydraxon fighting Nocturne, who has the mask, and Hydraxon is definitely gonna win that fight, and then he's gonna blow up the mask. So you might want to go deal with that. And Makuta's like, shit, and he goes off to deal with that. So that's Into the Darkness. Web Serial 3, Dreams of Destruction. So remember how I said that Prydak kidnapped a bunch of Matoran and then threw one of them to get ripped apart by sharks, but then that Matoran actually got rescued? Well, the guy that rescued him was this guy, Toa Lesovic. Lesovic is a Toa of air, and he was the leader of the first ever Toa team. But then he was disgraced because he hesitated in combat and his whole team got killed. So Lesovic spent several thousand years wandering the universe being sad. He tried to link up with his old Matoran friends, but they had been shipped off to Karzani and then subsequently shipped off to Voya Nui, and then the part of Voya Nui that they were on fell into the water and became Mahri Nui, and they forgot everything about that. So they're now down here, and one of them is the one that Lesovic just saved. So he explains all this and explains how he has beef with Karzani, the guy, not the place, although I guess also the place, because he tried to get his Matoran friends from Karzani and Karzani didn't let him. And then right as he's saying this, with incredible timing, Karzani shows up, like the devil is just here. He has been mutated into a form that is objectively less cool and is here to get the Mask of Life and use it to rule the universe, a motive that is unique to him, and no one else has ever had that idea. So Karzani briefly fights Lesovic, and then he overhears Makuta talking about the Staff of Artaka, and Artaka is Karzani's way more successful brother, so he gets pissed off, attacks Makuta. Makuta kicks his ass. Karzani's like, oh, I'll attack him telepathically. Makuta kicks his ass telepathically. Karzani runs off to go hide in a cave. Lesovic follows him. Karzani tries to trap him in the old infinite dream gambit, but Lesovic breaks out of it, and then he's like, I'm gonna kill this guy, and then his Matoran friends are like, nah, he ain't even worth it. And Lesovic's like, you're right, he ain't even worth it. Let's go have adventures. So he goes off to have adventures with his Matoran friends, and then Karzani gets taken to a new prison by Botar. So that's the web serials, and I'd like you to understand two things about the web serials. One is that I summarized so heavily, and two is that they only get worse from here. So back to the actual story, Hydraxon comes across Nocturne, who has the mask still, and he fights Nocturne and beats him, and then he's like, I don't trust this mask, so he's gonna blow it up, but then Hali and Mantax stop him, and then Mantax gets the mask, and he's like, alright, enough of this, I'm calling a Baraki meeting, I'm out of here. So he swims off, and Hydraxon goes after him. So then the Toa regroup, and they're like, okay, we gotta send somebody to track down Hydraxon and the Baraki. And Motoro is like, oh, we should send Maxilos, because he's got this hunting hound with him, and also because he's a robot, and he certainly isn't possessed by anything that would give him free will and allow him to say no to this request, right, Maxilos? And Makuda's like, yeah, okay, and he swims away. So with Makuda gone for the moment, Motoro is like, you guys, it's about to pop off here, okay? We need to get the Matoran up the cord and onto Voya Nui, because when we blow up the cord, which we have to do, it's gonna smash Mahri Nui. So we gotta get them out of here before they die. So the Toa start evacuating the Matoran up the cord. The Matoran are like, hey, sorry about when we, like, tried to kill you because we thought you were evil fish people, and the Toa are like, water under the bridge. But on their way back up to Voya Nui, the Toa and the Matoran are ambushed by the Paraka.
Yo, Paraka.
Now, the thing about the Paraka is, remember when they were going down to the Mask of Life and they failed that prisoner's dilemma room and fell into water, and I was like, that's gonna be important. Well, it was important because that water had pit mutagen in it. So they now have been mutated. They are now sea snakes. So basically all of their plans are over and they are not in the story anymore, which is such a lame fate for the Paraka. I mean, look, I understand that the Paraka were actually just a bunch of decoy goons that Makuta brought in to waste time. So it does make sense that they aren't actually important characters, and after their arc, they kind of get turned into snakes and sidelined out of the story. But like, we spent so much time with them and they were so much fun and so cool, and their song was a banger. It sucks that this is their fate, especially Zocton. Zocton was scary and smart, and he knew everything about the Bionicle universe, and he had plans. So it sucks that he just got turned into a sea snake and written out of the story. That's stupid. Oh, also, by the way, right here, Hakan says that Vizok is the one responsible for them falling into the water and getting mutated, and that isn't true. It was Radak. So once again, Farshtey is now getting things wrong about his own story, which is not a good sign. Anyway, the Paraka are actually kind of winning this fight, despite the fact that they are now snakes, but then Axon shows up and just like slaps them and knocks them all out. And the Toa are like, oh, Axon, thank God you're here. Okay, listen, we need to blow up the cord and sink Voya Nui in order to do this whole Mask of Life thing. So all of these Matoran need to get to safety. So we really need to do something. And Axon's like, yeah, bitch, I know. Look, I'll hide all the Matoran, including the ones you just brought, in caves on Voya Nui, which will, I guess, let them live through the island sinking. But you guys need to get back down there right the hell now, because the Great Spirit Mata Nui has like an hour of life left. So the Toa get on this Bionicle train and ride it back down into the ocean for the final battle of this arc. So the Toa show up, and unfortunately a lot of this last final battle section is just a lot of time wasting and people doing stuff. The Toa fights some Rahi, Hydraxon fights Makuta, Hydraxon fights the Baraki, the mask gets passed around a lot, Gadunka is involved. So at the end of all of this, Makuta has the mask, but Motoro turns on him and freezes him and grabs it, and he and Jala swim away. And they have this nice little heart-to-heart where Motoro is like, look man, I'm really sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but that's Makuta. And Jala's like, it's okay man, like I get it, but also you have a team now and we like you and we all think you're a good Toa and we can share your burdens. And Motoro's like, oh man, you know, that really means a lot. Maybe after all this is over, I kind of thought that I would just become a Turaga, but maybe I'll stay as a Toa. Maybe there's still more good I can do in the world. And they swim off. Meanwhile, Makuta breaks out of the ice and he has an open opportunity to go after them and get the mask back, but he chooses not to. And not only does he not go after them, he actively stops the Baraki from going after them. And the Baraki are like, get the hell out of our way, you stupid ass robot. And Makuta's like, oh, oh, you don't remember me. Okay, all right, let me see if this rings a bell. I completely ruined all of your lives. And the Baraki are like, okay, no, come on, man. There's no way that Makuta is here right now. And Makuta's like, it's ya boy. The Baraki just completely drop everything to try and kill Makuta, and Makuta beats them up. And they're like, oh my god, dude, was it not enough to ruin our lives? lives once. And Makuda's like, you are giving yourselves way too much credit right now, man. I don't care about you at all. I'm just trying to make sure this whole Mask of Life thing goes down the way I want it to. But then the Baraki are like, oh, wait a second, we have an army of 100,000 sharks. So they send 100,000 sharks at Makuda, and they completely rip him apart. So Makuda is out of the game, but he's like, all right, I did everything I could. Hopefully the Toa have got it from here. So the Toa Mari regroup, and they have the mask, and they're ready to blow the cord. Hydraxon shows up and is like,
I believe that mask belongs to me.
and they're like, listen, man, if you want to be responsible for Mata Nui dying and everyone else dying in 5 minutes, take the goddamn mask. And Hydraxon's like, I have runners to catch, and swims away. So the Toa are like, okay, we have the mask, everything is in place, we're ready, let's do this. So they all fire their Kordak blasters, because you gotta keep that gimmick relevant, remember, and they destroy the cord, and Voya Nui starts sinking. And the Toa need to get back through the roof of the Matoran universe before Voya Nui falls and seals it off. So they're racing the island down there, and the armies of the Baraki are coming after them, but Makuda gave them too much of a head start, and it looks like they're gonna make it. But then suddenly everyone feels this horrible chill. And in that moment, everyone realizes that they are too late. The Great Spirit Mata Nui is dead. And what happens next is honestly kind of hard to explain. My original plan was to do a dramatic reading of what happens next from the book, but then that ended up being a complete tonal car crash. I'm actually re-recording this right now. I am gonna put a link to an unlisted video with the dramatic reading in the description. Like, if you wanna fully get what happens, it's there. But basically, for the length of one chapter, Bionicle decides that it's going to become way better written than it ever has been or will ever be again. So basically what happens is the Toa are all like, oh, well, this isn't good. I guess we completely failed and the whole universe is doomed. And one of them is like, should we destroy the mask so the Baraki don't get it? And then the others are like, who gives a shit if the Baraki get the mask? God is dead. But then Motoro steps up and he's like, all right, you know what? No. Voya Nui hasn't landed yet. I'm holding the Mask of Life in my hand. We did not chase after this thing for 2 entire real-life years to fail now, okay? We did not bring in the goddamn all-American rejects to fail now, okay? We're taking the Mask of Life, we're going down there, there has to be something that we can do. And the other two are like, yeah, you're right, you're spitting, we shouldn't give up hope yet, but let's be real here for a second. None of us fuck with the Mask of Life like you do. You're the chosen one, this is your thing, this is your destiny. You're gonna go down there and do something, but we are gonna stay here and fight the Baraki's armies and stall them to buy you as much time as possible. And like, they're gonna die. The Baraki's armies just took out Makuda, and these 5 morons who have been Toa for like a day are no Makuda. They're donezo. But they're willing to do it for Motoro so that he can fulfill his destiny. So Motoro and the other Toa bid each other an extremely sad and tragic farewell, and they part ways, and Motoro takes off after Voya Nui, and he's racing it back down into the Matoran universe, and he just barely makes it through before it falls and locks into place. And he's falling down through this huge waterfall into the core of the universe, and he's suddenly compelled to put on the Mask of Life. And the second he does, he's like, oh, this might have been a mistake, actually. Like, not in the sense that he's doing the wrong thing, this is what he's supposed to do, but the Mask of Life isn't the kind of power where you just like, put it on, and you just use it, and it's no big deal. Like, you know how in a nuclear fission reactor, you destroy an atom and then use the resulting energy to power whatever you want to power? Yeah, so in this situation, Motoro is the atom, and the Mask of Life is about to obliterate him and then use that energy to revive Mata Nui. So basically, immediately, the Mask of Life starts eating him alive. His body is dissolving and turning into pure light, and his mind is dissolving too. He's losing his personality and his memories and everything that makes him who he is, but he manages to hold on to one thing, and that's the memory of his team. Motoro's friends are at the bottom of the ocean fighting the Baraki, about to die in the dark like dogs. And what's even worse than that is that nobody's even gonna know. Motoro's not going home, they're not going home, there's nobody to tell anyone what happened down here. These people are literally making the greatest sacrifice of all time in order to save the universe, and their legend will never be told. Nobody back on Metru Nui will ever find out what happened to them or why they never came home. And Motoro's like, you know what? No, that's unacceptable. I don't care that I'm basically already dead. I don't care that this isn't how this works. The Great Spirit Mata Nui can wait his damn turn. If I can't use the literal infinite power that I am wearing right now on my face to save the people that matter to me, the rest of the universe can get fucked for all I care. And the Mask of Life is like, alright, you know what? I respect it. You're about to die, but before that happens, I give you access to my full power one time. And Matoran uses that power to save the lives of his friends, teleporting them back home to Metru Nui and restoring their ability to breathe air. And with that done, he surrenders himself completely to the Mask of Life. He explodes in a giant corona of light that fills up the entire universe, and just as everyone felt the Great Spirit die, now everyone feels the Great Spirit come back to life. And back on Metru Nui, even as the Toa Mori mourn the loss of their friend, they recognize that he did his duty and fulfilled his destiny. He saved his team, he saved the universe, and he proved that no matter what he may have thought of himself, he is in fact a hero, and also he's Bionicle Jesus. Bless up. You were the best of us, Toa Matoran. R.I.P.
I'll take it from you.
And listen, maybe you're sitting there and you're like, whatever, bro, I don't even give a shit about Matoran, but you don't get it, okay? First of all, A, you didn't read 20 books to get up to this point. You aren't invested for real. And secondly, it's about the jump in writing quality. Like, go watch the dramatic reading. It'll give you a little bit better of an idea of why this is, in fact, a really good and, like, emotionally affecting moment. And granted, a series that ran for 10 years having one singular moment that is actually emotionally affecting is admittedly kind of a low bar. Some might even say a pathetically low bar, but nonetheless, we did clear it. So good job, Farshtey. You actually kind of killed it on this one. Okay, alright, stop crying. We need to wrap up. So back at the bottom of the ocean, the Baraki's armies turn on each other and rip each other apart, and they go back to stewing in their impotent hatred. Meanwhile, Hydraxon comes across the destroyed shell of the Maxilos robot, and there's no sign of Makuta anywhere, but like, I'm not even gonna try and front and be like, oh guys, maybe Makuta's dead, who knows? We've already seen this guy's body get destroyed, and this wasn't even his body, so like, he's fine. He'll be back. And finally, with the Great Spirit's life saved, it is at last time for his reawakening. So the Toa Nuva are teleported to the land of Artaka, which is like Matoran heaven, where they talk to its ruler, who is also named Artaka, who is kind of like an angel, kind of, who gives them new armor and weapons and sends them off to the core of the universe to fulfill their destiny and bring Mata Nui back from his eternal slumber. And that's where the Mahri Nui Era ends. Now, the core of the universe is a place called Karda Nui, and it is the source of all the energy that naturally fuels the Matoran universe. And in its natural state, Karda Nui is just this big, empty sandbar full of energy storms. But, like so much of the Matoran universe, it was damaged by the Great Cataclysm in two ways. First of all, Karda Nui is directly beneath the southern continent, and as we know, in the Great Cataclysm, a piece of the southern continent broke off, floated up to the surface of the ocean, and became the island of Voya Nui, where the Mask of Life was hit. This left a giant hole in the roof of the Matoran universe, and water from the ocean poured through it and down into Karda Nui, and it has now formed like a swamp all over the bottom of the area. I'm gonna elect not to get into the math of like the volume of water that would come through an island-sized hole in the bottom of the ocean over 1,000 years, and how big Karda Nui would need to be for that to just kind of form a swamp at the bottom, because that is in fact impossible, but we're just gonna move past that. The other thing that happened to Karda Nui in the Great Cataclysm is that many of the stalactites in its ceiling fell and impaled themselves in the ground, forming kind of like inverted mountain pillars. It's very Avatar vibes. And atop these pillars are the Sky Villages, where there is a settlement of Matoran. Specifically, these are of Matoran, or Matoran of Light. Now, the thing with Matoran of Light is that we have learned at this point that there can be Matoran of elements outside of the standard 6. So there are Matoran of things like sound and gravity and magnetism. But we were not previously aware that there could be Matoran of Light, and that is very much by design. See, the Matoran of Light were the first Matoran. They were made by the great beings themselves to help prep the universe for Mata Nui's initial awakening. But then after they completed that work, the Order of Mata Nui, aka the deep state shadow government of the Matoran universe, decided that the existence of the Matoran of Light should be kept a secret. This is because from basically day one, the Order has mistrusted the Brotherhood of Makuta, aka the League of Shadow Daddies, and they figured completely correctly that if the Brotherhood ever turned evil, their first order of business would probably be genocide of all the Matoran of Light, so the Order took some of the Matoran of Light and wiped their memories and relocated them to other lands, and the rest were hidden in caves beneath the southern continent on top of the stalactites that fell down into Karda Nui during the Great Cataclysm, so the Matoran of Light that were living in those caves are now living on the tops of these stone pillars. Anyway, unlike basically everybody else in the whole universe, the Matoran of Karda Nui have actually had a pretty sweet gig for the last 1,000 years. Nobody knows where Karda Nui is, so nobody bothers them. They live in these dope avatar villages, they fly around on jetpacks. It's a good deal. But then about a week before the main events we're going to be talking about in this video, the Brotherhood found out the location of Karda Nui. And since they know that the Toa Nuva are going to have to go there in order to reawaken Mata Nui, they send 7 of their best Makuta to secure the area and pacify the Matoran. Now that terminology that I just used might have thrown you a little bit because I just said 7 of their best Makuta. But Makuta is this guy, right? AKA this guy, and this guy. Well, no. Okay, so I've kind of alluded to this in the past, but the word Makuta is not the name of a guy. It's a species / title in basically the exact same way that Toa is. So just as there is Toa Tahu and Toa Likon and Toa Matoro and Toa Gali, the members of the Brotherhood dispatched to Karda Nui are Makuta Antros, Makuta Chirox, Makuta Mutran, Makuta Vampra, Makuta Krika, Makuta Bitil, and Makuta Goras. This guy, the guy that we've been calling Makuta this entire time, his name is Pterodax. Makuta Pterodax. And I know for a fact that a lot of people hate that name. Objectively, it is kind of goofy. Personally, I don't hate it. Really, the issue is that the characterization of this guy has changed over the years. When he was this, the evil god of darkness and brother of Mata Nui, that's the Makuta. When he's this, the megalomaniacal Emperor Palpatine conqueror of the universe, that's Pterodax. So just so we're on the same page here, if I say Pterodax, I am referring to this guy, the guy that we've been calling Makuta because his name is actually Pterodax. And what's even more fucked up than that is that the plural of the word Makuta is Makuta. This is a Makuta. This is 3 Makuta. I'm going to be saying Makutas as the plural of Makuta, which is not correct, but I have to do it because if I don't do that, I'm gonna end up saying shit like Makuta sent 2 groups of 3 Makuta and then 1 other Makuta to Karda Nui. It's not gonna work. So the Makuta squad shows up in Karda Nui and they're like, whoa, okay, whoa, hey, Matoran being happy, enjoying their lives? Nah, I'm not having it. Nuh-uh. And they split up into 3 teams. Team A goes down to secure the swamp, Team B goes to terrorize the Matoran, and Team C, which is literally just one guy, gets to just post up in a cave and do a bunch of science. That guy is Makuta Mutran, and Mutran is very, like, Dr. Frankenstein coded. If you recall from the last video, I mentioned that the Brotherhood of Makuta were originally meant to be scientists responsible for creating Rahi instead of warriors or conquerors or whatever you want to call what they're doing now. And Mutran's basically the only Makuta that's still 100% on that grind, but that doesn't mean he's not evil. He's very evil. And his job here in Karda Nui is to create shadow leeches, which are these little critters where if they get on you, they suck all the light out of you, which makes you evil. And they are what Team Harass the Villagers are using to harass the villagers. So the Makutas come out of nowhere and attack and start dropping shadow leeches on the Matoran and turning them into Shadow Matoran, and we get like a first-person POV of one of the Matoran as he becomes a Shadow Matoran, and he starts like questioning the 3 virtues in his head. He's like, a duty to what? Endless back-breaking labor to achieve a destiny of exhaustion and more mind-numbing toil. And I'm like, yo, maybe I have myself been gotten by a shadow leech and the light has been sucked from me by society, but like, my man kind of making valid points, I don't know. And the Makutas basically immediately shadow leech like almost everybody. The only real win that the Matoran get during any of this is that these events cross over with the events of the Mahri Nui Era from last time. So when Matoro, the Toamari of Ice, the bearer of the Mask of Life, when he fell down into the core of the universe and exploded in order to bring the Great Spirit back to life, well, that was this same core of the universe. So that big flash of light permanently blinded the 3 Makutas that are attacking the the villages, so that's nice, but they then immediately found out that if they just strap a Shadow Matoran to their back, they can share senses with the Shadow Matoran, and the Shadow Matoran can still see, so, like, it was a win, but it wasn't really a win. It was not that much of a win. So things kept sucking, and the Matoran kept losing, and then one day, in the middle of an attack by the Makuta squad, the Toa Nuva are suddenly teleported into Karda Nui, right in the middle of the sky, right in the middle of this battle. Now, if you recall from last time, the Toa Nuva came here direct from Artaka, aka Matoran Heaven, where they were talking to Artaka, aka the ruler of Matoran Heaven, which is not the same thing as God, or the Mega Gods, or the Servants of God, although it did used to be the same thing as the Servants of God, but then there was like a corporate reorg. It doesn't matter. And right before they came here, Artaka gave them this stuff called the Adaptive Armor, which is exactly what it sounds like. So when they get teleported into the middle of the sky, they all immediately gain the ability to fly, and also new designs that mean you have to go out and buy these guys for a third time. So the Toa teleport in, and the Makuta squad is like, oh, hi, we knew you guys would be coming. We weren't exactly expecting you to just teleport into the sky while we're trying to fight. So they back off, and the Toa link up with the local Matoran. The Matoran brief the Toa on the situation in Karda Nui, and basically they find out that they have 3 objectives. 1, protect the Matoran from the Makuta squad. 2, retrieve the Mask of Life, because when Matoro exploded in the sky above Karda Nui, the Mask of Life fell down into the swamp below. And like, they don't need it to revive the Great Spirit anymore, but it is still the most powerful artifact in the universe, so they're like, okay, you know what, maybe we should go and get it. And 3, acquire 6 keystones that are scattered throughout Karda Nui that will, in an as yet unclear manner, be necessary for the reawakening of Mata Nui, because you have to have a MacGuffin hunt involved in the story, because if you didn't, how would the Toa do a bunch of stuff? You gotta have the Toa doing a bunch of stuff. And the local Matoran already have a keystone, so the Toa have 1 of the 6 keystones that they need. So the Toa decide that the best way to handle this is for them to split up. Lewa, Pohatu, and Kopaka are gonna stay up in the villages and have badass aerial dog fights with the Makuta squad, while Galio, Nua, and Tahu go down and dredge the Mask of Life out of the swamp. No points for guessing which part is cooler. So let's start with the Sky Squad, aka the Fantoka. First, the Fantoka Makutas. Now, as cool as it is to see members of the Brotherhood other than Pterodax, the Karda Nui Makuta squad is, with one exception, not very interesting. They're sort of just evil guys. They don't get a lot of development. So the Fantoka Makutas are Mutran, who we already talked about, and who isn't really officially a Fantoka. He's like kind of a different thing, but like whatever, he's up here. Antraz, who is the squad leader. Vampra, who is this creepy, silent weirdo. And Chirox, who is also primarily a scientist, but isn't as good at it as Mutran and gets constantly dunked on for it. Design-wise, I quite like the Fantoka Makuta. They are very clearly Bat-influenced, and it's like, yeah, this is what rank-and-file members of the Brotherhood would look like. The Fantoka Makutas introduce us to our first new gimmick alert of 2008, of which there will be several Tridax pods. Now, once again, since I don't have the sets, I am not able to directly comment on the gimmicks of this era, but what I can tell you is that Tridax pods appear to be a very lame gimmick. Tridax pods are the delivery method for shadow leeches. They're just kind of like a ball that's dropped like a bomb and then cracks open and the leeches are in there. It just doesn't seem like a very fun thing to use. And also, these shadow leeches, first of all, are way too cute for how sinister of a thing they are, and secondly, are easily the biggest choking hazard that Bionicle has ever introduced. Do not tell me that these are not fruit snacks, because they obviously are. The Fantoka also introduced us to our second new gimmick alert of 2008, combining. I don't really know if this counts as like a full gimmick, but there are Matoran sets from this era, Shadow Matoran for the Makutas and Light Matoran for the Toa, that can clip onto their backs, as prominently displayed in the commercial for the Fantoka. And this commercial, dude, this is the coolest commercial Bionicle has ever had, and that is a high bar, okay?
Thanks, Annika!
It so perfectly sells the fantasy of these high-flying aerial battles between Toa and Makuta. The song in this commercial, Gravity Hurts by Cryoshell, bro.
Learn to fly, reach the sky, legend will carry you thousands of miles.
This was my favorite song when I was 12 years old. And yes, I do recognize that that's kind of pathetic, but what do you want from me, man? I was a weird kid, okay? I wouldn't be making 7 hours of Bionicle content if when I was 12 my favorite song wasn't Gravity Hurts, okay? Now, as for the Fantoka Toa, I think design-wise they are pretty good. They're kind of radical reinterpretations of the Toa Nuva designs, but I think they all still capture the original vibe, especially Kopaka. This is Kopaka with wings. Ohatu's a little weird because he's now orange, which is kind of jarring, but I never really liked brown as a Bionicle color. I always thought that was kind of lame, so I'm on board with him being orange. He also has helicopter blades instead of wings, and that's lame. I wish he had wings, but like he's the Toa of stones, so like, My only other real gripe with the Fantoka Toa is summed up by this image right here. This is how Leiwa holds his swords, and there is an established way that Bionicles are supposed to hold weapons, and it's not this. This is incorrect. The Fantoka Toa also introduce us to our third new gimmick alert of 2008, Mydax Sky Blasters. Now, I mean, as a gimmick, I don't know. It seems fun. It seems cool. Sure, whatever. We are now at a point where the gimmicks, we're not even trying to justify them within the plot. It's literally just like, yeah, the Toa showed up and the adaptive armor gave them these launchers that shoot a ball of light. Now, as for the name, Leiwa always wanted a weapon called a Sky Blaster, and nobody else cared enough to argue with him. Now, character-wise, these are still the Toa Nuva. You maybe don't remember the Toa Nuva that well. Basically, just think of an element and the stereotype you would associate with it. That's them. But what's cool is that this is the Toa Nuva at the end of their character arc. Character arc. It's very point A, point B. We haven't really seen their development. But nonetheless, all the Toa Nuva have mellowed out a lot. The dumb ones are less dumb. The asshole ones are less asshole. Tahu is like a good leader who takes people's feelings into account. So, you know, it's just cool. We haven't gotten to hang out with these guys for a while, and it's nice that they've kind of grown up with the audience, even if it was mostly off-screen. So anyway, the Fantoka Toa set about protecting the Matoran villages from the Makutas, and it's going okay, but like, they can't figure out where the shadow leeches are coming from, and as long as they can't figure that out, the attacks are just gonna keep happening. So the Toa come up with this plan where they capture this one shadow Matoran, and they trick him into leading them to the location of the cave where Mutran is making the shadow leeches. And simultaneously, two other things are happening. First of all, the Fantoka Makuta dispatch Vicken, Mutran's weird little goblin assistant, to go and get help from Icarax. Now, Icarax is another Makuta. He has been kind of like leading the Brotherhood, sort of, while Pterodax has been dead. You know how Pterodax is dead, and he didn't initially want to come to Karda Nui because he's like a warrior, conqueror, murder guy type Makuta, but now it's like, okay, maybe you can kill some Toa, so he's on his way. Secondly, down in the swamp below is the Mask of Life, and it recognizes that it is once again in danger and in need of a guardian. The thing is, basically every single guardian that the Mask of Life has ever created has completely failed it. But there is one person who did do right by the Mask of Life, and that of course was Matoran. See, the thing about the Mask of Life is it is, like, alive, but it isn't really sentient in the way that people are. It doesn't think like a person. So when it was fused with Matoran, that was its first time really, like, feeling feelings. And it was pretty hype on that. It really respects Matoran. So it's like, you know what? Maybe now I should try thinking like him and being like him. So it constructs itself a body from the plant matter of the swamp and becomes Toa Ignika, the Toa of Life, who is maybe the single most broken character in Bionicle, because the second he comes into being, he flies up to go join the Fantoka Toa on their mission, right as they're about to pull up on the Shadow Leech production facility, and the Makutas send this giant flying Rahi at them, and Ignika shows up and makes it live through its entire life in like 3 seconds and then just die and fall into the swamp. And me personally, I would not have been chill about that. The Toa are fine. They're like, wow, that was kind of crazy, but I guess you're on our side. I would not have been that chill about it. Because he also doesn't talk. He's new to being a person, and he doesn't really, like, get it yet. He's terrifying. But he basically joins the team, and the Toa blast into the Makuta lair and start fighting them, and they lose, but then they win, but then they lose again, and the Makutas are about to put shadow leeches on them. Leiwa is about to get brainwashed for the third time. But then Pohatu pulls off some actual, like, Barry Allen level bullshit with his mask of speed, phases all the Toa through their chains, and then they zoom around the lair, they smash all the Shadow Leech vats, they smash all the Makuta, they leap out, fly away on their jetpacks. Pohatu turns around in midair, tries to bring down the whole base with his stone powers, but it's like a living stone, so it doesn't count. So Ignika steps up, and he brings it down with his life powers, and it like plummets and falls into the swamp. So the Toa fly away. At this point, Icarax shows up, and Antros is like, oh good, Icarax, you're here, I have work for you. And Icarax hits him with the utterly iconic, I am not currently seeking employment, Antros. And Antros is like, oh, well then I guess I just won't tell you about how there is a Toa of life, and I'm giving you the first shot at killing him. And Icarax is like, okay, well dude, lead with that next time, okay? So all of the Fantoka Makuta launch this massive assault against the last Matoran village and completely destroy it, and then they pull open like the bunker in the rock, and the Matoran just aren't there because the Toa knew that they were gonna do this, and they evacuated all the Matoran, and then they fly in and ambush the Makutas and get in another sick aerial dogfight. The best part of this fight is when Icarax does in fact try and 1v1 Ignika, and Ignika does the most brutal shit in all of Bionicle. Remember how I said last time that Makutas have evolved to a point where they're not biomechanical anymore, they're just energy in a metal shell? So Ignika just kind of like holds out his hand and devolves Icarax back into having organs, except that modern Makuta armor is not designed to have organs in it, so he basically does the equivalent of like growing a body for Icarax inside of an Iron Maiden, which fucks him up. And Mutran sees this happening, and Icarax is like their best warrior, so he's like, okay, this isn't going well. So he lets out this massive shadow blast that affords all of the Makutas a chance to escape down into the swamp, pursued by the Toa, and that's the end of the Fantoka segment. But before we get into the events down in the swamp, there are two web serials that we're gonna have to go over. Now, I am going to choose to be unbelievably merciful to you in this era and not give you a full breakdown of all fucking 7 web serials. I'm just gonna hit you with like things that I think are cool or funny that happen in the web serials. Web serial 1 is called The Mutran Chronicles, and it's literally just flashbacks and Brotherhood of Makuta backstory, and I'm gonna completely skip it. You see how nice I am? You see what a cool guy I'm being to you? I'm so cool. Subscribe to the channel. Anyway, web serial 2 is called Federation of Fear, and Federation of Fear is probably my favorite web serial. First of all, it doesn't do any of that like crossing over timelines between chapters thing, which all the other web serials do, and I hate that. And secondly, it's really funny. So the premise of Federation of Fear is literally just Bionicle Suicide Squad. Basically what happens is the Order of Mata Nui has realized that they are at the 11th hour. Mata Nui is really close to being reawakened, so this is the Brotherhood of Makuta's last chance to conquer the universe, and they're gonna give it their all. So the Order of Mata Nui finally has to step out of the shadows and do whatever is necessary to preserve the universe until Mata Nui gets reawakened. And to that end, they assemble a group of former Bionicle villains to go on an extremely dangerous mission. Now, the Federation of Fear, and yes, that's actually what they're called, it's so stupid, consists of the following members: Karapar and Takadox of the Baraki, Vizon, half Paraka and former Guardian of the Mask of Life, Rudaka, former Viceroy of the Visorak and Bionicle with tits, Spiria, a disgraced Makuta who we've never met before, Lariska, a Dark Hunter who we have met before, but I'm not even gonna get into what she is, all led by Brutaka, former member of the Order of Mata Nui and Guardian of the Mask of Life, later disgraced and sent to the pit, and now redeemed and reinstated as like a provisional member of the Order. And their mission is to track down Makuta Miserix, the original leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, before Pterodax launched a coup against him and started off the whole like the Brotherhood is evil now thing. 3 things of note happened during Federation of Fear. One is just a lot of really funny, like stupid one-liners, my favorite of which is that there's this part where Rudaka is talking to Spiria, and she's doing her normal Rudaka thing and trying to seduce him, and Spiria's not having it, and he's like, I would sooner offer my neck to a dull axe blade than trust you, female. Like, he calls her female as almost like a derogatory. Clearly what they're going for is it's like, I'm not gonna trust you, woman. Like, that's a thing that somebody would say, but you can't use the word woman in Bionicle because there aren't women, there's only male and female, except actually there is a part in one of the later web serials where Bionicle head writer and Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young Greg Farshtey straight up just fucked up and wrote the word woman and like forgot and just left it in. So that's like, I don't know what the implications of that are, but the word woman isn't supposed to exist. So instead Spiria just calls her female like he's an incel, and I think that's really funny. I don't know. Second thing that happens is that the Federation is supposed to pick up a shipment of weapons for them to use on their mission from Botar. Remember Botar? That teleporting dickhead who's responsible for taking prisoners to the pit for the Order of Mata Nui. So they show up to the beach where they're supposed to rendezvous with Botar, and Botar is just dead. His body is just there. He got killed off screen by Icarax. And like, this is really just the final nail in the coffin for Botar as a character, because like, okay, Botar, he was talking all that good shit for like 80,000 years, and then he got in one fight in his entire career, and he got off-screened. R.I.P. Botar, you were a dick and then you died. Third thing that happens is that the Federation obviously can't get the weapons from Botar because he's dead. The weapons just got shipped to like this other random island, and that island happens to be the prison of Trencrom. And like, when I tell you what Trencrom is, you're not gonna believe me. Like, you're gonna think I'm just making shit up at this point. Trencrom, he's like a Cthulhu. He's like an elder god of the Matoran universe. He's described as this like writhing mass of eyes and tentacles that induces madness to look upon, and he was created by the great beings in Karda Nui like way in prehistory to generally run the Matoran universe before Mata Nui was ready to take over, and then once Mata Nui was ready to take over, they ripped him out, bound him to an island in the ass end of the universe, and just left him there for 100,000 years. Honestly, justice for Trencrom. Trencrom did nothing wrong. And Trencrom grabs all the members of the Federation and he's like, alright, I'm gonna probe your minds and find out what's been happening in the universe in the last 100,000 years. And he does it and he's like, oh my god, dude. Oh, wow. Alright, so listen, I was gonna like inflict unspeakable horrors upon you, but actually, I think the worst thing I could do is just let you go back into this universe. And Brutaka tries to be like, wait, but Trencrom, don't you want to save this universe that you once ruled? And Trencrom is like, no, I literally could not begin to care. Fuck this whole Earth. And then he just lets them go. And that's basically all the really fun stuff that happens in Federation of Fear. They do eventually find Miserix, and then all the remaining members fly away on Miserix's back to go fight the Brotherhood, and that's the end of the first batch of web serials. So now let's get into the next section, the adventures of the Swamp Squad, aka the Mystica. So if you recall, while Kopaka, Lewa, and Pohatu are having high-flying badass dogfights with the Makuta squad, Gali, Tahu, and Onua have to go and dig the Mask of Life out of the mud. Except we now know that the second the Mask of Life attained sentience, it was like, I'm not hanging out down in this swamp, built itself a body, and flew up to go have sick dogfights with the Makuta squad. Even the Mask of Life doesn't want to be part of this stupid fucking Get the Mask of Life plotline anymore. Anyway, we call this group of Swamp Toa, and also this group of Swamp Makutas that we're about to be introduced to, the Mystica. I am not really a fan of the Mystica Toa designs, and it's not because they're weird and ugly, although they are. It's because unlike the Fantoka Toa, I really don't feel like the Mystica Toa capture the spirit of the Toa they're supposed to be. Tahu probably does best in this category, like, yeah, this kind of looks like Tahu, but Gali looks nothing like Gali. Gali is all like hunchbacked and weaponized and prickly, doesn't look right, doesn't look like Gali, don't like it. And then Onua is like sleek and skinny and streamlined, and it's like, dude, that's not what Onua looks like. Onua is supposed to be, I leaned the wrong direction. Onua is supposed to be like chunky and weird and hunched. I feel like if you just switched the color schemes of Gali and Onua, they would look way more like the people they're supposed to be. And then also down in the swamp are three Mystica Makutas, and design-wise, they fare a lot better, I think. Bitil is probably the worst one. He's just kind of strange, and he's he's also, like, not a character. Gorest is better. I like her design, and character-wise, she's like an absolute zealot to Pterodax and his cause. And she's also the only female Makuta we ever meet, which is pretty cool, honestly. Bionicle doesn't have a lot of female villains. So it's nice that we get a female Makuta, and it's nice that she's this weird, fucked up bug instead of being, you know, like the other female Bionicle villain. And then there's Krakua, and Krakua is the best Makuta introduced in this era by a mile. Visually, he's this weird, creepy, ghostly mantis kind of creature. And then character-wise, Krakua is really interesting because he's kind of the only Makuta that has, like, a soul. I mean, don't get me wrong, he is still a Makuta and he is still super evil, but, like, he didn't really want to be part of Pterodax's coup. He didn't really want to be part of this whole anti-Mata Nui thing, but, like, he is. The Brotherhood has chosen its fate, and at this point, being evil is just kind of the only thing there is for him. It's honestly a really cool perspective for a villain to have. I wish we'd gotten more of Krakua. There should be a Krakua web serial, but no, we can only have terrible web serials and Federation of Fear. And then the last thing of note about the Mystica is that they introduce us to our fourth new gimmick alert for 2008, Ninra Ghost Blasters. And I'm not even gonna explain what these are, or what they do, or how they work. I'm just gonna say those words again so that you hear them. Ninra Ghost Blasters. Now, in terms of, like, what happens during the Mystica section, very little. The Toa are mostly just, like, running around, getting in fights with the Makutas, but they're not sick aerial fights anymore. They're just, like, swamp fights, and honestly, why was there a swamp section at all? Why did half of the Toa have to go and hang out in the swamp, and why did we get a whole book about that? Anyway, two main things actually do happen. One is that the Toa get the other 3 keystones that the Fantoka Toa don't already have. One they steal from the Makutas, one Golly just kind of like finds in a tree, and the last one they get from this Matoran that they run into down in the swamp, and he leads them to this clearing where there's a bunch of Matoran of Light who are in the process of transforming into Bo-Rock, and it's revealed that all Bo-Rock are actually Matoran of Light, and the Toa are like, whoa, man, like, that's pretty messed up. You guys are losing your sentience and just being transformed into machines. And this Matoran is like, no, it's not even like that. We are making a sacrifice, but as Bo-Rock, we serve the will of the Great Spirit. We are going from being a thing that you look after and protect to truly your brothers in arms. And it's like, dude, how does Farshtey keep making the Bo-Rock cooler every time they show up? And then the other thing that actually happens during the Mystica section is that the Toa find this thing called the Codrex. It's this enormous metal sphere that has a force field around it, which can only be opened with the 6 keystones, and within it lies the means of finally reawakening Mata Nui. So the Makutas are guarding the Codrex, and the Toa attack them, and they start fighting, and, like, the Makutas are trying, but they're not trying that hard. They're, like, not trying to kill them. They gave up their piece of the keystone really easily. And at one point, Tahu is dueling with Krakua, and Krakua's like, yeah, actually, in a minute, we're gonna destroy the Codrex, and you won't even be able to reawaken Mata Nui. And Tahu's like, I think you're lying, dude. You were here for a week before we showed up. You had a lot of time to destroy the Codrex. You didn't do it. I think there's something in there that you want, and I think you want us to get it for you. But before we can get any more detail on that, the 5 Makutas that were up in the sky fly down into the swamp to join the fight, followed immediately by the 4 Toa that were up in the sky. So everybody reunites and gets ready for the final battle.
Better make it a light-speed rescue.
So while all of this is happening, back on Metru Nui, Takanuva, the Toa of Light, is going about his business, taking a walk through the city and being the most wasted character in Bionicle, when he is suddenly attacked by a Shadow Leech, and the Shadow Leech starts sucking the light out of him, but he is rescued before it can kill him or turn him fully evil. And the person that rescued Takanuva is the leader of the Order of Mata Nui, Toa Helrix. Now, Helrix is a Toa of water, and she was the first Toa to ever be created. And I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute, Noah. You said last time that Lesovic was the first Toa ever. Or you're thinking, who the fuck is Lesovic? But regardless, you're wrong, because I didn't even say that. What I said was that Lesovic was the leader of the first Toa team. But before they were in teams, Toa worked solo, which doesn't really make any sense, because they're only effective as teams. And the first solo Toa was Helrix, okay? And when you hear that the leader of the Order of Mata Nui is a Toa, that immediately feels wrong, because the whole point of the Order is that they are not Toa. They're not public figures, they're not heroes, so, like, how is a Toa their leader? That doesn't make any sense. But then you find out that actually it does make sense because Helrix is an actual crazy person. And she has a mission for Takanuva. She shares with him a bunch of backstory and lore about the Toa Mata, but the big revelation is that when Mata Nui is reawakened, it's going to create this massive energy storm in Karda Nui, which will completely vaporize everything there, including all the Toa and all the Matoran. So somebody has to go there and warn the Toa that this is going to happen, and that's Takanuva's job. Now, Takanuva needs to get to Karda Nui right away, so he is going to get there by way of Brutaka's mask. If you recall 2 episodes ago when I introduced Brutaka, I said he has a mask that creates teleportational gateways, and I was like, remember that because it's going to be important later. Well, I bet you didn't, but it's about to be important now. So Brutaka is going to open up a gateway that Takanuva can go through that'll take him right to Karda Nui. Unfortunately, Brutaka was down in the pit for a while, and pit mutagen degrades Kanohi masks and their powers. So this portal that he makes is like very visibly whack and bad, and Takanuva's like, well, I don't want to go through that. And Helrix is like, oh, well, that actually works out perfectly because I didn't ask for your fucking opinion, bro. So Takanuva goes through the portal, and sure enough, it doesn't take him where he wants to go. But the thing is, and I need you to believe me that this is actually what happens, it takes him into the multiverse. So Takanuva goes dimension hopping for a little bit, and the 2 web serials of this section are both focused on different dimensions that he ends up in. First one is the Kingdom. The Kingdom's pretty uneventful. The second universe that Takanuva ends up in is Dark Mirror, and Dark Mirror is fucking crazy, bro. So remember last time we talked about this web serial called The Many Deaths of Toa Tuyet, which was about this Toa back on Metru Nui named Tuyet, who had this thing called the Nui Stone that made her like way stronger than a normal Toa, and she got in a fight with Toa Lekon where Lekon blew it up, and then she got taken to jail and then died. Well, in Dark Mirror, Lekon lost that fight and he died, and then Toa Tuyet used the power of the Nui Stone to take over the entire universe and install a fascist Toa empire. And Takanuva ends up linking up with the Resistance there, and 2 main things of note happen in this web serial. One is that the Resistance gives Takanuva the task of retrieving the Mask of Time, and you know, we love that the Mask of Time is back. We love that they keep bringing this up, and we haven't just left this behind in 2003, but okay, so here's the thing. Takanuva goes to intercept this caravan that's carrying the Mask of Time, and then he succeeds, he gets it. But then, like, that's it. Like, after that, the Mask of Time is gone. And I don't mean like they lose it, or it's destroyed, or like they try and use it and it doesn't work. I mean like it's just not in the story anymore. Imagine you're watching like Avengers Endgame, right? You know how the whole second act of that movie is about them going into the past to get the Infinity Stones? Imagine that happens, and then like that's the last we ever hear about the Infinity Stones. They don't use them, and they also don't even acknowledge that they did that. That's what happens with the Mask of Time. And like, I'm just gonna directly address Greg Farshtey for a second here, okay? Farshtey, what happened? Like, are you okay? The other thing of note that happens in Dark Mirror is that the Resistance launches an attack against Toa Tuyet's palace, and this fight is nuts. Named characters, Toa that we know, are dying left and right. Takanuva watches an alternate version of himself get killed right in front of him. He takes out this whole squad of Toa and, like, maybe kills them. Like, we don't even know. And then Takanuva confronts Tuyet right as the whole population of the whole universe are showing up to join the fight. And Tuyet has Brutaka's mask, and she's like, yeah, this universe is kind of like screwed, whatever, but now that I know you exist, I'm just gonna go and conquer another universe. So she opens up a portal, but Takanuva like runs past, grabs the mask off her face, and jumps through it, and they're having like a tug of war over it while she's pulled halfway through the portal, but the mask isn't on her face anymore, so its power deactivates, and the portal closes and fucking cuts her in half. And Takanuva floats off into the multiverse, and he's like, well, I mean, I hope that dimension's okay, not my problem anymore. And that's the end of Dark Mirror. Like, bro, like what? And after that, Takanuva does finally arrive in our universe in Karda Nui to join in the final battle. So now it's actually for real time for the final battle. Okay, so here's the thing, you guys. This is the part where I give up. Not on on Bionicle, not on the videos, not on me understanding the story, just on telling you even the majority of what happens. So in this section of the story, there is one book and 3 web serials: Brothers in Arms, Dwellers in Darkness, and Destiny War. And these web serials are not okay. Like, you remember last time when I was like, welcome to web serial hell, am I right, you guys? No, I was not right, you guys. That was a meme. I'm not even gonna make an attempt at outlining the individual storylines of the 3 different web serials because it's impossible. And even if it weren't impossible, it wouldn't be worth it. I'm just gonna tell you about some things that happen. Toa Helrix gives the Toa Haga a fishbowl containing Zocton, the green Paraka.
Yo, Paraka.
He has secret information about the plans of the Brotherhood of Makuta because he read it on the wall of a basement one time, and he's going to lead them to a secret location where they might be able to disrupt those plans. And if you're sitting there like, wait, who are the Toa Haga? Who are those guys? Exactly. Who are the Toa Haga? I told you about the Toa Haga. I told you about them like 3 videos ago. They were the Toa that used to be Makuta's bodyguards, but then they got mutated into Rahaga after they betrayed him. But you don't remember them because they don't matter. Well, they get a whole web serial. Dwellers in Darkness is like mostly about the Toa Haga. And who the hell are the Toa Haga? The Toa Mari get tricked by the Order of Mata Nui into committing Viscerac genocide by luring them all into an active volcano. But this is in fact itself a ploy to get them off of Metru Nui so that the Order can turn Metru Nui into a military base and leak to the Brotherhood that they're making a virus that eats Makuta armor there in order to lure the Brotherhood into focusing the fight there. Vizon gets sent to the base of the Brotherhood of Makuta in order to confuse them and piss them off, where he finds out that there's this one Makuta who's been using a copy of Brutaka's mask to harvest Takanuvas from alternate dimensions and use shadow leeches to turn them into an army of evil shadow Takanuvas. And if you think that that is a thing that's gonna end up mattering in any way, you're wrong. Vizon then uses the mask to escape the base of the Brotherhood and teleports to this cave where Helrix and Kitongu, for some reason, were fighting the energized protodermis entity. He accidentally teleports them out and teleports himself in right as the energized protodermis entity was sending a wave of energized protodermis at them. It misses them, but it hits him, fusing him with the portal mask to turn him into like a portal guy. He starts opening up random portals all over the universe. One of them teleports these 2 Matoran who have been beefing for like 50,000 years to an alternate dimension where they talk to alternate versions of the fucking great beings who keep one of them there for study because he's a shadow Matoran and send the other one back with an alternate version of Makuta Pterodax who was a good guy. And if you think that that is a thing that's gonna end up mattering, no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. Makuta Miserix gets turned into a painting, except he doesn't actually get turned into a painting. Don't be stupid. He just gets put in an illusion that makes him and everybody else think that he got turned into a painting, obviously. Oh, this one is my personal favorite. Turaga Vakama is like, oh, maybe the Mask of Time might be able to help in this conflict. So he goes to get the Mask of Time, but it's in the middle of being stolen by Vaporak, a character that you do not remember, whose only purpose in life is to steal the Mask of Time. He steals the Mask of Time and he leaves, and that's the last we ever hear of him or of it. This is the literal final battle of Bionicle. It's the last chance for the Mask of Time to do anything, and it just gets stolen and taken out of the story. It's the second most powerful mask in the universe, and it literally never did anything. So, like, are you convinced? Do you get it? Do you understand the level of not okay that we're operating at? Because it's very high. And by the way, none of what I just said is in linear order all in one web serial. I cobbled all of those plot points together from multiple web serials, different chapters. It's more confusing than I just made it. But alright, let's skip back to Karda Nui. So in Karda Nui, the Toa are fighting the Makutas over the Kodrex, and most of this section is just them fighting. But as they do this, we start hearing more and more about this thing called the Plan. That's plan with a capital P. The Plan is Makuta Pterodax's plan for taking over the universe, and we don't get a ton of detail on what the plan involves, but all the detail that we do get is very confusing. The plan has been in motion for tens of thousands of years, ever since Pterodax's coup. The Great Cataclysm, Mata Nui being plunged into slumber, that was like one of the main goals of the plan. But now, Mata Nui's reawakening reawakening doesn't really seem like it's going to negatively affect the plan at all. As a matter of fact, it now seems like Mata Nui's reawakening is critical to the success of the plan, which is why the Makutas aren't really trying that hard to stop it. They're not here to stop it. They're here to make it look like they're trying to stop it and then kill the Toa after they do it. And furthermore, not all of the Makutas are equally on board with the plan. Icarax isn't into the plan at all. He wants to conquer the universe through murder, and apparently the plan is going to preclude that in some way. And Krakua isn't into it either, just because he thinks that what the plan is going to do isn't gonna be good for the universe. There's even a part where he pulls Gali aside in the middle of the fighting, and he's like, listen, I know that you're a Toa, and I'm like a scary mantis Makuta man, so you're not gonna trust anything that I say. But you guys need to abort this mission. Do not go into the Codrax. Do not reawaken Mata Nui. It's going to be worse for everybody if you do. But before he can elaborate on that, Takanuva finally shows up in Karda Nui, joins the fight, and helps push the Makutas back, and he links up with the Toa, and the Toa are like, you look different, and he's like, we're not even gonna get into that right now. Listen, when Mata Nui gets reawakened, there's gonna be a massive energy storm in here. It's gonna kill everybody, so I'm gonna fly up to the sky villages and go and evacuate all the Matoran while you guys get into the Codrax and get this thing started. So he flies off, and the Toa Nuva and Ignika finally fight their way into the Codrax, and inside they find a bunch of weird machinery and 3 vehicles: the Axelara T9, Jetrax T6, and Rocco T3. And these vehicles, man, like, they're cool, but they are the single most transparent, this is a toy and not a lore thing in Bionicle. Like, we find out who made them and put them there, but not why, or to what end, or what they could possibly be intended for. And outside the Codrax, the Makutas now stop attacking because everything is going according to plan, but then Icarax approaches Krakua, and he's like, listen, Krakua, you and I both know that we don't want this plan to go off. This plan is fucking stupid, dude. If you can disrupt this force field around the Codrax, I'll destroy it, and then without the Codrax, Mata Nui won't be able to be reawakened, and the whole plan is off. So he starts attacking the Codrax, and inside the Toa are like, oh god, Icarax is trying to destroy the Codrax, we gotta go out there and stop him. So the Fantoka Toa get onto the vehicles and blast out of there to go have sick vehicle fights with the Makutas, while the Mystica Toa and Ignika stay inside and try and figure out what the hell they're even supposed to be doing. Once again, the Mystica Toa really get the short end of the stick. So the Fantoka Toa rejoin the fight against the Makutas, now on these vehicles. Meanwhile, the Makutas also turn on each other. They try and stop Icarax from destroying the Codrax, and he tries to, like, teleport, and they disrupt his teleport, which scatters his atoms all across the whole universe, so he's dead. Krakua overhears the Toa talking about this energy storm that's gonna kill everybody, and he's like, oh damn, this is totally part of the plan too. Pterodax sent all of his best guys here to Karda Nui, and we're all gonna die in this energy storm, leaving him to rule the universe unopposed. And he tries to warn the other Makutas about this, and they're like, you're a traitor, you're trying to disrupt the plan, fuck you, and they kill him too. Meanwhile, Takanuva flies off to go evacuate all the Matoran from Karda Nui, but he also needs to evacuate the Shadow Matoran, but they're not gonna cooperate because they're evil. But luckily, he finds a way to unshadowfy them. And the method he finds to do this has to be one of the single stupidest things in all of Bionicle. So there's this type of Rahi that Mutran created called a Clack, which is a very goofy name and is acknowledged in universe to be a very goofy name. There's a line where they're like, what everybody could agree on was Clack was a weird name. I think Lego must have been like holding Greg Farshtey at gunpoint, and they were like, if you don't call this thing a Clack right now, it's over. And I guess, like, unbeknownst to Mutran, the Clack has this sonic scream attack where if it hits you, it removes the barrier in your mind that a shadow leech creates that stops light from re-entering your soul. If this snake yells at you, you stop being evil. Like, that's gotta be a writing decision where Farshtey was like, oh, damn, I got 2 chapters to wrap up this Shadow Matoran thing. Alright, you know what? I didn't want to have to do this, but I guess I gotta break out the yelling snake. So Takanuva goes around with the Clack and unshadows all the Matoran, and he himself gets unshadowed, and they all escape. Meanwhile, inside the Codrax, the Mystica Toa are trying to rev up the machines in there that will reawaken Mata Nui. And it's like working, but it's really slow, and they're like, okay, our friends are fighting for their lives out there. We really don't have this kind of time. If only we had some way of delivering like one massive burst of energy, and then they all kind of like awkwardly look over at Toei Gnaika, and they're like, okay, I don't know how you're gonna take this, but we need you to sacrifice your physical form and attempts at being a sentient being and like explode in order to reawaken Mata Nui. And Gnaika thinks about it for a second and he's like, I will do what must be done. Then I will be like Matoran. I will be a hero. And it's like, Farshtey, you can't be putting these heartbreaking lines in the middle of this stupid action scene. So Gnaika sacrifices himself and the Mask of Life starts like tweaking and generating all this energy. And the Toa are like, okay, we gotta get out of here right now. And they bail out of the Kodrex. They get on the vehicles. They start flying away as the energy storm starts. And the Makutas that are still alive are like, oh, hey, energy storm, wonder what's up with that. And then it starts vaporizing them and they're like, oh, fuck. Oh, we've been played big time. And they all start trying to escape, but like they're not fast enough. These vehicles are fast as hell. And Pohatu like looks back at them as they're being vaporized. And he's like, Tahu, should we like go back? Should we try and help them? We're Toa. We're not supposed to let people die on our watch. And Tahu's like, they lit this inferno. Let them burn in it, which is badass. So all the Makutas die and the Toa are racing away toward the edge of Karda Nui. And meanwhile on Metru Nui, this is actually a thing that happened in the web serials, but it's so goddamn cool that I wanted to tell you about it now in the climax. Metru Nui is like the final theater of this massive war between the Brotherhood and the Order of Mata Nui. And it's under attack by this massive army of Rakshi, and the Order is fighting, and the Toa Mahri are fighting, but like it's not enough. So the Toa Mahri are like, wait, I have an idea. And they go to this Toa of sound named Krakua, who has like been around, and they're like, listen, man, we need you to cycle through every single sound frequency till he finds the one that awakens the motherfucking bow rock in the archives beneath Metru Nui, and they bust out of the ground and start fucking up Rakshi and fighting on the side of good, bro. And all of Farshtey's sins are immediately forgiven because the bow rock get to come in and be the cavalry and save the day, bro. I love the bow rock. And then the Toa Nuva fly in, they escape from the energy storm, and they clean up the rest of the Rakshi and save Metru Nui and save the universe. And with that, finally, the Brotherhood of Makuta is defeated. Its armies are destroyed, all of its most powerful members are dead, and the Great Spirit wakes once more. And there's this massive festival in the Colosseum on Metru Nui, and Taragaduma gives this speech where he honors Likon and Matoro and all the other heroes who have given everything to make this moment possible. Light has finally triumphed over darkness, and on this beautiful, victorious note, Bionicle comes to an end.
Psych, bitch, you thought.
Okay, so let's be like actually 100% for real right now. Like not, oh, the video, you know, jokes. Is Bionicle a good story? Not really. No. I mean, there's good things about it. There's some cool world building stuff. There's some witty dialogue. But as an overall story, no, it's not that great. It's transparently merchandise driven. It constantly has to centralize new characters so that they can sell new sets, which means that all of the characters end up being pretty flat. Nobody really has an arc, and there's a ton of people and groups and conflicts that just never get a proper resolution. There's 1,000 little fractal tangents that don't go anywhere. The web serials are a truly atrocious way to tell a story, and at least half the runtime is just MacGuffin hunting and pointless fights. On the spectrum of kids media that is basically just an elevated toy commercial, I'd say it's like maybe like a 7, and on the spectrum of like all media, it's like a 3 or a 4. Now, the reason that I'm saying this is that I want you to understand that yes, I am nostalgic for and arguably a little bit pathetically obsessed with Bionicle, but that does not preclude me from having an objective understanding of its quality. And the reason that I'm saying that is so that you understand how utterly, completely serious I am being when I tell you that what is about to happen is a genuine contender for the single best plot twist in fictional history. And I think it's probable that many of you watching already know about this plot twist, either because you're already Bionicle fans, it was spoiled for you like in the comments at some point, or you know of Bionicle by reputation. Bionicle is that thing that has that twist. But regardless of any of that, I think it's likely that you do not understand the full depth of the genius of this twist, so I am going to lay it out for you in 3 parts. Part 1, the missing piece. So we have just been talking about the final battle of Bionicle, the last chapter, where everyone and everything is participating, even if it doesn't even really make sense. The Toa Nuva, the Toa Mahri, the Toa Haga, the Order of Mata Nui, the Dark hunters, the Brotherhood of Makuta, the Baraki, Vizon, Rudaka, Kitongu, the Viserak, the Rakshi, the Borak. Everyone is participating with one extremely conspicuous exception. And that exception, of course, is Pterodax. You know, Pterodax, Makuta Pterodax, the Makuta of Metru Nui, the Makuta, our Makuta, the main villain of this franchise. Where is Pterodax? Because I'll tell you where Pterodax isn't anywhere you'd think he'd be. He's not in Karda Nui fighting the Toa Nuva. He's not on Metru Nui fighting the Toa Mari. He's not defending the base of the Brotherhood of Makuta. All of this is his thing. This is his war. This is his plan. So where the hell is he? What is he doing? Well, that brings us to part 2, the plan. It's very easy to look at what Makuta does, and I'm just gonna call him Makuta from now on because all the other Makutas are dead and Pterodax is a goofy name. This is Makuta. It's very easy to look at Makuta and say, okay, this guy's motive is that he is evil. He's a bad dude, he likes hurting people, and he wants world domination. And that isn't at all wrong, that is true, but there's also another layer to it. Makuta's primary motive is and always has been jealousy. It's one of the first things we're ever told in all of Bionicle. Makuta believes that he deserves, by virtue of his intellect and his cunning, what Mata Nui was given by birthright for free. Power, authority, worship. So, how's he gonna get it? Well, plan A was the Great Cataclysm. Plunge Mata Nui into slumber, put all the Matoran in spheres that erase their memories, reawaken them as their savior, be worshipped forever. And the thing about that is that plan mostly worked. He did plunge Mata Nui into slumber. He did erase the memories of all the Matoran, but then he failed at the very last hurdle, and the reason he failed is very simple. Toa. See, here's the thing. Toa should not be a threat to somebody like Makuta. He is so much stronger and so much smarter than any Toa or any team of Toa that they shouldn't even be on his radar. And yet, he keeps losing to Toa. And he loses because although there are many different kinds of Toa and elements and personalities, all of them share one singular trait, and that is that they do not give up. The defining feature of all Toa is a willingness to keep fighting and sacrifice anything, even, nay, especially if what they're fighting for is already a completely lost cause. And Makuta's seen this firsthand several times. The Toa Metru, even after Makuta triggered the Great Cataclysm, destroyed their home, put all their friends in comas, they still banded together to defeat him. Then after they got mutated into the Toa Hordika, they still banded together and defeated the Viserak. Then Vakama was ready to destroy the entire timeline just to stop Makuta from getting his hands on the Mask of Time. And then in later years, Takua put on the Mask of Light and became Takanuva and defeated Makuta even after Makuta had already killed his best friend. Makuta can overpower Toa and he can outsmart Toa, but he can never out-crazy Toa. And because of this, he will never be able to pull off any of his plans. So, you're Makuta, you're not just gonna give up. What do you do about this? Well, you can't win by fighting Toa, but what if you didn't have to fight Toa? What if there was a way to convince Toa that what you want is actually what they want? Because if you could do that, well, not only would their fucking endless tenacity not be a problem anymore, but that would actually work in your favor, because they would be willing to make sacrifices that you would never in a million years be willing to make in service of your goals. So you come up with plan B. Step 1, stall. Spend 1,000 years using Rahi to harass the Matoran on Mata Nui and prevent them from going back to the Matoran universe. Then, when the Toa Mata show up, deploy first the Borak and then the Rakshi to slow them down. Appear to be permanently defeated in your battle with Takanuva, just in time for everybody to go back to Metru Nui and find out that Mata Nui's death is imminent. Manipulate the Paraka into taking you to Voya Nui so you can keep an eye on the whole Mask of Life hunt. When it goes down to Mahri Nui, go down there yourself and possess the empty shell of the Maxilos robot to intervene directly. Keep the mask out of the hands of the Baraki, but also stall the Toa some more. But more importantly than either of those things, spend a bunch of time with Matoro. Manipulate him. Make him question his worth as a Toa and a hero. Set him up to do the ultimate version of the thing that Toa do. Make the ultimate sacrifice for the ultimate lost cause. Then, when things are down to the wire, let your body be destroyed in order to buy just a little bit more time in which Mata Nui finally dies. At this point, things are out of your control, but it doesn't matter because you can trust the Toa to do what Toa do. Simultaneously, declare war against the entire Matoran universe and send your best lieutenants to Karda Nui. This serves a dual purpose. It ensures that almost everyone in your organization is going to die, leaving you unopposed, and it also makes it appear that you are resisting the reawakening of Mata Nui, when in fact you are working to ensure that that happens. And that is the plan. You rely on the endless persistence of Toa to accomplish your goals for you. But that raises the question of, okay, why are these your goals? How does any of this benefit Makuta? Why did he want Mata Nui to die and then come back to life like 5 minutes later? And why is he now okay with Mata Nui reawakening when he was the one that put him to sleep in the first place? What's the point of all of this? Well, that brings us to part 3, Mata Nui. Now, as Bionicle has gone on, the Great Spirit Mata Nui has been referred to more and more frequently as if he has some sort of physical presence or active role in the maintenance of the universe, despite the fact that by all appearances he doesn't. And this has raised, for me as a kid, and possibly for you now, a lot of questions. Why exactly is the death of Mata Nui such a big deal? Why is that going to cause the death of everybody else? Why did him getting cast into slumber cause the Great Cataclysm? Why did we have to do all this weird stuff to prep for his reawakening? Why did Voya Nui have to be dropped back into the Matoran universe? Why does the island of Mata Nui have to be cleaned by the Borok? What is up with all the machinery in the Kodrex? How is activating that going to wake up Mata Nui? These are all good questions, and I could individually answer them. But instead, I'm going to give you the answer to a question that you were not asking, but is much more important. Why have we never seen a map of the Matoran universe? Have you noticed that? We've seen lots of individual islands, but even in the book called Bionicle World, they don't ever give us a full map of the whole thing. And that's weird. Like, fantasy books put the map right at the front because it's convenient to be able to understand where stuff is. So why haven't we seen a map? Well, they haven't given us a map because if they did, we would see that the Matoran universe looks like this. The Matoran universe is itself a massive biomechanical entity. The interconnected chambers that fill it, those are organs. The characters that live in it, those are cells. Karda Nui, the core of the universe, that's its engine and its heart. Metru Nui, the capital city of the universe, capital is its brain. And the consciousness inhabiting that brain is called the Great Spirit Mata Nui. Mata Nui and the Matoran universe are one and the same thing. And the thing is that once you get past the sheer fucking insanity of this reveal, you realize that this explains everything. Why would Mata Nui's death cause the death of the universe? Well, that's an easy one. Mata Nui is the universe. His death means the shutdown of all of its systems. Why did Mata Nui falling into slumber cause this massive earthquake? Because he literally fell into slumber. For that matter, why is the Matoran universe at the bottom of the ocean? Because that's where he fell. Why did Voya Nui have to be returned to the Matoran universe and the hole in the ceiling patched? Because there was a hole in Mata Nui's stomach and part of his intestines were floating on the surface of the ocean. The machines inside the Kodrex that the Toa Nuva had to rev up, that was his engine. And of course everything in Karda Nui burned up when it was activated, because that's what happens when you're inside an engine while it's running. Why did the island of Mata Nui need to be cleared by the Borok? Because that island formed above Mata Nui's face, and when Mata Nui awakened, his head needed to pass through it without anything snagging on him and causing damage. This even answers questions that we didn't even know we were asking. Why is Matoran life so depressing? Why is it an endless procession of toil to no clear purpose? Well, what do you think the lives of your cells are like, if not a lifetime of toil in service to nothing but an abstract great spirit? Trenkrom, you remember Trenkrom, the old god of the Matoran universe, the weird fleshy thing that ran the body until Mata Nui was ready to take over himself, at which point it was cut out? That's a fucking umbilical cord, bro. And the most important question of all, why did Makuta want Mata Nui to die and then come back to life and then be reawakened? Because Makuta is not a biomechanical entity, he is living energy in a metal shell, and he can take over any metal shell as long as it has no animating consciousness. And guess what the fucking universe robot is, while Mata Nui is dead. And guess whose previous metal shell just happened to get destroyed at the exact same moment that Mata Nui died, leaving Makuta's energy free to travel to the core processor beneath Metru Nui and infect it. Now, obviously, he couldn't have the robot stay dead because he would just die in its brain, so he had to rely on the Toa to do what they do best and bring Mata Nui back to life. And then, even if he's in the brain, if the robot's systems are dormant, he still can't do anything, so he had to rely on the Toa to reawaken the robot. So when the Great Spirit robot awakens, it awakens with Makuta in the driver's seat, now in full control of the universe with absolute power and authority, having taken by virtue of his intellect and his cunning what Mata Nui was given freely by birthright. And with all the other Makutas that might be able to do the same thing now dead, the only threat left to him is the Great Spirit himself, whose consciousness he binds to the Mask of Life before ejecting it from the Matoran universe into space. And that is where Bionicle 2008 ends. And here's the thing. Bionicle continues after this, right? There's another about a year and a half of content, and I'm gonna make a video about that. You should subscribe to the channel so you're notified when I drop it, because the quality declines precipitously, and I'm gonna get really mad, and it'll probably be pretty funny. But like this is Bionicle. Like, this is the point. Because no, Bionicle's not a good story. It's kind of a dumb story, but it wasn't ever about the story. It was about the world and the mystery and setting up all these questions and leaving all these clues so that they could answer all of it in one beautiful, clean stroke. Because this moment, this twist, it's perfect. In a single line, with a single piece of information, we recontextualize everything we know about the entire universe. And the fact that that one piece of information is so fucking crazy, the fact that it's God is the universe and all the characters live inside him, that just makes it even better, because who the fuck would ever guess that? That's insane. But once you learn that, it seems like it's obvious. It seems like, of course that's what it was. It was always clearly that. It's perfect. It's perfect. When I said in my first video that it's tragic that Bionicle is not remembered because it deserves to be remembered, I wasn't talking about like the fights with the Morbuzak. I wasn't talking about the Mask of Time. I wasn't talking about the Bionicle with tits. I was talking about this. This is the part that deserves to be remembered by our general cultural consciousness. This is the part that I dearly hope one day goes on to inspire somebody to write a story that's better than Bionicle with a twist of this caliber. I don't think it's happened yet, but like, you could be the one that goes and writes a story that learns from the lessons of Bionicle. You do it. And if it's actually good, I'll make 7 hours of video about your stupid thing. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to end this video. This is Bionicle. This is what it was all for. Thanks for coming on this journey with me. But there is one chapter left. Now, before we start, I would like everyone to please see and appreciate my Yo-Yo Paraka World Tour t-shirt and agree that it is amazing. I ordered this specifically for this video, and it's now my most prized possession. So as Mata Nui flies through space in the Mask of Life, he is drawn into the gravity well of a desert planet known as Bara Magna. And the Mask of Life crashes down onto Bara Magna like a meteor, where in short order it constructs a new body for Mata Nui, a much smaller one this time, and he sets out into the wasteland with the goal of somehow finding some way to depose Makuta, reclaim his lost power, and save the Matoran universe. To that end, he quickly links up with the locals, the native Bara Magnans, and almost immediately, we get to our first problem. So, Bionicle 2009 was, I think, a pretty transparent attempt to bring in new, young fans to Bionicle. And to their credit, this is something that absolutely needed to happen. Because if you, like me, were 5 in 2001, by 2009 you were now going into middle school, and middle school is when it's suddenly a lot less cool to be really into Legos and their attendant lore. And I know this because I myself stopped following Bionicle after 2008, and I don't know if you guys have like picked up on this, because I have kind of been playing it subtle, but I was sort of like a Bionicle fan, so the fact that they lost me was pretty indicative that they were not long for this earth unless they could bring in new kids. And this was a good opportunity to do that, because we had just finished what I think was meant to be Bionicle's first era, so this is a good time to take things to a whole new planet and bring in new rules for a new generation of fans. The thing is that if you were an old Bionicle fan like me and you were thinking thinking about following Bionicle into this new era, even though the other 8th graders were gonna bully you for it, the new rules kind of clinched it as not worth the effort. Conversely, for new fans, I can't help but think that the new rules were way too complicated to be attractive. Like, in 2001, the rules of Bionicle were, there are 6 elementally themed villages on an island, an evil shadow guy shows up to oppress them, so 6 elementally themed heroes show up to save them. That was all you needed to know. In 2009, the rules are, first of all, there is a guy who was once the ruler of a universe that was also his body because it was a giant robot with people living in it, but he got overthrown by an evil shadow man and cast out of his own body in a mask and is now on another planet trying to get back to his body and reclaim it. Already a lot. And also, everything else I'm about to tell you. So there are 2 main sentient species on Bara Magna. There's the Agori and there's the Glatorian, and they map basically onto Matoran and Toa. The Agori are the small villager common folk, and the Glatorian are the big warriors. There are, however, 2 differences. One is that the Agori and the Glatorian are not residents of the Matoran universe and are not biomechanical. They're like mammals. They're just animals with like some mechanical implants, which I will say makes it weird that we're still building them out of like bionicle parts. That said, their designs are pretty good. In general, I think this era has surprisingly good designs. We also get a new gimmick alert for this era. Thank God we're back down to just having 1. They're called Thornax launchers, and they shoot like a spiky fruit that explodes. It's probably fun to use. It looks kind of cool, but they don't matter. The other difference between the Bara Magnans and the Matoran Universalians, I don't know about that one, but let's go with it, is the precise nature of their role in society. The Agori don't really have any of the child coding that Matoran have historically had. They're just fully adults. They just run the planet. This is their society. And then the Glatorian are not so much heroes as they are, you're not gonna believe this one, gladiators. See, Bara Magna is like a horrible, inhospitable wasteland, or at least has been ever since this conflict 100,000 years ago. So resources are scarce, and the different villages kind of have to compete for them. But war between the villages over these resources is not practical, because the losses incurred in a war would be way worse than any potential gains. So instead, the villages have the Glatorian system, wherein whenever any 2 of them have a dispute, they send a champion into the arena to represent them, and whoever wins in the ring wins the war. Now, the Glatorian system is confusing because it's like wildly inconsistent. Like, each village can only afford to have 2 active Glatorian, but there are way more than 2 for each village Glatorian, like, on Bara Magna, and I don't know what the hell those guys do all day because nobody's paying them to fight. And also there's Agori who are like fight promoter recruiter type guys, and their job is to recruit new Glatorian, but like how and why and for who? And that's not even getting into the ages of the Glatorian, because like there's this one Glatorian named Gresh, and he's like a rookie Glatorian. Everybody calls him Kid because he's such a rookie Glatorian, and he's a rookie because he was too young to fight in the conflict 100,000 years ago, but he was alive for the conflict 100,000 years ago. He was just too young to fight, which makes him older than the entire Glatorian system, and he's Kid. He's a rookie. And then there's another village that actually has an open Glatorian slot, and they're like, yeah, we have an open slot, but we can't fill it with any of these prospective Glatorian. They're too young. They don't even know which side of a sword is which, and it's like, what's our metric? Are they 50,000 years old? I feel like they might be, and apparently that's baby tier for Glatorian, and we're not even done, because that's like the rules of the social order and the Glatorian system. I haven't told you about the new elements yet. So, refresher, up until this point there have been 6 primary elements: fire, water, earth, air, ice, and stone, each of which has 1 village. Wasn't that lovely? Remember those halcyon days of our youth when that was how it worked? Right, so on Bara Magna there are 5 villages, and by 5 villages I mean 6 villages, and by 6 villages I actually mean like 9 villages, and by 9 villages I actually do just mean 5 villages, okay? The villages are as follows: the fire village, the water village, the ice village. Good so far. Then we've got the jungle village, and already I'm pissed, because I have now at this point spent years trying to explain to people that even though the green Bionicles are green rain and live in the jungle. They're not jungle element, they're actually air. Except guess what? Now they're actually jungle. Except also, nobody in this era actually has inherent elemental powers, so the elemental theming is entirely based on like vibes and environment. So with that in mind, you're like, okay, well yeah, sure. Of course they're jungle. They don't live in the air, they live in the jungle. Okay, we'll explain the fire village then, bitch. Because they don't live in the fire, they live in a volcano. They should be the volcano village, or the lava village, or just the mountain village, not the fire village. Why is it oh, this makes me so mad. Then we have the rock village, and the rock village is where things really just start getting out of hand. So first of all, it's called the rock village. Rock in Bionicle has always been referred to as stone. It's toe of stone, Matoran of stone, village of stone. It's never been rock. Not once was it ever rock until now. Now it's rock. So in the rock village, we've got Rock Agori. Okay, fine, sure. Then we've got Rock Glatorian, except that the Rock Glatorian aren't called Rock Glatorian. They're called the Skrull. And the Skrull are like the main antagonist faction of this era. They're an evil warrior culture. They're kind of like the Spartans. And they've got like more Glatorian than anybody else by a lot, and have never even once lost in the arena. So that's the rock village, but we're not done with the rock element. Don't act crazy to me right now, okay? Because then we've got the Bone Hunters. And the Bone Hunters are like a splinter group of Rock Agori who went off to live in the desert as nomadic raider assholes. And they're not even a part of the Glatorian system. They're just another antagonist faction. And then we've got the Sisters of the Skrull, which is all the female Skrull. And they're not affiliated with the Rock Village either, because they broke off to go live in the mountains as a coven of psychic witches. And I'm not even gonna get into that. Also, by the way, the Skrull are one of those warrior cultures where if you speak out of turn, they'll just kill you on the spot, which is a really bad way to run a society that has no women and therefore can't produce new warriors. Then we got the Sand Village, except there is no Sand Village because over the millennia, the Sand Tribe have devolved into savage beasts known as Vorox and Zesk, and they are also now a group of nomadic raider desert assholes who aren't involved in the Glatorian system. Then we got the Iron Tribe, and the Iron Tribe barely even counts as a tribe because there's almost none of them left because they were all but wiped out over 100,000 years ago by the Dreaming Sickness, which was a plague that made it so that they couldn't dream and then went insane and then died. And we find out that that was caused by like a demon named Anana eating their dreams. Again, we're not gonna get into that. And then finally, we have the Earth Tribe. And the thing about the Earth Tribe is that the Earth Tribe doesn't exist. And I don't mean that the way I did with the Iron Tribe where they got wiped out, or the way I did with the Sand Tribe where they got turned into the Vorox. I mean that the Earth Tribe is not canon to the story. And that has to do with the fact that 2009 is the year where Bionicle head writer and demon king of the Sixth Heaven, Greg Farshtey, lost his actual mind. So I just want to clarify something. The whole Greg Farshtey meme, you know, Farshtey did this, Farshtey did that, Farshtey came up with this, Farshtey decided this. That's like a joke, and it's been a joke the entire time. Greg Farshtey wrote the Bionicle books, but Greg Farshtey didn't create Bionicle, and he always had a broader story team telling him what was up and what to write. But in the aftermath of Bionicle's abrupt cancellation and ending, a forum was set up for the fans that was a Q&A with Greg Farshtey forum where he could answer all their burning questions. And this forum is a fucking nightmare. Now, I haven't read the vast majority of this forum because it's like several hundred pages of just Q&A, and I've never meant these words more than I do right now. Fuck that. But I have read certain select sections of the forum, and from what I have been able to gather, the forum consists mainly of two things. One, people asking utterly insane shit, and Farshtey being like, well, it's canon now. And two, people asking completely normal and reasonable things, and Farshtey responding with the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life. And sometimes Farshtey is just like on one on this forum and starts acting like a little impish trickster. People are like, hey, so what was the deal with the red star? Like, what actually was that? And Farshtey will be like, oh, well, I might tell you if you can answer my questions 3. But as this relates to the Earth Tribe and and disclaimer, this is all just what I've gathered from reading the summaries on the Bionicle wiki. Various parts of this could just be incorrect. Earth Tribe was a placeholder name for the Iron Tribe that Farshtey used in a treatment for an unreleased 5th Bionicle movie. And at some point, somebody on the forum was like, hey, what is the Earth Tribe? And he was like, oh, it's just like a placeholder. It actually isn't anything. And then years later, somebody else asked him about the Earth Tribe, and he was like, oh, the Earth Tribe's a thing, bro. Here's an entire backstory on the Earth Tribe. And somebody in that thread is like, so is this like canon now, or like what's going on? And Farshtey genuinely was like, well, there's no one here to stop me anymore. So yeah, it's canon, bitch. And then years after that, somebody else asked him about the Earth Tribe again, and he said, and I quote, there isn't much point in paying attention to it in terms of anything canon. And then went on to clarify that it was never his intention to retcon anything that the broader story team said. Why would you even think that he would want to do that? That would be crazy. And so, says the Bionicle wiki, the canonical status of the Earth Tribe is disputed. So anyway, that's the elements. Fire, water, ice, jungle, rock, which has 4 subsets, sand, which isn't called sand, iron, which is almost extinct, and earth, which doesn't exist. I will remind you that they thought that 5-year-olds were gonna be completely up to speed on at least most of this. So, like, I feel like my case is basically made in terms of all of this being both alienating to old fans and not attractive to new fans. The 2009 soft reboot thing, yeah, it did need to happen. It was a good idea, but it didn't work. And as a matter of fact, I think it was a non-insignificant contributor to the cancellation of Bionicle. But speaking of things that old fans like, in all of this new Bara Magna lore, there is one thing that is critically important to our understanding of the Bionicle universe. One last lore drop, one last great reveal.
Intergalactic planetary!
So you may have clocked that I said that the conflict that rendered Bara Magna a horrible, inhospitable desert happened 100,000 years ago. And if you've been paying attention, you'd know that 100,000 years is something of a significant number in Bionicle. So I'm gonna tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a planet called Spherus Magna. And on Spherus Magna lived the Agori and the Glatorian, although they weren't actually called Glatorian yet because they weren't gladiators yet. They were just like tall guys. And among the Glatorian, there was a special class of scientist kings that ruled over the planet, and they were known as the Great Beings. Yeah, those great beings, the precursor super gods of the Bionicle universe. They were Glatorian. And for untold millennia, the great beings reigned and everything was perfect and peaceful and awesome and great beings. But then they got bored. They didn't want to do the whole government thing anymore. They wanted to focus entirely on their science, so they decided to delegate. And they created the 6 Element Lords, powerful beings that would run the villages in their stead. 6 because this was before the Rock Tribe fractured, before the Sand Tribe became savages, but after the Iron Tribe became dead. And also there was a 7th Element Lord of Earth, but that's only true if Earth is canon and Earth is not canon. This system worked for a while too, until one of the Element Lords discovered within their territory a spring from which bubbled this incredible substance known as energized protodermis. So you remember back in my first video, I mean, you don't remember, I don't know why I'm asking you this, but you remember back in my first video when I said that energized protodermis, the stuff that turned the Toa Mata into the Toa Nuva, among other things, doesn't really seem like it should be that important, but is actually really important? Yeah. So what I meant by it's really important is that the discovery of energized protodermis is literally the inciting incident of the entire universe. So it is quickly discovered that energized protodermis has immense transformative and destructive power, and this starts a conflict, because one of the Element Lords has it, the other ones want it, he doesn't want to give it to them, and the conflict escalates and escalates and escalates until it's eventually a full-blown planetary war called the Core War, because that's where the energized protodermis is coming from. And the Great Beings see this happening, and they're like, hey, now, come on, you cut that out, you stop stop that this instant with this core war. And the Element Lords are like, new phone who this? Last I heard from you guys, you said that you didn't want any part of governing Spherus Magna, so don't come in here now trying to tell me what to do with my core war. And the Great Beings are like, okay, this might be a problem actually. Let's get a sample of this energized protodermis stuff and just see what we're working with. So they get a sample and they're like, oh shit. Turns out if these morons keep trying to tap the energized protodermis, it's gonna destabilize the core of Spherus Magna and the planet will explode. So the Great Beings are like, okay, we gotta do something about this. Their first idea is to create these things called Batera, which are shape-shifting robots that will go around the planet and murder anyone holding a weapon. That's their solution to the war. So that doesn't work, but they do have a plan B. Plan B is to create a massive spacefaring vessel that is going to go out into the cosmos and observe other, like, alien cultures and figure out what went wrong on Spherus Magna and how they can do better. Which, I mean, like, I feel like it's actually very simple. You know, greed, tribalism. The only guys that actually knew what they were doing abdicated responsibility so that they could fuck around in their wizard towers forever. Don't know that we had to build an arc ship to figure that one out. And then once the vessel has acquired this extremely obvious answer, it will circle back around, use its technology to repair Spherus Magna, and then build a new, better society. Note, by the way, that the idea of, like, stabilizing the core of Spherus Magna was apparently never even on the table. For being godlike omnipotent scientists, the Great Beings sure are dumb as fuck. But although this craft that the Great Beings are making will not save Spherus Magna in the short term, it will carry on its spirit. And so they christen it Great Spirit, or in the programming language of the craft, Mata Nui, a gargantuan sentient robot manned by a legion of biomechanical workers. And that is the true nature of the Matoran universe and Mata Nui's mission. So the Great Spirit robot lifts off just before the shattering, in which Spherus Magna fragments into 3 pieces. The biggest piece becomes the desert planet of Bara Magna, one of the smaller pieces becomes the ocean moon of Aqua Magna, and the other smaller piece becomes the jungle moon of Boda Magna, and presumably, like, thousands, if not millions of Agorian Glatorian died in the shattering when their planet exploded, but we don't ever get a number on that, so, like, but basically all the survivors ended up on Bara Magna, except for some who ended up on Boda Magna, but we don't talk about Boda Magna because everything associated with Boda Magna is stupid, and then nobody knows where the Great Beings went, they just kind of disappear. Anyway, the next 99,000 years of the Bionicle timeline, all the way up through the Metru Nui Era, take place in space, while Mata Nui is flying through the universe, apparently observing alien cultures, which is crazy, and we never see or hear about any of them. And at the end of this 99,000 years, Mata Nui has apparently learned whatever lesson the Great Beings wanted him to learn, and is circling back around to Spherus Magna to repair it when Makuta triggers the Great Cataclysm and casts him into slumber. And with the robot's systems suddenly dormant, it crash lands onto the ocean moon of Aqua Magna, which is why the Matoran universe has been at the bottom of the ocean this entire time. And we spend the next 1,000 years of the timeline, basically everything we've talked about, on Aqua Magna. Quick side note, by the way, about Aqua Magna. We are told multiple times, so like this is not a typo, this is not a mistake, this is canon fact, that the Great Spirit robot, Mata Nui's body, is 40 million feet tall. And to give you some context on that number, the diameter of planet Earth is about 42 million feet. And this utterly fucks the scale of the entire Bionicle universe. Because, like, the Great Spirit robot stands up on Aqua Magna, right? And we see, at least in this picture, that the ocean comes up to, like, mid-shin height. And that's gotta be bare minimum 2 million feet. Earth's ocean, at its deepest point, is like 36,000 feet, and the entire crust of the Earth isn't even 1 million feet. So how fucking big is Aqua Magna, where the ocean is 2 million feet deep? And even if you don't want to use this picture, you can use this picture, which is even more insane. It's like, oh my god, how fucking big is this moon? And that's the thing, dude. This is a moon! moon. Look how much bigger Bara Magna is. Think about Spherus Magna. Spherus Magna was all three of these things combined. I don't think that terrestrial planets can actually even be that big scientifically. And I see you in the back right now rolling your eyes and being like, oh my god, no, you're just being pedantic. It's Bionicle. People shoot fireballs. It's not even real. Okay, well, riddle me this then, fucker. Why did they give us a number at all? If Lego had just been like, the Great Spirit robot is quite large, nobody would have had a problem with that. There's nobody who would have been like, but exactly how many feet is it? Who cares? Who gives a shit how many feet it is? It's big. That's all we needed to know. And if you are gonna insist on giving us a number, can you just like look it up first? Google existed in 2009. They could have just been like, hey, how big actually is 40 million feet? And then seen how big it is and been like, oh fuck, that's crazy. The robot is obviously not 40 million feet tall. But they didn't do that. I have to imagine that what happened is Lego kicked the door down and they were like, Farshtey, quick, how big is the Great Spirit robot? And Farshtey was like, I don't fucking, like 40 million feet, maybe? And they were like, awesome. We're not gonna look that up and you're never allowed to change it. It's going in all the books right now. But anyway, when Makuta takes over the Great Spirit robot, he stands up on Aqua Magna and ejects the Mask of Life with Mata Nui bound to it into space. It gets caught in the gravity well of Bara Magna, where it crashes down to the surface, and that is where the actual story events of Bionicle 2009 finally start, as chronicled in the movie for this era, Bionicle: The Legend Reborn. Okay, so I want to be kind of even-handed when I talk about Bionicle: The Legend Reborn. Lamau, by the way. So let's start with things I like about this movie. Number one, Mata Nui has a cool, like, Optimus Prime faceplate on the Mask of Life that clicks into place whenever it's, like, go time, and it's pretty badass. And that was everything that I like about this movie. So now let's get into things that I don't like about this movie. Fuck this movie, dude. I have two problems with the fact that this terrible movie exists. One, it's terrible, and two, it exists. Let's start with number two. This movie exists. I'll get into the detail of the actual events of this movie in a minute, but basically what happens is Mata Nui shows up on Bara Magna, gets an introduction to the local characters and factions, and assists them in a local conflict they're having. That got a movie. Do you know what didn't get a movie? The Toa Naika, the Toa Mari, the Paraka, the Baraki, Voya Nui, Mahri Nui, Karda Nui, Vizon, Axon, Brutaka, the Destiny War, Bionicle, Suicide Squad, the Hunt for the Mask of Life, the badass dogfights with the Brotherhood of Makuta, Matoro's Sacrifice, the best plot twist in the history of fiction. None of that got a movie. Not one of those things got a movie. You know what else didn't get a movie? The ending of this era, aka the ending of Bionicle. That also did not get a movie. What got a movie, what got the fourth and final Bionicle movie after our 4-year hiatus, The Legend Reborn, was the Toa doing a bunch of stuff. So that would already be a problem, even if the movie weren't complete ass. But the movie is complete ass. Like, okay, listen, I'm not gonna sit here and act like the old Bionicle trilogy were like good movies. I feel like my cards are on the table from last time in terms of not being nostalgia blind about all of this, so I'm not gonna say that. But what I am gonna say is that this movie makes those movies look like they were really good. Like, yeah, the trilogy wasn't great, but it had like an art style, cinematography, character designs, background designs, fight choreography, a story, and like, yeah, none of that stuff was up to a super high bar of quality, but it did have those things, whereas with this new one, no. We honestly don't even have time for me to talk about everything that I hate about this movie. The story is nothing, the protagonists suck, the antagonists suck, the voice acting ranges from adequate to whoever did the character designs for Bionicle: The Legend Reborn, I don't like that I have to say this to you, I don't feel good about it, but I do feel like I have to say this to you. You're bad at your job. Every single character in this movie is covered in these constantly rotating gears. I don't know who decided this was a thing, but it is so unbelievably obnoxious and distracting. And that's actually not even the worst thing about the character designs. The worst thing about the character designs is their mouths. They have, I don't even know how to explain this. They have like 2 rows of teeth. It's like actually viscerally disturbing in like a body horror way. Anytime they talk, it's like, oh my god, stop! But okay, so what actually happens in this movie? So Mata Nui shows up on Barra Magna, builds himself a new body, and then pretty much immediately Mata Nui gets rescued from the desert by this gory named Metis. Metis is like a fight promoter, Glatorian recruiter type guy, which we have already established doesn't really make any sense, but he's like, oh, Mata Nui could be a good fighter, so he takes him back to the villages. And at the village, Mata Nui links up with some Glatorian. Now, there's a lot of characters in this era, and I'm basically not really gonna tell you about any of them, but there are three main Glatorian that Mata Nui links up with. The first one is Akar, who I always thought his name was pronounced Akar, but it's Akar. Whenever I hear that, I can't help but just picture, like, a car. Then there's Gresh, who is the rookie Glatorian that I was telling you about, who's still over 100,000 years old. And then there's Kina, who, if I'm not mistaken, is the only female character introduced in this entire era, which is doubly weird because we're now dealing with, like, mammals where gender actually matters and means something, but she's the only woman on the planet, apparently. And also, halfway through the movie, she gets kidnapped and needs to be rescued. So, great job, Lego, killing it as always. So Mata Nui meets these people and he's like, I'm an alien, I'm trying to retake my universe from an evil shadow god. And they're like, that's crazy, bro. I don't know what we're gonna do about that, but you know, maybe you help us, we help you. Who knows? I don't know, maybe. So they all team up and go and do some screwing around, and then they find out that the Skrull and the Bone Hunters have formed an alliance to become like a super army, which is really weird because those two groups hate each other, and is also really bad because either of those two was a massive threat by themselves. Together, there's nothing anyone can even do about it. They've already destroyed one of the villages, and soon they're gonna be coming for the rest. So the gang goes to the next village on the hit list, and a car steps up and he's like, alright guys, we gotta stop all Glatorian fighting right now. This stupid tribalism is gonna get us all killed. If we want to beat this united army, we need to unite also. And everybody else is like, alright, I mean, that's great and all, but like, the Skrull by themselves have never lost a fight in the arena ever. Even if we team up, what makes you think we have any chance at all? And then Mata Nui is like, oh, well, actually, I can use the Mask of Life to awaken the dormant elemental powers of a Glatorian. That'll give us an edge in this fight. So the fire guys now actually have fire powers, and the water guys have water powers, and the jungle guys have air powers. The jungle guys get air elemental powers. Why are they the jungle guys if they have air powers? Why are they not air? Pick a fucking lane, Bionicle! So for the first time in over 100,000 years, all four villages that aren't evil are united under one banner, and they start prepping their defenses for this incoming attack by the combined army. But while they're doing this, Kina and the Sagori named Barracks, who has like been around but you do not care, get kidnapped by the Skrull. And Mata Nui's like, okay, all you other Glatorian, your place is here defending your village. I will go by myself and I will rescue them. So Mata Nui pulls up to the Skrull camp and he's like, I challenge your leader to single combat unless he's too pussy to face me. And their leader, who is this big dude named Tuma, is like, yeah, okay, I'll fight you. And Mata Nui wins this fight, which doesn't make any sense. Because Mata Nui has never been in a fight in his life until this week, whereas Tuma's entire thing is war. But hey, we do gotta remember that Mata Nui got trained by Akar for like 3 days. Akar, who, let's remember, has never beaten a Skrull in combat because nobody has, but those like 3 days of training were enough to make Mata Nui strong enough to take down their leader one-on-one. So Mata Nui defeats Tuma, but then Metis shows up. Metis, the Agori that tried to recruit Mata Nui at the beginning of the movie. He comes out doing a dead-ass slow clap, and everybody's like, oh, it's you! You're the traitor! You united the Bone Hunters and the Skrull under one flag! And Metis is like, yes, I did! And once we conquer the whole planet, I'm gonna rule unopposed over both of them. Which is something that just cannot possibly work out for him long term. Because, like, he does have dirt on the Skrull because they got driven out of their homeland in the mountains by the Batera. Remember the anti-war murder bots that the Great Beings made? And he's the only one that knows how to pacify the Batera, which is just don't be holding a sword. But, like, he has to realize that eventually they're gonna figure that one out. And Metis is like, I don't care that you beat Tuma. Kill this guy. But then all the other Glatorians show up to help out in the fight, and they're still outnumbered, but they win by combining their elemental powers powers. I'm not even kidding. We're still doing this. This is at least the last time that it happens. So the combined army disperses, and Metis tries to escape, but Mata Nui catches him and uses the power of the Mask of Life to turn him into a snake. This is not the first time that this has happened. The Paraka also got turned into snakes. Weird that it's happened more than once. And Mata Nui's like, now everyone will see you for the punk-ass, snake-ass, broad-ass guy. And Metis is like, I'll get you next time. And then slithers away, and that's basically the end of the movie. And like, do you think that what I just told you about is like more important and deserved a movie more than the last 3 years of Bionicle storytelling? Ooh, the legend reborn. Like, are you kidding me? Now, there is one very important thing that happens like right at the end of the movie, but before we get into that, I want to talk about something that I think is very interesting, which is Mata Nui as a character. So the thing about Mata Nui as a character is that going into this era, we have absolutely no frame of reference for who he is as like a person. We don't know what he's like. So this is kind of a really cool opportunity for LEGO, because they can characterize him any way they want. And the way they choose to characterize him is like really close to being something really cool, and then isn't at all. The characterization that we get for Mata Nui is that he was like an arrogant god king, but then he was humbled by being overthrown by Makuta, and he wants to get back to the Matoran universe to save his people. But the way this is presented is weird, and I think it's best epitomized by his first scene. So basically, the very first thing that Mata Nui does upon arriving on Barra Magna is actively notice and avoid squishing a bug. And in terms of behavior that arrogant gods wouldn't do, that's like the absolute peak, right? So right out of the gate, he appreciates and cares for creatures lesser than himself. And then shortly after that, he turns the beetle into like a shield and uses it to win a fight. And then he says to it, "Before today, I have never needed help from anyone or anything." And to that I say, go fuck yourself, Mata Nui. What do you mean you never needed help? This entire story has been Mata Nui comatose and or dying, while everyone else in the universe scrambles to help him because he needs help. I can think of 2 dead Toa and about 1 billion Bo-Rock that are gonna disagree with you on this one, my man. So this is like the most arrogant thing he could possibly say, right? But it's not framed that way. He never comes back to this and is like, actually, no, I was wrong. I've definitely been needing help. I really should save my people because they've been helping me out. So like, is he arrogant or is he not arrogant? Because we never see him struggle with his arrogance in any way. We only ever hear him talk about how he regrets being arrogant, but he also says this. So like, what the fuck is this guy? And what's frustrating is that there is such a cool opportunity here that they didn't take, because imagine if Mata Nui showed up on Barra Magna and he was an asshole. Imagine Mata Nui shows up and he's like, I don't care about this place. I don't care about these people. I don't care about their problems. They are lesser beings and they matter to me only insofar as they can help me get back to my body and reclaim my throne. And he doesn't want to do that because he wants to save the people of the Matoran universe. He doesn't care about them either. He's doing it because that's his throne. And then we as an audience would be like, oh, so Makuta was like, right. I mean, not about everything, you know, he's evil, but like about Mata Nui. Mata Nui is a spoiled little brat who does not deserve the power he was born to. And then, you know, over the course of the movie, Mata Nui would get roundly beaten up and embarrassed and learn valuable lessons about humility and friendship and about how everybody's problems matter. And then by the end, he would resolve to return to the Matoran universe and take back his power, not because he feels entitled to that power, but because he feels remorseful and now he wants a shot at redemption. And I guess you could be like, well, that's kind of dark for Bionicle to have your protagonist start out as like a total asshole, but not really. Takua was like a truant coward. Tahu was an aggro alpha male douchebag. Vakama literally turned evil and betrayed all his friends because he was trying to bag Rudaka. Relatable, but still. But anyway, my personal complaints aside, by the end of this movie, Mata Nui has apparently learned his lesson or whatever, and so have the Barra Magnans. So they literally pull together. The Agori of the Fire, Water, Ice, and Jungle tribes drag their villages across the desert to form one single super village. And when they do that, it is revealed that the villages that the Agori were living in were in fact pieces of another giant robot. And we learn that this giant robot is actually a prototype of the Great Spirit robot. Point being, there is now another giant robot on Bara Magna, which Mata Nui might be able to use to contest Makuta. Oh, by the way, this prototype robot is at minimum half the size of the Great Spirit robot, meaning 20 million feet, meaning, what do you mean they dragged its pieces across the desert? You mean to tell me that a couple thousand Agori and some pack animals dragged a planet across a desert? Now, while Mata Nui is acquiring a weapon to use against Makuta, we might want to check in on what's going on with Makuta, because there is one web serial, and only one web serial, from this era that I do feel deserves to be talked about, and it is called Reign of Shadows. So back on Aqua Magna, Makuta is now in control of the Great Spirit robot, but the Great Spirit robot is kind of a complicated piece of machinery, so it's taking him a little bit of time to figure out the controls, but once he does, he's gonna fly out into space and use it to conquer the entire galaxy, because being god of a planet-sized robot is baby mode. That's step one. Makuta wants it all. So in the meantime, while he's figuring that out, his Rakshi army polices the universe, while various pockets of scattered resistance try to fight back. And one of the people fighting back is Leiwa, the Toanuva of air, who is on his way to recruit Artaka, the ruler of Matoran heaven, to join the fight. But Artaka sends him a telepathic message where he's like, I'm not gonna help you. But you know who will help you is Trenkrom, aka Bionicle Cthulhu. So Artaka teleports Leiwa to Trenkrom's island, and Trenkrom is like, yeah man, for sure, I can help you. I just need one thing from you, which is switch bodies. And this sounds very sinister, like this sounds like a bad thing, but it turns out actually that Trenkrom is the real hero of this story. And he's like, you know, I feel like I should want revenge for the great beings betraying me and locking me in a rock for 100,000 years, but I kind of don't. I honestly do feel responsible for this universe, and I'm gonna help save it. So to that end, he travels to Metru Nui and heads down to the core processor, which is like the brain of the Great Spirit robot, and he gets there at the same time as a bunch of other people, most of which I'm not even gonna get into like who they are and why they're there. The one I am gonna tell you about though is Toa Tuyet. So Greg Farshtey has like a thing for Toa Tuyet. Tuyet, if you don't remember, was a Toa on Metru Nui who had this thing called the Nui Stone that made her super powerful, and she was crazy and evil and tried to take over the universe, but she was defeated and then sent to the pit and then died, and you'd think that death would be the end of her story, but no. Greg Farshtey has now taken 3 separate opportunities to bring this crazy bitch back from the dead. The first time was when Matoro brought her back as a zombie, the second time was in that Dark Mirror web serial from last time, and the third time is now, where it turns out that the Tuyet that died in the pit, that wasn't the real Tuyet. The real Tuyet, the Order of Mata Nui wanted to study so they could find out more about the Nui Stone, so they put her in like a pocket dimension for observation and grabbed an alternate Tuyet from another dimension and put that one in the pit as like a decoy, and now the real Tuyet is back in our dimension, and she doesn't really like do anything in this web serial. It's just wild to me that she's back for a third time. I actually found out while recording this video that in the podcast episodes that were just readings of the web serials, Tuyet was voiced by Greg Farshtey's wife, so I'm pretty sure that this is just pure nepotism at this point. Anyway, everybody starts arguing over the core processor. Some people think that they should destroy it, thereby killing everyone in the Matoran universe, but potentially saving the galaxy, while other people think they should leave it intact so that Mata Nui can maybe get it back. And Trenkrom just ignores this entire conversation. He just walks into the corner and sends like an email to the Mask of Life, which that's gonna matter later. And then everybody starts actually trying to kill each other, but then Artaka teleports into the room, and he's like, all right, everybody shut up, stop trying to kill God. Trenkrom, did you send that email? And Trenkrom is like, yeah, I sent it. And Artaka's like, okay, great, get the hell out of here. And Trenkrom is like, you got it, and starts walking away, and Artaka is like, without Leiwa's body, you dick. And Trenkrom is like, oh, come on, man. You're really gonna play me like that? I sent the email. Just let me keep the body. And Artaka's like, no, have faith that Mata Nui will reward you when this is all over. Which, by the way, spoiler alert, he fucking doesn't. At the end of all of this, Trenkrom ends up getting murdered off screen. And, like, I actually feel bad for him because, hey, Trenkrom never did anything wrong. Trenkrom was just a good dude who happened to be a horrifying tentacle monster. That wasn't his fault. So Trenkrom Trencrom and Leiwa switch back, and then moments later, Makuta realizes that all these people are in the core processor, and he's like, hey guys, what you doing in my brain? And everybody's like, oh, hey, not much. We were just trying to decide if we should kill you. And Makuta's like, oh, delightful. Mind if I weigh in? And then teleports all of them out of the Matoran universe just into the vacuum of space. And all these guys actually end up surviving because they get teleported again. There's a lot of teleporting going on. This time they get teleported to Boda Magna by Vizon, the 7th Paraka, who's like a portal guy now, and he's working for this cursed great being imprisoned in a fortress there. This doesn't matter. None of this matters. There's a ton of stuff in Reign of Shadows that doesn't matter. But what does matter is that the reason that getting teleported out of the Matoran universe puts you in the vacuum of space is that Makuta has finally figured out the controls on the Great Spirit robot and has also found out that Mata Nui is still alive, so he has taken off from Aqua Magna and is headed to Bara Magna to wrap up his last loose end before he goes off and conquers the galaxy. Likewise, Mata Nui senses that Makuta is on his way, so he's like, oh shit, okay, I gotta get this robot ready. Agori, I need you guys to vacate your villages so that I can use them as my body. And they're like, no. And Mata Nui's like, there's a planet-sized shadow demon on its way here right now to kill everybody. And they're like, you should lead with that next time. So everybody evacuates the villages, and Mata Nui transfers his consciousness to the prototype robot, and then minutes later, Makuta shows up on Bara Magna. And the two of them face off in their giant robots, and it is at last time for the true, actual, real final battle of Bionicle. So Makuta shows up on Bara Magna and immediately starts talking big shit to Mata Nui, just hitting him with bars, right? So they banter for a little bit, and then it becomes clear that this is gonna become a fight, and the battle starts, and predictably, it's pretty awesome. Like, it's two gigantic planet-sized robots beating the shit out of each other with punches and laser beams. It's gonna be cool. But it quickly becomes obvious that Mata Nui has no chance in this fight. He's in a smaller, weaker robot with an unstable power core, so the Glatorian on the ground are like, guys, Mata Nui's losing. We gotta get in there. We gotta help him out. Which is an insane thought to even have. Because imagine you saw a kaiju battle happening and you were like, yo, Big Zill, tag me in. I got this. Let's jump him. So they rush the Great Spirit robot with the plan of like getting inside and attacking from there. But before they can even do that, a hatch opens in Makuta's foot and his armies come pouring out into the desert. And they engage with the Glatorian, and it's a really bad situation. They're outnumbered, but then the allied forces of the Matoran universe come pouring out, all the Toa and all the other members of the resistance, and they join the fight, and it becomes this massive war on the ground while the two titans battle in the sky. It's pretty sick. I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty badass. And in this huge battle, the main person we're following other than Mata Nui is Tahu, the Toa Nuva of Fire, who in the midst of the fighting receives a vision from the Mask of Life. Remember how Trencrom sent that email to the Mask of Life? Yeah, that's gonna be responsible for saving the universe. Trencrom saved the universe. Justice for Trencrom. And in this vision, the Mask of Life is like, okay, Tahu, I'm gonna do two things for you. One is I'm gonna devolve you back from a Toa Nuva into a Toa Mata. And Tahu was like, bro, what the fuck? This is the battle for the fate of the galaxy. What are you doing? And the Mask of Life is like, okay, first of all, shut up. Secondly, the reason that I'm doing that is because you need to be in your original state for some reason to use the other thing that I'm about to give you, the Golden Armor. A quintessential Deus Ex Machina with no explanation and no lore behind it whatsoever that is going to help Tahu win this fight. So Tahu has the golden armor, but before he can use it to do anything, a stray energy blast from the giant mecha battle hits near him, and it scatters the golden armor into 6 pieces all across the battlefield. So Tahu has one, Takanuva the Toa of Light has one, but then the other pieces just get picked up by like randoms. Now, the reason that this happens is that the last set the Bionicle ever came out with was called Bionicle Stars, and I think it was supposed to be like a greatest hits collection of Bionicle. So it had like a new Tahu design and a new Takanuva and a Rakshi in a new color we'd never seen before. But then it just had like a Skrull and a Paraka, but like not even like one of the Paraka, and Gresh, but not even looking as cool as Gresh usually looks. It was a bad set. But the 6 members of the Bionicle Stars line are the 6 people to get a piece of the golden armor, and then Tahu and Takanuva go around and get all the pieces back, so Tahu just has the whole set again. It was a completely unnecessary digression, but I guess we still have to sell those toys even after Bionicle has already been canceled. Meanwhile, in the giant mecha battle, Makuta is getting tired of Mata Nui doing speeches about unity and friendship, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot a gravity beam and blow up this whole planet. I'm evil, I don't give a shit. But Mata Nui manages to divert the blast, and it shoots up into space and hits the 2 moons of Bara Magna, and unbeknownst to Makuta, starts to drag them in toward the planet. And Mata Nui's pissed that Makuta tried to blow everybody up, so he starts just punching him and pushing him back, and then he completely just runs out of power. And Makuta's like, haha, okay, well that was fucking annoying. Time for the part where I kill you and then go conquer the galaxy. But right at this moment, Tahu has reassembled the golden armor, and he activates it, and it sends out this pulse of energy that completely destroys every single Rakshi on the battlefield. And Rakshi are pieces of Makuta's essence, so when they're destroyed, he can sense it, and having all of them destroyed at the same time kind of staggers him. It throws him off his game for just a moment, and Mata Nui capitalizes on this opportunity. He uses the very last of his body's power to shove Makuta back one more time right into the path of one of the oncoming moons, which smashes into the back of his head, shattering his skull and completely obliterating the core processor. And the Great Spirit robot falls to the ground and apparently doesn't create a shockwave that kills everyone on the entire planet, even though it absolutely should. Again, 40 million feet tall, and lies there motionless because at long last, Makuta is truly dead. And with the 2 moons of Bara Magna back in their proper places, Mata Nui calls upon the full power of the Mask of Life to restore Spherus Magna to its former glory, transforming it into a paradise with bountiful resources for all, including the residents of the Matoran universe, who evacuate from the destroyed Great Spirit robot out onto the planet to live in harmony with the Spherus Magnans, even though a bunch of the people that evacuate are like fully evil and are definitely gonna keep causing problems, but it's fine. They're all gonna live in harmony. It's fine. And with that done, Mata Nui's giant robot body starts to fall apart, and he emerges from it in the Mask of Life, and he's like, Spherus Magna is repaired. I have restored unity, done my duty, and fulfilled my destiny. And Tahu is like, yes, that's incredible. Now make yourself a new body and come and live among us. We could really use your wisdom in this uncertain time. And Mata Nui's like, I'm thinking, no. And Tahu's like, the fuck you mean? We just spent 1,000 years trying to get you back and you're just gonna abandon us? And Mata Nui's like, yeah, I am, and I'll tell you why. What you've been doing in the last 1,000 years is proving that you don't need me. You don't need a great spirit to accomplish great things. I fulfilled my destiny, but all of you still have destinies to fulfill, and they're not gonna be helped by some omnipotent dick sitting around telling you what to do. This is your world now. It's time for me to move on. And with that, he departs from this realm, leaving his people to an uncertain but assuredly brighter future. And that is the end of Bionicle. I mean, that's not actually the ending of Bionicle, because there's like 3 more web serials after this, and 2 of them aren't even finished. I think Farshtey was like trying to keep it going, and then Lego either stopped paying him or was just like, stop doing this. And these web serials are fucking crazy. One of them is about the dream demon that killed the Iron Tribe. One of them is about Kopaka and Pohatu going to the Red Star, which it turns out is the Matoran afterlife. One of them is about how there's a great being who's been disguised as a Matoran this entire time. It's this Matoran named Velika. I actually mentioned him like 4 episodes ago, but you don't fucking remember that. And we don't even find out that it's Velika in this web serial because the web serial was never finished. We only even know that because Greg Farshtey said it on the stupid forum. And Velika wants to rule Spherus Magna, so he's going around killing all the strongest people on the planet, including Trencrom. Justice for Trencrom, dude. Trencrom never did anything wrong. Trencrom saved the universe, bro. But all this is just bullshit. It's all stupid post-game Bionicle content. It's not even even worth me telling you about, because, like, what am I even supposed to tell you about? None of it was finished. Am I supposed to just tell you about what Farshtey said would have happened on the forum? No, that's stupid. None of this matters. This is the ending of Bionicle. Now, at this point, I feel like I should somehow wrap this all up. Like, I should have some kind of conclusion. The problem is that last time when I was talking about the twist, that's when I talked about, like, the value of Bionicle, its quality as a story, why it deserves to be remembered, all that kind of thing. So I'm not gonna do that again, because, like, why? Instead, I want to wrap this all up by posing a question. Completely setting aside any sort of business or financial reasons for the cancellation of Bionicle, should the story of Bionicle have continued after this point? Short answer, no, it should not have. Now prepare for the long answer. Okay, so there are really two questions at work here. There's should Bionicle have kept going, and there's could Bionicle have kept going, and those are not the same question, because the answer to that second one, could it have kept going, is yeah, for sure, 100% it could have. There were like a million plot threads they could have followed. I'm not saying there was nowhere for this story to go. I'm saying that it didn't earn the right to go there, and that's because this ending that we just got is not a good ending. I'm willing to give certain benefits of the doubt to this ending. I think it's pretty clear that the abrupt cancellation of Bionicle forced them to rush this ending, and that they weren't sure to what degree, if any, they might be able to continue the story after this point, and that justifies to me why virtually not a single character in this entire story gets not just a satisfactory conclusion, but any kind of conclusion. They didn't have time to wrap up the storylines of all 10 million of their characters, and even if they did, they weren't sure if this might be able to continue, so what would be the point? That excuses almost every single character, but there is one that it doesn't excuse even a little bit. And once again, it all comes back to Makuta. See, here's the thing. I think you can make a pretty solid argument that Makuta is the main character of Bionicle. Because think about it, Makuta is essentially the only character who is actually doing something in every single era of Bionicle. His will and his actions are the driving force of the entire story. He's not getting sidelined every 2 years so we can focus on some new batch of Toa and sell their toys. He is the consistent element. And what's more, Makuta is almost the only proactive character in the entire story. He's the one with dreams and goals and ambitions. He's the big mover and shaker of the universe, literally. This is his story, and not coincidentally, it ends minutes after his death, which means that Makuta's death really needs to be something special. And Makuta's death sucks. Now, to be clear, I am not saying that Makuta getting his head smashed open by a moon is bad. That part is rad as hell. The problem is that there is no character or thematic weight to this death. And before you come in here like I know you're going to and be like, oh bro, it's not even that deep, it's just Bionicle. Motoro's death had a ton of character and thematic weight, which is why it hit really hard, so don't even come at me with that shit. I know Bionicle can do it. It's just that this death is so unceremonious. It's just moon to the back of the head, boom, fall, dead, and that's it. Makuta's gone. And there is one paragraph where Mata Nui is looking down at Makuta's body and he's like, man, if only we could have found some sort of common ground. Maybe we could have repaired Spherus Magna without all this bloodshed and conflict, but I guess that Makuta was just too arrogant and greedy for that ever to be a possibility. And it's like, dude, that's not the fucking moral of the story. Makuta didn't give a rat's ass about reforming Spherus Magna. That was never even on the table. I'm just gonna quick lay out for you like an alternate way that this could have gone, and fair warning, this is about to get very fanficky, but just go with me on this one, okay? So in this version of events, everything goes down basically the same, up through Makuta getting hit with the moon. And he falls down, and then there's a line where it's like, oh, you know, the core processor is so damaged, Makuta's trapped in there, and he's gonna die for real. He's not gonna pull another trademark Makuta not death. But he isn't dead yet. So Mata Nui and Makuta have time for one last exchange, and Makuta actually gets some final words. And how I imagine this goes is Mata Nui starts off, and he's like, listen, man, you're super evil. You've done a lot of really evil shit. It had to come to this, but I am sorry that it had to come to this. You served me loyally for 15,000 years, and all you got in return was scorn and hatred and mistrust. You should have gotten the praise and the recognition you deserved, and that's on me, and I'm sorry. You know, maybe there's a moment where Makuta takes this in and he's actually emotionally affected by it, but then, you know, he's Makuta, so he turns around and he's like, okay, man, well, that's great that you're saying that now, because you know what's about to happen? You're gonna go down there and you're gonna be hailed as their savior after you beat the bad guy, and they're gonna love you and worship you and sing songs in your honor, and you're gonna rule over them for all eternity, because that's the only thing you really want, isn't it? At the end of the day, you and I are exactly the same. We are both narcissistic assholes who only care about our power and our throne and being worshipped, and the only difference between us is that you were born with everything you could ever ask for, whereas I had to fight and scheme and struggle to get what I was due, and yet somehow I'm the bad guy here. And then Mata Nui would be like, yeah, man, you know what? If I go down there and I do that, that would make me just like you, but that's why I'm not gonna do that. I'm abdicating my power. And then Makuta would be like, that's even worse. You know what's gonna happen if you let those people self-govern? Exactly what happened on Spherus Magna the first time. They're gonna fall to greed and tribalism and their petty bullshit, and it's gonna end in war and destruction and death. And you know why? It's because these people that you've been fighting so hard to save, they're not people. They are cogs in a machine. They are workers with a purpose to fulfill. And without a great spirit, without a superior being to serve, they are nothing. They are made to be ruled over. And then Mata Nui would be like, no, you know what, Makuta? That's where you're wrong. They are not just our slaves, they are people, and they can learn, and they can change, and they can be better than they were yesterday, and they can choose their own destinies. They're not just mechanical, they're bionicle. No, you wouldn't say that, but it would be funny. And then Makuta would succumb to his injuries and die, and we would be like, oh, Makuta was a foil to Mata Nui. He was a product of Mata Nui's negligence, and he represented the callous disregard with which Mata Nui treats the people that kept him alive. And without Makuta's intervention, Mata Nui could have gone on to be exactly the same kind of tyrant, but he learned from Makuta's negative example and chose instead to give up his power and to set his people free, and that's the point of Makuta, and that's the point of all of this. And you know what? While I'm fanficking, let me hit you with something else. The thing that distracted Makuta so that Mata Nui could get the killing blow on him, it shouldn't have been the golden armor, it should have been the Mask of Time. So how this would go down is in the middle of the giant battle, Tahu would be like, fuck man, I really want to help out Mata Nui, but there's nothing I can do. If only I had the Mask of Time. But the Mask of Time got stolen last time in Destiny War by Voparak. We don't know where it is. And then Takanuva, who is also there, would be like, oh, well, remember last time in that Dark Mirror web serial where I went to an alternate universe? I went to a ton of trouble to track down the Mask of Time there, and then it just disappeared from the story and nobody ever used it. Well, the reason that nobody ever used it is that I didn't think anybody could be trusted to use it, and it's just been in my bag this whole time. But you, Tahu, you've used the Mask of Time before. So he'd give Tahu this alternate universe Mask of Time, and then he would like almost die using the Mask of Time to slightly slow down Makuta just enough for Mata Nui to get the killing blow. And this would solve so many problems. It would fill in the massive gaping plot hole in Dark Mirror. It would get rid of the Deus Ex Mata Nui extraordinaire that is the golden armor. It would allow the Mask of Time to actually do something, and it would tie into the themes that we've been talking about. Because Makuta commissioned the Mask of Time for his schemes, never thinking that a lesser being would be able to use it, and sure enough, every single time that a lesser being has tried to use it, they have failed. But these same lesser beings are able to grow and change and improve, and who is better to exemplify that than Tahu, who used to be the biggest dickhead in the world, and is now the de facto leader of the united forces of the Matoran universe, and willing to sacrifice his life to buy Mata Nui even a second in his battle against Makuta. Why didn't we get any of this? And listen, I'm not saying any of this is like primo stuff, okay? This is basically just the first idea I had, but it is something. It's not that Bionicle didn't deserve to continue because they didn't do my fanfic. It's that Bionicle didn't deserve to continue because they didn't do anything. Makuta's death means nothing. The main villain, an arguable main character of the last 10 years, gets wordlessly capped in the back of the head, falls over dead, and that's it. So Okay, at this point, maybe you're like, alright Noah, we get it. You like Makuta, you think his death wasn't great, and you're salty about it. Also, your fanfic was excellent. But like, really? This is the nail in the coffin? They fucked up Makuta's death, and so now Bionicle 2 must perish? That's kind of crazy. Okay, so first of all, thank you for complimenting my fanfic. I was being humble earlier, but like, yeah, it's really good, right? But secondly, it's not really about the fact that Makuta's death was bad and this ending was bad, although it was, and it was. It's about the fact that they had 10 years and the greatest plot twist of all time to build up to this ending, and they still couldn't stick the landing. And that being the case, what makes us think that if Bionicle were to continue, it ever would have had a good ending? Like, honestly, if Bionicle had continued for another 10 years, do we really think that in 2020 they would have hit us with a truly satisfying conclusion? Because I find that to be wildly unlikely. I think if Bionicle kept going, what would have happened is it would have just kept wrapping itself up in an endlessly expanding Gordian knot of lore and getting more confusing and more complicated and losing more fans until it just sort of faded out of existence with a pathetic whimper. And I think that because that sort of is what happened, and they didn't even need 10 more years. Like, I know that I said I was gonna give the ending of Bionicle a pass because it was rushed, but I'm kind of not, because yeah, it was rushed, but we had post-game web serials, and if we're gonna have those, why were they like introducing all this new lore and bringing in new plot threads instead of just like making the ending less rushed? Those web serials could have been about what life is like on the new Spherus Magna, which Matoran universe residents became friends with which natives, what happened with all the Matoran universe's villains, whether any of them were reformed by working with the Toa. There were just so many questions that could have been answered, and arcs that needed to be tied up, and characters that needed an ending, and we didn't get any of that. And part of me wants to blame Greg Farshtey for this, be like, oh, Farshtey shouldn't have written this, he should have written something else, but I really can't. It's not Greg Farshtey's fault that he wanted to continue a story that he spent 10 years of his life on and clearly cared deeply about. No, I think if we're gonna put the blame on someone, it's us. It's the Bionicle fans, because like, this is what we wanted. We already know that Bionicle 2009 didn't really bring in new fans. If it did, it wouldn't have been cancelled. So the people still hanging on at this point must have been die-hard, lifelong Bionicle fans. And they didn't want Bionicle to have a good ending because they didn't want Bionicle to end. They didn't want Bionicle to be better. They just wanted Bionicle to be longer. And listen, Bionicle fans in the audience, I don't want you to think that I don't get it. I also will associate Move Along by the All-American Rejects with the Toei Naika until my dying breath, okay? I understand why you wanted Bionicle to keep going. I even understand why there are people that want Bionicle back even now. Why there are still active Bionicle communities. Why there are still people trying to make Bionicle fan games in like the last couple of years. But is it really Bionicle that you want back? Bionicle was a series that was intimately tied to the cultural moment that spawned it, the era in which it came out, and the kids that grew up with it. That's why the whole gambit to bring in new fans in 2009 was doomed to fail, and that's also why Bionicle G2 in 2015 was doomed to fail, and we're not even gonna discuss Bionicle G2 because nobody gives a shit. They wanted to make the Bionicle lightning strike twice, the legend reborn, right? But the reality is that whether it's a hard reboot or a soft reboot or a return to the original continuity or a blatantly nostalgic retread of 2001, bringing Bionicle back is never going to work, because even if people think that they want it back, I don't believe that anyone truly does. I think what they want back is their time with Bionicle, the Bionicle experience. But you can't bring back an experience. You can only remember it. And that's gonna do it for this video and for this whole series. You now know everything there is to know about my extremely editorialized and opinionated version of Bionicle. To everyone who has actually watched this entire thing, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe if you haven't done that yet. I'll probably be making more videos. They might be about Bionicle. There are certainly corners of the lore I haven't touched on, or they might be about some other dumb thing that I want to talk about. I don't know. So until next time, I want to do some kind of cringy Bionicle sign off, like, stick to the 3 virtues, and remember that God says we don't need him anymore. But honestly, this was really fun to make. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time.
Angels, bring that hard rock.